The world beneath our feet has always held secrets. Hidden in darkness, carved by nature or by hands long vanished from history, lie passages and chambers that defy explanation. Some are natural formations, shaped over millennia by water and stone, yet others seem deliberately constructed, with corridors stretching far beyond what any human society could have imagined. From the deepest valleys of South America to the frozen landscapes of Siberia, from the deserts of Africa to the remote islands of the Pacific, these caves are scattered across the globe like cryptic footprints of a lost world. For centuries, they have been the stage for legends, stories of civilizations older than recorded history, of rituals performed in candlelit chambers, and of hidden treasures that vanish without a trace. And yet, despite centuries of exploration, a haunting question lingers. What if these caves are not isolated mysteries, but pieces of a vast, interconnected network that spans continents, a secret highway of knowledge and power built by a civilization that predates our own? Imagine, for a moment, standing at the entrance of one of these caves. The air is cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of stone and soil. Your flashlight cuts through the darkness, illuminating walls etched with symbols that no modern language can decipher, symbols that may have been left by hands seeking to communicate something lost to time. You hear the faint drip of water echoing through narrow tunnels, a sound that has remained unchanged for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. There is a strange thrill in this exploration, a mix of fear and fascination, because deep down, you sense that what lies ahead is more than just stone and shadow. It is a window into the past, a key to understanding mysteries that mainstream archaeology has either ignored or cannot explain. These are the places where history and legend collide, where the known world fades and the unknown begins. Across cultures and continents, caves have always been more than shelters or sources of raw materials. In ancient India, sacred caves served as meditation chambers and spiritual sanctuaries, carved meticulously into mountainsides. In the Andes, tunnels beneath remote settlements whispered of rituals and journeys to otherworldly realms. In Europe, prehistoric caves bear paintings that depict animals, celestial bodies, and enigmatic symbols whose meanings remain undeciphered. And in North America, indigenous oral traditions speak of subterranean passages connecting distant lands, places of emergence, and sacred spaces beneath the earth. Each culture seems to echo the same fascination with what lies below, suggesting that humans have always sensed the extraordinary potential of the underground. Could these scattered traditions point to a collective memory of something far greater, a network of caves deliberately used, connected, and maintained over millennia? Scientific exploration has revealed astonishing truths about these formations, yet every discovery seems to deepen the mystery rather than solve it. Modern speleology shows us how water, wind, and geological activity create vast underground systems, yet some caves contain chambers perfectly square, corridors unnaturally straight, or markings that appear to follow precise measurements. Some caves are aligned with astronomical events, sunlight piercing their entrances only on solstices or equinoxes. Others hide chambers filled with artifacts that predate known civilizations, or inscriptions in scripts that defy categorization. With every new technology, ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR scanning, satellite imaging, we uncover hidden passages that could not have been detected before, and yet, with every revelation, the questions multiply. Why do these patterns appear across continents separated by oceans? Why do caves in vastly different cultures and climates share similarities in design, scale, and symbolism? And most tantalizing of all, what was their purpose? Legends abound of vast subterranean cities, of entire populations living and thriving beneath the surface. In Turkey, the city of Derinkuyu astonishes with its multi-level chambers, ventilation shafts, and passages stretching hundreds of meters underground. In South America, explorers speak of tunnels that link remote ruins, some of which appear to vanish into the jungle as if swallowed by time itself. In myths and folklore, these caves are often described as portals, to other worlds, to hidden knowledge, or even to realms beyond human perception. Stories of giants, lost races, and guardians of the underground have persisted for centuries, suggesting that humans have long recognized something extraordinary hidden beneath the earth. But are these tales merely imaginative storytelling, or are they echoes of truths deliberately concealed, stories passed down as warnings or guides through a network humanity has mostly forgotten? As we embark on this journey, we will cross deserts, mountains, and frozen tundras. We will descend into chambers untouched for thousands of years, explore tunnels whose ends remain unseen, and examine markings and artifacts that challenge everything we thought we knew about human history. We will hear from experts and explorers, historians, and mystics, piecing together evidence that has been dismissed, ignored, or deemed impossible by mainstream thought. Along the way, we will encounter breathtaking revelations, chilling discoveries, and questions that have no clear answers. With each step deeper into the earth, the sense of wonder intensifies. The possibility that what we are witnessing is not just the remnants of isolated civilizations, but a global system carefully designed and maintained across the ages. A network built with knowledge, skill, and perhaps secrets humanity is only beginning to uncover. This exploration is not merely academic. It is a journey into the unknown, into the very fabric of history, challenging the conventional timelines of human civilization. Could there have been a civilization sophisticated enough to construct tunnels across continents? Could they have shared knowledge that has since been lost? Could these caves, scattered yet strangely interconnected, hold the key to understanding the true origins of humanity? The implications are staggering. If even a fraction of these connections are proven real, our understanding of history, culture, technology, and the human experience must be rewritten. And while mainstream scholars often hesitate to entertain such radical ideas, the evidence, both tangible and anecdotal, is mounting, demanding a closer look. By the end of this journey, you will see the world differently. The next time you pass a hill, a mountain, or a remote valley, you may wonder what lies beneath, hidden for centuries, silently guarding secrets. You may question whether our ancestors were truly as primitive as history books claim, or whether we have simply lost the memory of their ingenuity. You may even find yourself thinking about the possibility of a global network of caves, a hidden architecture of knowledge, spirituality, and survival that transcends culture, geography, and time. This is the story of humanity's hidden underworld, a narrative that blends science, legend, and mystery, a story that may force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew. Prepare to descend. The journey begins now. For as long as humans have walked the earth, we have looked down into the shadows with equal parts fear and fascination. The underground has always held a magnetic allure, a place where the ordinary rules of life seem suspended, and the impossible becomes conceivable. Across continents and cultures, stories of hidden chambers, secret tunnels, and mystical underworlds have been passed down through generations. Some speak of entire cities swallowed by the earth, others of sacred sanctuaries carved into stone where knowledge, treasures, or even supernatural powers were guarded. These legends are not merely fanciful tales. They often contain precise descriptions of geography, structural details, and natural phenomena that have been confirmed by modern exploration. Could it be that myth, in some cases, is memory, encoded across centuries and civilizations of a hidden subterranean reality? In the ancient Near East, stories of subterranean realms abound. The Sumerians spoke of Ker, a dark underworld filled with winding tunnels and shadowy chambers. Legends suggest that the gods themselves retreated into these underground worlds, their dwellings hidden from mortal eyes. In Mesopotamian texts, we read of kings and heroes descending into the earth, navigating labyrinthine passages to recover treasures, wisdom, or even life itself. These are not isolated narratives. Across the Mediterranean, Greek myths tell of Hades, a realm beneath the surface where mortals dared not tread, and yet some heroes, Orpheus, Theseus, descended willingly, braving unknown horrors to achieve monumental quests. The descriptions of caves, tunnels, and hidden chambers in these myths mirror the very features that modern speleologists encounter: narrow passages, dark chambers, water-carved corridors, and openings that allow light only at certain times of day. The fascination with the underground is not limited to Western traditions. In India, sacred cave complexes like Ajanta and Ellora are embedded with stories of gods, sages, and secret teachings. These caves were not merely places of worship. Some were designed to convey knowledge through symbolic architecture and hidden passages. Legends recount that certain chambers could only be accessed by those with specific knowledge, or at particular times aligned with astronomical events. Across Asia, similar motifs appear in the myths of China, where subterranean realms were described as homes to immortals, vast palaces beneath mountains, and passages that connected distant lands. Even in Japan, folklore speaks of hidden caverns that serve as gateways to otherworldly dimensions, often inhabited by spirits or mystical guardians. Across the globe, humans have intuitively associated the underground with mystery, power, and secrecy. Native cultures in the Americas also carry rich traditions of the subterranean. Indigenous tribes in North America tell of underground passageways used by ancestors, sometimes called emergence caves, where the first humans ascended to the surface from the underworld. In South America, Incan and pre-Incan myths describe tunnels and subterranean chambers linking distant settlements, often reserved for rituals, storage of sacred objects, or secretive gatherings. In these stories, the underground is not merely a physical space, it is a conduit of spiritual and cultural significance, a place where knowledge is preserved, guarded, and transmitted across generations. Many of these tales insist that only those with the proper understanding, respect, or spiritual readiness can navigate these tunnels safely, suggesting that these legends were more than entertainment. They were instructions, warnings, and records encoded in narrative form. European folklore, from the Scottish Highlands to the Bavarian Alps, contains remarkable parallels. Tales of dwarfs, gnomes, and hidden peoples inhabiting mountains and underground halls reflect a recurring theme. The earth conceals secrets that humans are not yet prepared to uncover. In some cases, these tales may have practical roots, stories warning against entering dangerous caverns or mining areas, but in many instances, they describe vast chambers, secret passageways, or natural phenomena that have only recently been verified by scientific exploration. In Ireland, the Saida, ancient fairies said to dwell underground, were believed to guard treasures and knowledge, and their realms were accessible only through carefully concealed entrances. The consistency of these motifs across geographically and culturally distinct societies is astonishing, hinting at a shared fascination, or perhaps even knowledge, of subterranean spaces. What is perhaps most compelling is how these legends often mirror physical reality. Modern archaeologists and explorers have repeatedly discovered tunnels, chambers, and entire underground cities that align with descriptions in myths long dismissed as fantastical. In Turkey, the multi-level city of Derinkuyu was discovered beneath Cappadocia, containing ventilation shafts, living quarters, and storage rooms capable of sheltering thousands. This discovery mirrored stories in local folklore, previously considered mere legend. Similarly, in South America, underground passages connecting ancient ruins corroborate indigenous myths about secret tunnels linking sacred sites. Could it be that stories passed down over millennia preserved knowledge of these locations, encoded as myth until modern technology could validate their existence? Legends of the underground also often carry moral or symbolic weight. Descending into the darkness is rarely portrayed as a trivial journey. It is a test of courage, wisdom, and worthiness. In myth after myth, only those prepared for the trials of the underworld emerge transformed, bearing knowledge, insight, or treasures critical for the survival or advancement of their people. This pattern suggests that ancient cultures may have understood something profound about the subterranean, not merely as physical space, but as a realm of hidden truths, knowledge, and power. Could it be that the myths we read today are fragments of a larger, coherent understanding, a global memory of interconnected subterranean networks whose purpose and scope we are only beginning to glimpse? As we begin to trace the threads connecting these legends across continents, the possibility emerges that these caves and tunnels were never isolated. Perhaps they were nodes in a broader system, a network designed to preserve knowledge, conduct rituals, or facilitate travel and trade long before recorded history. Perhaps they were meant to protect humanity's most valuable secrets from the decay of time and the volatility of surface life. And perhaps, in their shadows, the ancestors left clues, encoded in story, symbol, and legend, waiting for the modern world to rediscover them. The question that drives our journey is simple yet staggering. What if the myths were right all along? What if the underground is not a collection of isolated phenomena, but the remnants of a hidden network that spans the globe, connecting civilizations across time and space? Our exploration will take us from myth to discovery, from folklore to hard evidence, weaving together the stories that have captivated humanity for millennia. We will meet experts who challenge conventional timelines, examine artifacts that defy explanation, and venture into caves that continue to guard their secrets. Step by step, we will uncover whether these legends were mere imagination, or a roadmap to something far greater than anyone has dared to imagine. The journey into the underworld begins here, where the shadows of the past beckon, and the legends of the underground promise revelations that may change how we see human history forever. Long before satellites, GPS, or modern surveying tools, humans were attempting to chart the unknown. Maps are more than mere representations of terrain. They are windows into the knowledge, imagination, and priorities of the societies that created them. Yet, scattered across history are maps that defy logic, hinting at a world far older and more interconnected than conventional history admits. Some depict coastlines and continents with astonishing precision, long before explorers were believed to have reached those lands. Others show rivers, mountains, and islands that vanished or remain undiscovered today. Within these cryptic depictions, some scholars argue, are hints of subterranean networks, tunnels, hidden entrances, and secret passages that defy explanation. The idea is provocative. Perhaps humanity's earliest mapmakers were not just charting the visible world, but also revealing what lies beneath it. Consider, for a moment, the Piri race map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer. While celebrated for its accurate depiction of parts of the Americas, some historians have noted the inclusion of strange features, coastlines and mountain ranges that correspond to Antarctica, yet shown free of ice. While the notion is controversial, it raises questions. How could such precise knowledge exist centuries before official exploration? Could the mapmakers have incorporated information passed down from even older civilizations, some of which may have known the locations of subterranean corridors, hidden rivers, or underground chambers? It is as if the map contains layers of truth, blending the surface world we know with the hidden depths beneath. Maps from other civilizations carry equally perplexing hints. Ancient Chinese maps, some dating back over 2 millennia, depict complex networks of rivers, mountains, and caves that correspond strikingly with geological formations later confirmed by modern science. In India, medieval cartographers included mountains, rivers, and forested regions that seem oddly specific, even showing dotted paths that some researchers interpret as secret routes or underground passages. Across the globe, from the Mayan codices to medieval European atlases, there appears to be a subtle, recurring theme. The world is not just a flat surface to traverse, but a layered system of visible and hidden realms. Some scholars argue that these maps are not simply navigational tools. They are repositories of knowledge, encoding information about both above-ground and subterranean landscapes. But it is not just ancient maps that hint at the unknown. Local cartographies, passed down orally and drawn on cave walls or clay tablets, often reveal astonishing details about hidden passages, tunnels, and sacred chambers. Indigenous communities in South America, for example, have maintained maps of cave systems connecting ancient sites, long before any formal survey was conducted. These maps, often highly symbolic, blend physical geography with spiritual and cultural knowledge, suggesting that the underground world was not merely a resource or a refuge. It was a vital component of societal memory and survival. In many cases, explorers have found that these mythical maps correspond precisely to real subterranean networks, confirming legends that were dismissed as folklore. Modern technology has begun to uncover what ancient mapmakers may have known intuitively. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and satellite imaging can detect voids, tunnels, and chambers invisible to the naked eye. In recent years, archaeologists using these tools have discovered caves previously unknown, some stretching for kilometers, and others containing structures that appear deliberately constructed. Often, these findings align with ancient descriptions, confirming that early civilizations may have possessed far more sophisticated knowledge of the Earth's hidden interior than previously imagined. The implication is staggering. The maps, myths, and legends we have long relegated to fiction may encode real, tangible knowledge, preserved in symbols and lines waiting for modern explorers to decode. Some of the most intriguing examples are found in remote regions where natural topography and human engineering converge in ways that defy simple explanation. In the deserts of Egypt, scholars have uncovered tunnels and subterranean chambers whose layouts mirror elements depicted on ancient cartographic records. In the jungles of South America, explorers have located passageways connecting ruins that align with paths suggested by local drawings and stories, often hidden beneath dense foliage for centuries. In Europe, underground networks beneath mountains echo lines drawn in medieval atlases, implying that knowledge of these systems was deliberately preserved across generations. Across continents, a pattern emerges. Human memory, encoded in maps, often anticipated discoveries made centuries later, hinting at a deeper understanding of the planet's hidden dimensions. The question, then, becomes impossible to ignore. Why were these subterranean networks preserved in maps and legends across cultures? Were they merely practical guides for trade, water supply, or refuge? Or was there something more, knowledge deemed too important, too sacred, or too dangerous to reveal openly? Some researchers speculate that hidden networks were intended to serve multiple purposes: ceremonial, protective, and utilitarian. They could have facilitated the movement of people and goods, the preservation of wisdom, and the safeguarding of treasures, all while remaining concealed from those not initiated into the secret knowledge. The maps, then, are more than navigational tools. They are coded messages, waiting for the right eyes to interpret them correctly. Even more compelling are the anomalies that appear repeatedly across time and space. Similar symbols, shapes, and pathways appear in maps from entirely unrelated civilizations, as if a universal understanding of the subterranean existed. In some cases, These symbols appear both in practical maps used by traders and in sacred maps used by priests or shamans, bridging the gap between the physical and spiritual worlds. Could this convergence indicate a shared knowledge of a hidden global network, passed down through generations, continents, and cultures? Could it be that early civilizations were aware of connections beneath the surface that modern science is only beginning to appreciate? As we continue this journey, we will examine not only ancient and modern maps but also the stories and discoveries they encode. We will explore how these lines, symbols, and pathways correspond to real caves, tunnels, and chambers, sometimes hidden for millennia. We will uncover how myths, folklore, and cartography intersect, suggesting that the knowledge of a hidden underground world was more widespread than anyone imagined. And we will ask the most profound question of all: if these networks exist, spanning continents and connecting civilizations, what secrets might they hold about the past and about the future? Mapping the unknown is more than an academic exercise. It is a voyage into human memory, ingenuity, and imagination. It challenges our assumptions about history, forces us to reconsider what our ancestors knew, and beckons us to uncover truths buried beneath layers of stone, soil, and time. As we trace these ancient lines and decipher these hidden maps, we step closer to understanding the vast, secret architecture of the underground, a global network whose existence could redefine everything we thought we knew about our world. Beneath the surface of our planet lies a hidden world, sculpted over millions of years, where stone and water dance in silent, deliberate choreography. To the untrained eye, caves may appear as simple hollows in rock, formed by natural forces over time. Yet, when viewed through the lens of science, they reveal a complex interplay of geology, hydrology, and chemistry that produces some of the most extraordinary natural structures on Earth. From stalactites that drip in measured rhythm to vast underground chambers stretching for kilometers, caves are both delicate and immense, mysterious and mathematically precise. Understanding how they form is essential, not only to appreciate their beauty but also to recognize when nature's work crosses paths with human hands, creating spaces that may have been deliberately designed for purposes long lost to history. Most caves begin as a slow, almost imperceptible process of erosion. Water, slightly acidic from carbon dioxide in the atmosphere or soil, seeps into cracks and fissures in rock, gradually dissolving limestone or other soluble materials. Over thousands or millions of years, these cracks expand into tunnels and chambers, sometimes large enough to host entire ecosystems. Rivers may carve deep passageways, while underground lakes provide reservoirs for both wildlife and, potentially, humans. Temperature, mineral content, and tectonic activity further influence the shapes and sizes of caves, producing formations that seem almost artistic in their precision. Scientists categorize caves based on these natural processes: solution caves, lava tubes, sea caves, and ice caves, each telling a story about the Earth's dynamic history. Yet, not every cave follows the expected rules of formation. Some defy logic, containing chambers that are unnaturally straight, angles that seem mathematically precise, or passages aligned with astronomical phenomena. In Cappadocia, Turkey, for example, explorers have discovered underground complexes with ventilation shafts and corridors that suggest deliberate planning rather than random geological processes. In South America, tunnels appear to connect distant ruins, their entrances carefully concealed, as if designed with intent and foresight. These anomalies force scientists and explorers alike to question the line between natural formation and human intervention. Could ancient civilizations, operating with knowledge we have yet to fully understand, have harnessed natural processes to create functional subterranean spaces? Could they have shaped caves to serve as shelters, ritual centers, or secret networks that span the globe? Inside caves, conditions are extreme yet surprisingly stable. Temperature and humidity often remain constant year-round, creating an environment that preserves organic materials, artifacts, and even human remains for thousands of years. This stability explains why caves have been used as shelters and sanctuaries since the earliest days of human history. Prehistoric people left behind paintings, carvings, tools, and ceremonial objects, often hidden deep within chambers accessible only to the initiated. The preservation of these artifacts allows modern archaeologists to glimpse the lives, beliefs, and skills of ancient societies. In this sense, caves act as natural time capsules, maintaining a record of human activity and environmental conditions far longer than any above-ground structure could endure. Caves also present extraordinary challenges for those who explore them. The very conditions that preserve their secrets, darkness, narrow passageways, treacherous footing, demand careful preparation and skill. Many caves remain unexplored precisely because of their danger: sudden drops, underground rivers, toxic gases, and fragile formations that crumble under even slight pressure. Yet these obstacles have not deterred explorers throughout history. From early speleologists mapping the intricate systems of the French Alps to modern scientists using drones and robotic probes to navigate unexplored chambers, human curiosity continues to push the boundaries of what we know about the underground. Each expedition uncovers new layers of complexity, revealing not only geological wonders but also tantalizing hints of human activity that could connect distant sites across continents. The study of caves is interdisciplinary by necessity. Geologists map the rock formations, hydrologists track underground rivers, chemists analyze mineral deposits, and archaeologists examine human-made structures and artifacts. Speleologists, the scientists dedicated specifically to cave exploration, must understand physics, biology, and engineering to safely navigate and document these subterranean worlds. This integration of knowledge has led to astonishing discoveries: fossilized remains of species long thought extinct, traces of human habitation predating conventional history, and chambers containing artifacts whose origins and purposes remain unexplained. The deeper scientists explore, the more they realize that caves are not merely geological curiosities. They are archives, laboratories, and, in some cases, evidence of lost civilizations. Yet, the science of caves also reveals their potential as conduits, natural highways connecting regions once thought isolated. Water, wind, and erosion can create tunnels that extend for miles, linking rivers, valleys, and subterranean reservoirs. Some researchers speculate that ancient civilizations may have discovered and utilized these natural corridors to move people, resources, and knowledge. In Cappadocia, Derinkuyu's 18-level underground city is so vast it could have housed thousands, complete with ventilation shafts and escape routes. Similarly, in South America, explorers have found evidence of tunnels that appear to connect distant ruins, suggesting that humans may have expanded or modified natural formations to serve specific purposes. The blending of natural and human-made structures challenges our understanding of what is possible and suggests that caves may hold more than geological secrets. They may be keys to understanding advanced knowledge lost to time. Perhaps most intriguingly, caves serve as a bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. Across cultures, caves have been considered sacred, mysterious, or even portals to other realms. The natural acoustics, shadows, and isolation of subterranean chambers create an atmosphere that is both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Ancient civilizations may have recognized these qualities, deliberately selecting or shaping caves for ritualistic, spiritual, or ceremonial purposes. From underground temples in India to ceremonial chambers in the Andes, evidence suggests that caves were more than shelters. They were sacred spaces, imbued with meaning and significance that transcended the practical needs of survival. The science of caves, therefore, does not just explain how they were formed, it illuminates why they have held such power over human imagination and ingenuity for millennia. Understanding caves is to understand the intersection of time, geology, and human history. They are monuments carved by nature, refined by human hands, and preserved by the passage of ages. They are dark theaters where civilizations enacted rituals, stored treasures, and perhaps even communicated across distances and generations. For modern explorers, scientists, and dreamers alike, caves represent a challenge and an invitation. A challenge to navigate the unknown, and an invitation to uncover truths long hidden beneath the earth. As we descend into these hidden worlds, guided by the science that illuminates their formation and the evidence of human ingenuity, we begin to glimpse the full scope of what lies beneath our feet, a universe of shadow, mystery, and possibility, waiting to be understood. Long before the rise of cities, empires, or written history, humans sought refuge in the depths of the earth. The earliest caves were more than shelters. They were sanctuaries, laboratories, and canvases for the first expressions of human consciousness. Carved by natural forces over millennia, these caverns became intertwined with the very evolution of humanity, offering protection from predators, harsh climates, and the uncertainty of life above ground. In exploring these ancient sites today, we are not merely tracing the footsteps of early humans. We are peering into the beginnings of civilization itself, into spaces where survival, ritual, and imagination intersected in profound and sometimes inexplicable ways. One of the most remarkable examples is the Chauvet Cave in southern France, dating back over 30,000 years. Its walls are adorned with some of the oldest known cave paintings, depicting horses, lions, mammoths, and other creatures with astonishing realism and artistic mastery. The sheer sophistication of these images challenges conventional assumptions about early humans, suggesting an advanced understanding of anatomy, movement, and symbolism. Yet what is equally fascinating is the choice of space itself. Chauvet's chambers are not easily accessible. They are deep, dark, and remote, suggesting that the act of entering the cave was as significant as the artwork within. The journey into the depths may have been a form of ritual initiation, a transformative experience meant to connect early humans with forces larger than themselves, whether spiritual, communal, or existential. Similarly, the Lascaux cave system, also in France, contains over 600 paintings and thousands of engravings dating back nearly 20,000 years. The caves are labyrinthine, with passageways that twist and turn unpredictably, yet many of the artworks are positioned deliberately near natural alcoves, corners, or ledges. The alignment of certain images with faint natural light filtering from openings suggests an intentional design, where the interplay of shadow and illumination could enhance the experience of those entering the space. Archaeologists speculate that these early humans were experimenting not just with art, but with the architecture of perception itself, understanding how space, light, and form could influence the observer's mind. In essence, the caves were early theaters of human thought, and the walls served as both stage and audience. But these caves were not merely artistic endeavors, they were functional sanctuaries. Deep within the earth, temperatures remain remarkably stable, providing refuge from the scorching summers and freezing winters above ground. Early humans could store food, preserve materials, and live in relative safety from predators. In some caves, archaeologists have found evidence of hearths, tools, and sleeping areas, carefully arranged to maximize efficiency and comfort. The deeper chambers, often difficult to access, may have served as protective hideaways, or as spaces for communal gatherings, storytelling, and the passing down of oral history. These are the earliest known examples of humans interacting with underground spaces, not merely as transient shelters but as intentional, curated environments. Beyond Europe, caves in Africa provide the earliest evidence of Homo sapiens' ingenuity. Sites such as Blombos Cave in South Africa, dating back over 70,000 years, reveal engraved ochre, shell beads, and other artifacts that point to complex symbolic thought and cultural expression. These discoveries suggest that humans were not only surviving in caves but also using them to create, communicate, and preserve knowledge. Similarly, in East Africa's Rift Valley, caves have yielded fossils and tools that illuminate the evolution of humans and their ancestors. The caves themselves, shaped by natural forces over millions of years, became intertwined with human development, acting as both stage and archive for the earliest chapters of our story. In Asia, cave complexes such as those at Bhimbetka in India, which contain paintings dating back over 30,000 years, demonstrate a striking parallel to European examples. The art depicts animals, hunting scenes, and symbolic motifs, indicating both daily life and spiritual or ritualistic activity. What is compelling is the consistency across continents. Early humans repeatedly chose caves as spaces to protect, preserve, and elevate their culture. This recurring pattern suggests an intuitive understanding of the cave's unique properties, not just its physical sheltering capability but its capacity to hold memory, imagination, and ritual. These early inhabitants may have recognized something profound about the subterranean environment, that it could serve as a bridge between the tangible and the intangible, between survival and meaning. Some of the earliest caves also reveal evidence of interconnectedness, long before recorded history. In parts of Europe and Asia, subterranean passages suggest that humans may have modified natural formations to connect multiple chambers, creating networks that facilitated movement, storage, and possibly ritual progression. In these cases, we see a deliberate shaping of the environment, an early form of engineering that blends practicality with symbolic or spiritual considerations. Could these early networks have been the first hints of a broader global system? While the evidence is fragmentary, the pattern is compelling. Humans across the world were drawn to the underground, not just as a place of refuge, but as a canvas for innovation, expression, and connection. Beyond the practical and artistic, caves also seem to have held a spiritual dimension. Many early sites contain objects, symbols, and arrangements that suggest ritualistic or ceremonial activity. From engraved stones to patterned distributions of hearths and tools, these features hint at a recognition that the cave itself was sacred, a threshold between the human and the divine. In some traditions, caves were seen as entrances to other realms, places where spirits, ancestors, or deities could be encountered. This perception of the cave as a liminal space, a threshold between worlds, is remarkably consistent across cultures and time periods. It speaks to a deep-seated human understanding that the underground is not merely a physical space, but a domain where the mysteries of existence can be confronted and explored. As we study these earliest caves today, we are faced with both awe and perplexity. How did early humans, without modern tools or knowledge, create and utilize spaces with such sophistication? How did they combine functionality, symbolism, and art in a way that resonates across continents and millennia? And most provocatively, could these early caves represent the first nodes of a network that would, over thousands of years, grow into something far larger and more interconnected than we can yet fully comprehend? Every artifact, every chamber, and every passage is a fragment of a story still being uncovered. A story of human ingenuity, curiosity, and the relentless drive to explore what lies beneath. Uncovering the earliest caves is more than archaeology. It is an excavation of memory itself. These spaces allow us to witness the birth of human creativity, ritual, and survival instinct. They remind us that beneath the surface of our modern lives lies a history both ancient and astonishing, a history of people who, tens of thousands of years ago, ventured into the darkness not only to survive, but to create, to understand, and perhaps, to communicate across the hidden realms of the earth. Within the shadowy chambers of the world's earliest caves, humans left more than evidence of survival. They left messages etched in stone, pigments painted on walls, and symbols carved with deliberate care. Cave art is among the most profound legacies of our ancestors, yet it remains one of the most enigmatic. Across continents, from Europe to Africa, Asia to the Americas, these markings reveal a consciousness far deeper than what survival alone would require. They are not random doodles or mere decoration. They are deliberate acts of communication, record-keeping, and expression, encoding knowledge, belief systems, and perhaps even the outlines of networks connecting distant communities. As we peer into these ancient galleries, the walls speak a silent language, one that challenges the boundaries between art, ritual, and information. In Europe, the caves of Chauvet, Lascaux, and Altamira offer a window into the minds of early humans. The animals depicted are not merely sketches. They demonstrate an acute understanding of anatomy, motion, and behavior. Some animals appear in overlapping sequences, suggesting movement or narrative, a hunting scene, perhaps, or a symbolic story passed from one generation to the next. Beyond the artistry, these images often occupy locations deep within the cave, far from the entrance, where only the initiated would venture. The placement itself hints at secrecy, or at least exclusivity, implying that these chambers were intended for select eyes, those capable of reading and interpreting the messages encoded in shape, color, and sequence. Even more intriguing are the abstract symbols found alongside animal depictions: dots, lines, spirals, and geometric shapes whose meaning continues to elude scholars. Some researchers suggest that these marks could represent early forms of counting, mapping, or celestial observations. Others propose that they are spiritual symbols, meant to convey messages about the unseen world, or to guide participants through ritualistic ceremonies within the caves. Across Europe, similar motifs reappear, raising questions about whether these symbols were independent inventions or part of a broader, shared symbolic language. The repetition of these abstract forms hints at a level of sophistication in communication, a precursor to written language, and a potential method for encoding knowledge that could endure for thousands of years. Africa offers equally compelling evidence. At Blombos Cave in South Africa, pieces of ochre engraved with intricate patterns date back over 70,000 years. These early humans were not merely decorating stone, they were deliberately encoding patterns, a primitive form of messaging that may have carried symbolic, social, or spiritual significance. These markings suggest a capacity for abstract thought and communication far earlier than previously believed. Similarly, caves in the Sahara contain carvings and paintings depicting human figures, animals, and mysterious geometric designs that may represent maps, rituals, or records of events. The global recurrence of symbolic expression within caves hints at a universal human impulse to record, communicate, and preserve knowledge in the hidden, protected spaces beneath the earth. In Asia, the Bhimbetka rock shelters of India provide further testimony to this global phenomenon. Here, paintings dating back tens of thousands of years depict scenes of hunting, dancing, and spiritual ceremonies. More than mere snapshots of daily life, these images are strategically placed in natural alcoves and along pathways, suggesting an understanding of spatial storytelling. The arrangement of symbols, the choice of pigments, and the layering of images imply that these early artists were creating a narrative environment, a space in which messages were experienced over time as one moved through the chambers. It is as though the cave itself became a message board, a living archive designed to guide, instruct, or even inspire those who entered. In the Americas, caves in Brazil, Mexico, and the southwestern United States similarly reveal sophisticated artistic expression. The paintings and carvings often depict animals, astronomical phenomena, and abstract patterns whose purpose may have been ceremonial, educational, or mnemonic. Some researchers propose that certain symbols functioned as guides to subterranean passageways, encoded in ways that only those familiar with the culture could interpret. The possibility that cave art was not merely decorative but functional, serving as maps, instructions, or communication, opens a provocative window into how ancient humans may have interacted with hidden networks beneath the earth. Perhaps most astonishing are examples that suggest an awareness of connectivity across vast distances. Similar symbols, motifs, and artistic conventions appear in caves thousands of miles apart, across continents that had no known contact in prehistory. Spirals, handprints, and concentric circles emerge repeatedly in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas, hinting at a shared understanding or collective memory of symbolic representation. Could these repeated motifs indicate knowledge of subterranean routes, spiritual pathways, or networks connecting distant human settlements? While speculative, the parallels are difficult to dismiss, suggesting that cave art may serve as a coded archive of knowledge, messages embedded in stone, awaiting the right interpreters. The function of cave art may also extend beyond communication and ritual. Some researchers suggest it played a role in early mathematics or astronomy. In certain European caves, depictions appear to align with lunar and solar cycles, indicating that early humans were observing and recording celestial phenomena. This knowledge, encoded in protected underground chambers, may have served practical purposes such as agricultural planning, navigation, or timing of ceremonies. The idea that caves acted as both sacred spaces and repositories of technical knowledge reinforces the notion that the underground world was more than shelter. It was a classroom, a library, and a sanctuary all at once. Ultimately, cave art and ancient messages invite us to rethink the capabilities of early humans. These spaces were carefully chosen, curated, and decorated with intention, suggesting sophisticated cognitive abilities, symbolic thought, and perhaps even shared knowledge networks spanning generations. The message is clear. Caves were not passive shelters but active repositories of culture, knowledge, and power. They offered a hidden stage upon which humans could record their existence, communicate across time, and perhaps encode information too sensitive or sacred to be left exposed above ground. As we follow the faint lines of paint, the engraved dots, and the mysterious spirals across the globe, a tantalizing question emerges. What if these artistic expressions were not isolated acts but part of a broader effort to map, record, or even connect the subterranean world? Could the symbols and sequences within these ancient chambers hold keys to networks that spanned continents, linking communities through a combination of ritual, art, and subterranean passageways? Each cave, each chamber, each wall becomes a fragment of a story much larger than any single culture or era, a story of humans interacting with the hidden world beneath their feet, leaving messages that continue to challenge, inspire, and mystify us today. Beneath mountains, deserts, and remote valleys across the globe lie hidden sanctuaries, places of worship carved into stone and shadowed by mystery. Unlike the grand temples built in open spaces for public ceremonies, underground shrines were intimate, deliberate, and often inaccessible, spaces designed for those initiated into sacred knowledge. From India's Ajanta and Ellora caves to the subterranean sanctuaries of Cappadocia, these hidden chambers reveal a recurring pattern. Humans have always sought the profound power of the underground, not only as shelter or storage but as a spiritual and ritualistic realm. The choice to build beneath the surface suggests an understanding that the earth itself could amplify sacred experiences, heighten the senses, and preserve the sanctity of the rituals performed within. In India, the Ajanta caves offer one of the most striking examples of subterranean religious architecture. Carved into cliffs more than 1,000 years ago, these caves contain intricately sculpted shrines, monasteries, and halls adorned with murals depicting the life and teachings of the Buddha. The effort required to carve such spaces, moving tons of rock, creating precise chambers, and ensuring structural stability, demonstrates not only skill and devotion but also a sophisticated understanding of underground engineering. The caves were intentionally dark, with narrow entrances that allowed light to enter only at specific angles, creating dramatic effects that highlight certain carvings or paintings during rituals. The underground design transforms the act of entering the cave into a spiritual journey, a transition from the mundane world into a sacred, liminal space where the divine could be encountered. Similarly, the Ellora caves, also in India, feature vast underground temples carved directly from solid rock. These temples combine religious devotion with architectural brilliance, creating spaces where acoustics, light, and spatial arrangement enhance the spiritual experience. In some chambers, carvings align with astronomical events, suggesting that the placement of each shrine and relief was intentional and deeply symbolic. The underground environment itself becomes part of the ritual, an active participant in ceremonies that connect the earthly and divine. The caves were more than places of worship. They were carefully curated environments designed to communicate sacred knowledge, preserve ritual practices, and possibly serve as secret repositories of spiritual wisdom. Turkey's underground cities, such as Derinkuyu and Kaymakli, offer another dimension to subterranean sacred spaces. While often framed as refuges from invaders, these multi-level complexes also contain chapels, altars, and spaces that indicate religious activity. These underground cities are engineering marvels, with ventilation shafts, wells, and passages connecting living quarters to ceremonial areas. The integration of sacred spaces into a functional underground settlement suggests a dual purpose: protection and spiritual practice. In these examples, the underground serves as both a literal and symbolic refuge, a hidden world where faith, survival, and secrecy intersect, preserving knowledge and practices that might have been lost on the surface. In Europe, ancient subterranean sanctuaries tell equally fascinating stories. From the crypts beneath medieval cathedrals to pre-Christian underground shrines in caves, these spaces were deliberately hidden from view, accessed only by those with knowledge of their entrances and rituals. Some of these sanctuaries are aligned with celestial events, echoing patterns seen in caves across Asia. The recurring theme is striking. Whether in the East or West, humans have consistently recognized the underground as a potent space for connecting with the divine, preserving sacred knowledge, and performing ceremonies shielded from the uninitiated. In the Americas, evidence of underground ceremonial spaces adds yet another layer to this pattern. Indigenous cultures often built subterranean structures for rituals, initiations, and spiritual gatherings. Some caves contain symbolic carvings, arranged stones, or fire pits that suggest complex ceremonial practices. The locations were often chosen for their seclusion, echoing the understanding that the underground environment could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. In some cases, tunnels connected multiple chambers, hinting at a network design that facilitated processions, teachings, or initiatory journeys. These structures, while geographically distant from their Asian and European counterparts, share a striking conceptual similarity. The underground was a sacred stage for human connection with forces larger than ourselves. The design and construction of underground temples reveal a mastery of both natural and human engineering. Builders had to understand the geology of the region, ensuring that chambers would not collapse, that air and light were properly managed, and that sound could resonate within ceremonial spaces. The level of precision required indicates not only technical skill but also knowledge that was likely preserved and transmitted through generations. The repetition of similar underground designs across cultures raises an intriguing question. Could there have been a shared understanding, or even communication, between civilizations regarding the use of subterranean spaces for sacred purposes? Could these hidden sanctuaries have been connected in some way, physically, symbolically, or ritually, across vast distances? Moreover, underground temples often contain cryptic symbols, inscriptions, or artifacts whose meanings remain elusive. Some suggest they were used to record knowledge too sacred or dangerous to be left on the surface. Others propose that these hidden inscriptions served as navigational guides through subterranean networks, providing clues to entrances, exits, or connected chambers. Across continents, the combination of artistry, symbolism, and architecture hints at an advanced understanding of the underground, not merely a space, but as a medium for preserving, communicating, and protecting knowledge across generations. These underground shrines and temples invite profound reflection. They challenge the notion that early civilizations were primitive or disconnected. Instead, they reveal societies with sophisticated knowledge of architecture, spirituality, and the natural world. They demonstrate that humans recognize the transformative potential of the subterranean, harnessing darkness, stone, and silence to create spaces where ordinary life could be suspended and extraordinary experiences could unfold. Whether as sanctuaries, temples, or secret chambers, these caves and structures suggest that the underground was far more than a refuge. It was a deliberate stage for human ingenuity, ritual, and connection to forces unseen. As we continue to explore the hidden world beneath our feet, it becomes increasingly clear that underground temples and shrines were not isolated anomalies. They are part of a broader pattern, humanity's instinct to seek, shape, and sanctify the subterranean. These hidden spaces connect survival with spirituality, engineering with symbolism, and history with mystery. They hint at networks, both physical and conceptual, that may span continents and millennia, offering a glimpse of a world where humans not only survived underground but thrived in their pursuit of knowledge, ritual, and connection with the divine. Beneath the surface of the earth, long-forgotten corridors and shadowed chambers may hold the key to civilizations that history has overlooked or dismissed entirely. Hidden caves are not merely geological formations, they are potential repositories of knowledge, art, and culture, preserved in the silence of the underground. Around the world, explorers and archaeologists have unearthed evidence suggesting that entire societies may have lived, thrived, and even coordinated their activities in subterranean environments. These discoveries challenge our understanding of human history, hinting at a world far more complex, interconnected, and technologically sophisticated than conventional timelines admit. Consider the underground cities of Cappadocia, Turkey, where multi-level complexes like Derinkuyu and Kaymakli extend for kilometers beneath the surface. These cities could house tens of thousands of people, complete with ventilation systems, water supplies, storage chambers, and escape routes. Some passages are so narrow and labyrinthine that they would have been nearly impossible for invaders to navigate, while hidden rooms suggest areas reserved for ritual, governance, or storage of precious knowledge. Scholars debate the origins of these cities, with some suggesting they were constructed over centuries by local populations, while others argue that the sheer scale and precision hint at a more advanced or even forgotten civilization. The underground cities of Cappadocia are more than curiosities. They are monuments to ingenuity, survival, and secrecy. South America offers similarly astonishing examples. In the Andean regions of Peru and Bolivia, hidden tunnels and chambers connect ancient settlements in ways that defy conventional explanation. Some passages stretch for kilometers, often concealed beneath dense vegetation or embedded in mountainsides, suggesting a deliberate effort to link distant communities. These subterranean routes may have served practical purposes, such as trade, water management, or shelter, but they also raise intriguing questions about communication, organization, and shared knowledge. Could these tunnels represent remnants of a civilization whose achievements were deliberately hidden or lost to time? Archaeologists continue to debate, but the evidence points to a level of sophistication that challenges mainstream assumptions about pre-Columbian societies. In Africa, caves and rock shelters have yielded evidence of human activity dating back tens of thousands of years. Some of these sites contain tools, engravings, and symbolic objects that indicate complex social structures and spiritual practices. Certain caves appear to have been used as centers of cultural preservation, where knowledge, rituals, and art were safeguarded from environmental hazards or hostile forces. The depth and care with which these sites were maintained suggest that ancient humans recognized the protective and preservative potential of subterranean spaces. These hidden chambers were not merely refuges, they were vaults of human achievement, designed to endure the ravages of time. Across Asia, cave complexes reveal a similar pattern. The Ajanta and Ellora caves in India, though primarily known for their religious significance, also contain signs of advanced engineering, planning, and long-term occupation. The design of these underground spaces, aligned with light, acoustics, and structural stability, reflects a level of sophistication that some researchers argue is inconsistent with the commonly accepted technological capabilities of the era. In China, ancient caves contain inscriptions and artifacts that suggest ceremonial, astronomical, and possibly navigational functions. In every case, the caves act as hidden archives of human ingenuity, hinting at knowledge preserved and transmitted through subterranean networks across centuries. Even in Europe, lost or forgotten civilizations leave traces beneath the earth. Prehistoric cave dwellings and ceremonial sites in France, Spain, and Italy reveal complex social and artistic structures. The walls of these caves, adorned with paintings, carvings, and symbolic arrangements, serve as both record and communication system. They suggest that these societies were not isolated or primitive, but rather highly aware of the hidden potential of the underground. Some tunnels connect multiple chambers or even multiple settlements, hinting at a coordinated understanding of space and mobility beneath the surface. This raises the tantalizing possibility that the underground functioned as a network, linking settlements, knowledge, and sacred spaces in ways that challenge conventional historical narratives. The concept of lost civilizations inhabiting or utilizing subterranean networks is often dismissed as speculation, yet repeated patterns across continents demand closer scrutiny. Sophisticated engineering, deliberate placement of art and artifacts, hidden passageways, and advanced knowledge of environmental management point to societies far more capable than the mainstream record acknowledges. Could it be that history has overlooked an entire layer of human development, one preserved not above ground, but beneath it? If so, the implications are staggering. The underground may contain answers to questions about the origins of civilization, the spread of knowledge, and the technological capabilities of our ancestors. Some researchers propose that these hidden civilizations were intentionally concealed. Natural disasters, invasions, or deliberate acts of secrecy could have forced communities underground, while simultaneously encouraging them to develop sustainable, hidden infrastructures. Ventilation systems, water channels, storage chambers, and fortified passages reflect a high degree of planning and foresight. The surviving evidence suggests that these civilizations were not merely reactive. They were strategic, preserving not only life but also knowledge, culture, and possibly even technology in subterranean sanctuaries. This raises a profound question. What else remains hidden beneath the earth, waiting to be discovered? The evidence of hidden civilizations also intersects with mythology and folklore. Many cultures describe subterranean worlds inhabited by gods, spirits, or advanced beings. Legends of underground cities, tunnels, and sacred chambers appear in Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. While some of these stories may be symbolic, others correspond strikingly to physical discoveries, hinting at a blend of memory, myth, and reality. Could these legends preserve knowledge of subterranean civilizations, encoded as narrative for generations until rediscovered? The possibility is both thrilling and unsettling, suggesting that the underground may hold the key to rewriting the story of human history. As explorers, archaeologists, and scientists continue to uncover these hidden spaces, a tantalizing pattern emerges. Subterranean networks are not isolated. They are deliberately structured, often repeated across cultures, and consistently associated with advanced knowledge, ritual practice, and strategic planning. From Cappadocia to the Andes, from Africa to Asia, evidence accumulates that ancient humans understood the power of the underground, not merely a shelter, but as a medium for preserving civilization itself. These hidden caves are not passive spaces. They are active participants in history, silently recording the ingenuity, beliefs, and survival strategies of lost civilizations, waiting for modern eyes to decode their secrets. Uncovering hidden caves and lost civilizations is more than a quest for artifacts. It is a journey into the very fabric of human memory. Each passage, chamber, and inscription challenges our assumptions about what was possible in the ancient world. Each discovery adds a piece to a vast, subterranean puzzle that may connect continents, cultures, and epochs. The underground is not merely a stage for human activity. It is a repository of civilization, a testament to ingenuity, resilience, and the enduring human drive to explore, create, and preserve knowledge beyond the reach of time. Across continents and millennia, a tantalizing pattern emerges. Hidden caves, underground cities, and subterranean sanctuaries appear repeatedly in places that should be isolated, yet share remarkable similarities in design, function, and symbolism. These recurring features have led some researchers and theorists to propose a provocative idea: a lost global network, a system of subterranean pathways and chambers connecting civilizations long before recorded history. This theory suggests that ancient humans, or perhaps even civilizations predating known history, possessed knowledge of underground engineering, navigation, and architecture on a scale that modern science is only beginning to comprehend. While mainstream archaeology often approaches these claims with skepticism, the evidence is compelling enough to warrant serious investigation, especially when multiple anomalies across different regions defy conventional explanation. The first clue lies in architectural parallels. In Cappadocia, Turkey, the underground cities of Derinkuyu and Kemakli span multiple levels, with ventilation shafts, storage rooms, and secret passages designed for both protection and long-term habitation. Thousands of kilometers away, in the Andes, tunnels and subterranean chambers link ancient settlements with similar attention to ventilation, water management, and concealment. In India, the Ajanta and Ellora caves demonstrate sophisticated underground planning, combining religious function with structural ingenuity. Across these regions, engineers faced similar challenges: how to maintain airflow, prevent collapse, and create functional, navigable spaces underground. The striking resemblance in solutions across disconnected continents hints at shared knowledge or a universal understanding of subterranean construction, an understanding that some theorists argue could have been transmitted through a global network. Maps and symbols provide another layer of evidence. Ancient cartography and cave art often depict passageways, spiral motifs, or directional symbols that correspond to actual subterranean formations. Some suggest these markings served as guides for travelers, ritual practitioners, or tradespeople navigating hidden routes. In South America, the Nazca region's underground aqueducts, combined with local legends and geoglyphs, hint at a coded system of routes that may have extended far beyond immediate settlements. Across Europe, Africa, and Asia, recurring symbols, dots, lines, spirals, appear in caves, rock shelters, and ancient manuscripts. Could these motifs represent a universal symbolic language, encoding directions, warnings, or information about a hidden network? If so, the repetition of these signs across distant cultures suggests a shared understanding or transmission of subterranean knowledge that transcends geography. The theory of a global network also intersects with geological anomalies. Some cave systems exhibit unusual alignments with ley lines, magnetic anomalies, or natural energy sources, leading theorists to speculate that ancient builders may have selected locations based on more than just practicality. Certain underground chambers appear oriented to align with solstices, equinoxes, or celestial bodies, suggesting a combination of ritual, scientific, and strategic considerations. Could these locations have been chosen to connect sites in a broader network, with tunnels acting as arteries linking knowledge, resources, and cultural hubs? While skeptics argue these alignments are coincidental, the sheer number of examples worldwide makes coincidence less plausible and encourages exploration of more unconventional explanations. Legends and myths further support the possibility of a lost network. Across cultures, stories describe hidden cities, underground rivers, and secret passageways connecting distant lands. In Greek mythology, the labyrinth of Crete was said to contain secret chambers and tunnels. In South America, local lore speaks of subterranean routes linking sacred mountains and temples. In Asia, texts reference hidden chambers beneath mountains, sometimes called the homes of gods or enlightened beings. While some of these stories may be symbolic, others correspond strikingly to physical locations later verified by archaeologists. The convergence of legend, physical evidence, and recurring structural features strengthens the case that ancient civilizations may have intentionally created or utilized an interconnected system beneath the earth. Proponents of a global network theory also point to technological sophistication that seems out of place for the time periods in question. Ventilation shafts, multi-level engineering, and the careful alignment of passages suggest knowledge of airflow, structural integrity, and environmental control. In some caves, evidence of advanced water management, storage systems, and even subterranean agriculture has been discovered. These innovations would have allowed populations to survive underground for extended periods, facilitating trade, ritual, or strategic movement without exposure to surface dangers. The combination of advanced engineering and widespread occurrence suggests that knowledge of subterranean construction may have been shared, or rediscovered, by multiple civilizations, forming a hidden global system. Skeptics argue that similarities in caves and underground structures are coincidental, the result of convergent evolution, different civilizations solving similar problems independently. While this is possible in some cases, it does not easily explain the repeated use of similar symbols, spiral motifs, and functional designs across disconnected continents. Nor does it account for the alignment of certain subterranean chambers with celestial events, magnetic anomalies, or geographic features. For theorists of a lost global network, these repeated patterns are too precise and widespread to dismiss, suggesting a deeper connection that modern archaeology has yet to fully recognize. The implications of such a network are staggering. If true, it would suggest that human civilization has a hidden history far older and more interconnected than current records indicate. Underground tunnels and chambers could have facilitated the movement of people, ideas, and resources, allowing distant societies to communicate and coordinate long before surface travel was feasible. Ritual practices, sacred knowledge, and technological innovations may have been preserved and transmitted through this hidden network, offering a lifeline of continuity across generations. The global network, in essence, would represent an entirely unseen layer of human history, preserved beneath our feet, waiting for discovery. Explorers, archaeologists, and scientists continue to investigate these possibilities. Modern technologies such as ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and satellite imaging have revealed previously unknown tunnels, chambers, and cave systems, some stretching for miles. Each discovery adds weight to the theory, suggesting that the surface history we know may be only a fraction of the truth. As research progresses, the tantalizing possibility emerges that a lost global network of subterranean pathways once linked civilizations, preserving knowledge, culture, and secrets that challenge our understanding of human development. Ultimately, the theory of a lost global network forces us to reconsider what we know, and what we assume, about the past. It invites us to explore beyond conventional archaeology, to question accepted timelines, and to imagine a world in which human ingenuity and interconnectedness extended deep into the earth. Hidden caves, tunnels, and chambers may not simply be remnants of isolated activity. They may be the fingerprints of a global system, an underground web of civilization that has survived, largely unnoticed, for thousands of years. And if this network truly existed, it may hold secrets capable of redefining the story of humanity itself. Beneath mountains, deserts, and plains around the world lie passageways carved from stone, winding through the earth with precision and purpose. Ancient tunnels are more than simple conduits. They are enigmatic corridors that connect chambers, caves, and sometimes entire settlements. These subterranean routes challenge our understanding of early civilizations, suggesting a level of planning, engineering, and coordination that mainstream history often overlooks. From the winding tunnels of Turkey's Derinkuyu to the intricate underground systems in South America and Asia, these passageways reveal a hidden infrastructure designed for movement, survival, and possibly communication across great distances. The tunnels of Cappadocia, Turkey, stand as some of the most striking examples. Derinkuyu alone spans at least 18 levels, extending hundreds of feet underground, with narrow corridors connecting living quarters, storage rooms, and communal spaces. The tunnels were intentionally designed to be defensible, passages narrow at strategic points, doors reinforced with massive stone slabs, and hidden exits for emergency escape. Ventilation shafts and wells ensure fresh air and water circulation, demonstrating an advanced understanding of environmental engineering. Beyond mere practicality, these tunnels may have served as lifelines for entire populations during invasions or periods of political unrest, allowing inhabitants to move unseen, communicate, and preserve their communities beneath the surface. In South America, similar subterranean passageways have been discovered connecting ancient settlements in the Andes and Amazon regions. Some tunnels stretch for miles, linking villages, ceremonial sites, and storage chambers. Many entrances are hidden, concealed by natural terrain, while some passageways run beneath mountains or rivers, demonstrating sophisticated knowledge of engineering and geography. The question arises, were these tunnels simply practical measures for trade, water management, and protection, or were they part of a deliberate network designed to connect multiple centers of knowledge and ritual? Evidence suggests the latter is plausible, particularly when combined with the symbolic markers, cave art, and architectural parallels found across distant regions. Asia also offers remarkable examples. In India, the Ajanta and Ellora caves are connected by smaller passageways, allowing monks and visitors to navigate the complex while maintaining privacy and sacredness. Similarly, in China, subterranean networks beneath certain ancient settlements contain corridors aligned with cardinal directions and celestial events, indicating that the tunnels were more than functional. They were also symbolic and ceremonial. The tunnels often facilitate processions, initiate participants into ritual spaces, or provide a controlled journey from the mundane to the sacred. The repeated use of these principles across distant regions raises compelling questions about whether there was shared knowledge or convergent understanding of the underground's potential. In Europe, prehistoric tunnels and subterranean passageways are equally intriguing. In Malta, the Hypogeum of Al-Saflieni, a multi-level underground structure dating back over 5,000 years, contains intricate passageways leading to ceremonial chambers, burial areas, and hidden rooms. The precision of construction, smooth walls, aligned corridors, and carefully calculated acoustics suggests that the builders possessed a sophisticated understanding of underground architecture. Similarly, in France and Spain, tunnels within caves appear to guide participants along ritualistic paths, leading them deeper into chambers adorned with symbolic art. These passageways serve both functional and spiritual purposes, blending utility with the preservation and transmission of sacred knowledge. One of the most fascinating aspects of ancient tunnels is their potential connectivity. In some cases, tunnels and passageways appear to link not just chambers within a single site but multiple sites across a broader landscape. In the Andes, underground corridors connect distant ceremonial centers, suggesting coordination and planning at a regional scale. In Cappadocia, multiple underground cities are thought to be interconnected, forming a network that could facilitate movement, trade, and communication while remaining hidden from outsiders. These patterns hint at a level of social organization and engineering that challenges conventional timelines of human capability. Could it be that ancient societies developed a global understanding of subterranean design, creating networks that spanned continents, yet left only fragmented evidence behind? The engineering of ancient tunnels also demonstrates remarkable adaptability. Builders contended with unstable rock, underground water, and air circulation issues, often developing ingenious solutions. Ventilation shafts, inclined corridors, and strategically placed exits illustrate knowledge of fluid dynamics and structural integrity that one might not expect from societies without modern tools. In some tunnels, walls were deliberately angled to prevent collapse, while floors were leveled and reinforced to allow passage of people, animals, or goods. The sophistication of these designs raises profound questions about the transmission of knowledge. How did distant civilizations arrive at such similar solutions independently, or were they part of a shared understanding passed through hidden networks? Beyond the practical and engineering aspects, tunnels often carry symbolic significance. Descending into a narrow, dark passage can evoke a journey from the known world into the unknown, a metaphor mirrored in rituals and spiritual practices across cultures. In many ancient sites, passageways lead to chambers that contain ceremonial artifacts, sacred inscriptions, or burial sites, suggesting that the physical act of moving through the tunnels was itself an integral part of the ritual experience. The tunnel is not merely a conduit. It is a transformative space, guiding individuals from the ordinary to the extraordinary, from surface reality to hidden knowledge. Finally, the question of purpose lingers. Were these tunnels primarily defensive, practical, or spiritual? Evidence suggests they served all three roles simultaneously. They provided shelter from invaders and natural disasters, enabled long-distance communication and transportation, and facilitated ritual and spiritual practices. In doing so, ancient tunnels functioned as nodes within a broader, possibly global network, a hidden infrastructure that connected knowledge, communities, and sacred spaces in ways we are only beginning to understand. Exploring ancient tunnels today continues to challenge assumptions and excite imagination. Advances in technology, including ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and robotic exploration, have revealed previously unknown passageways and hidden chambers, some extending for miles. Each discovery reinforces the idea that ancient humans were far more sophisticated than previously credited, capable of engineering complex, subterranean systems that combined utility, ritual, and symbolism. As we trace these tunnels across continents, we begin to see the outlines of a hidden world, an underground network that may have linked civilizations, preserved knowledge, and protected secrets through the ages. In essence, ancient tunnels and passageways are more than archaeological curiosities. They are evidence of human ingenuity, spiritual awareness, and strategic planning on a global scale. They invite us to reconsider history, to imagine civilizations that were interconnected in ways that defy conventional narratives, and to acknowledge that beneath the surface of the Earth lies a hidden layer of human achievement, waiting to be fully explored and understood. Water is life. For ancient civilizations, controlling it was a matter not only of survival but of power, culture, and ingenuity. While rivers, lakes, and rain provided obvious sources, some of the most remarkable examples of human engineering lie hidden underground. Intricate subterranean water systems and reservoirs carved into stone, protected from the elements and often concealed from outsiders. These hidden networks reveal a level of technical mastery and foresight that continues to baffle modern engineers and historians alike. Far from mere wells or cisterns, these systems were carefully designed to supply entire communities, support ritualistic practices, and sometimes even maintain secret pathways beneath cities and mountains. One of the most famous examples exists in the ancient city of Derinkuyu, Cappadocia. Deep beneath the earth, a network of tunnels contains wells and water channels capable of sustaining thousands of people. Ingeniously designed, these systems ensured that inhabitants could survive underground for extended periods without emerging, even during invasions or natural disasters. The placement of shafts and conduits demonstrates an understanding of hydraulics and pressure, with vertical shafts ensuring air circulation while simultaneously serving as access points to water. It is not merely a survival system, it is a marvel of engineering, blending functionality with strategic concealment. In the deserts of the Middle East, qanats, or underground aqueducts, represent another extraordinary example of ancient water management. Originating in Persia over 3,000 years ago, these gently sloping tunnels channel water from aquifers deep in mountains to distant fields and settlements. Qanats could stretch for dozens of kilometers, maintaining a steady flow through careful grading and alignment. Unlike open canals, these subterranean channels reduced evaporation, protected the water from contamination, and ensured a reliable supply in harsh climates. They required precise surveying, engineering skills, and long-term planning, a testament to the ingenuity of ancient engineers who understood how to manipulate the hidden world beneath the earth. South America offers similarly impressive examples. In Peru, the Incas developed complex underground water systems that fed terraces, settlements, and ceremonial sites high in the Andes. Springs were channeled through stone conduits into hidden reservoirs, often within mountains or beneath temples, ensuring both functionality and secrecy. Water in these systems was sometimes used for ritual purification, symbolizing the blending of practical necessity with spiritual significance. The underground systems were not random. They were carefully integrated into the landscape, aligning with natural features, sacred mountains, and astronomical markers, highlighting a sophisticated awareness of geography and cosmology. Even in Europe, ancient subterranean reservoirs demonstrate advanced planning. In Malta, the hypogeum of Alsaflieni contains hidden cisterns and channels that collected and distributed water within the underground complex. The builders carved conduits that prevented flooding while maintaining access for ritual or everyday use. Similarly, in France and Spain, prehistoric caves show evidence of water collection systems used to sustain populations and possibly aid in ceremonial activities. Across these examples, a pattern emerges. Humans consistently sought to harness the protective and enduring qualities of the underground to control one of life's most vital resources. Some subterranean water systems reveal connections to the larger theory of a lost global network. In Iran, qanats link multiple settlements across vast distances, providing hidden arteries of life-sustaining water. In Cappadocia, tunnels and wells connect entire underground cities. In South America, hidden channels link mountains, rivers, and terraces. These systems suggest not merely local ingenuity but a broader understanding of interconnectedness. Water, the lifeblood of civilizations, may have acted as both a practical and symbolic conduit, connecting communities in ways that remain only partially understood today. Beyond survival, hidden water systems also carried cultural and spiritual significance. In many ancient societies, water was sacred, associated with purification, life, and divine forces. Subterranean reservoirs often fed ritual baths, ceremonial fountains, or sacred springs, blending engineering with spirituality. Descending into a hidden chamber to access water may have symbolized a journey into the sacred, with the subterranean environment amplifying the experience. These hidden systems were not simply practical. They were intentionally integrated into the social, religious, and cultural fabric of the communities that built them. The engineering precision of these systems is particularly striking when one considers the tools and knowledge available to ancient civilizations. Carving tunnels through solid rock, maintaining a constant slope for water flow, ensuring structural stability, and controlling air circulation would have required careful planning and transmission of specialized knowledge across generations. Some subterranean systems appear to predate known civilizations or technologies, suggesting that this knowledge may have been inherited from older, perhaps lost, cultures. Could it be that these water networks were part of a wider, interconnected system of underground knowledge, shared across regions and continents? The idea is speculative but gains credibility in light of repeated patterns across disparate locations. Modern discoveries continue to reveal previously unknown subterranean water systems. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and on-site explorations have uncovered hidden aqueducts, reservoirs, and conduits that were invisible to early archaeologists. Each discovery adds weight to the idea that ancient humans understood the underground as a resource-rich environment, capable of supporting entire communities, facilitating trade, and sustaining cultural and spiritual life. It also reinforces the possibility that there existed a network of knowledge about subterranean engineering that transcended local civilizations, hinting at a hidden layer of global human ingenuity. Ultimately, subterranean water systems and hidden reservoirs illustrate the genius of ancient civilizations and their intimate understanding of the hidden world beneath their feet. These systems were practical, sustaining life and civilization. They were strategic, protecting populations during times of danger, and they were spiritual, connecting humans with sacred forces through hidden, carefully curated spaces. By studying these systems, we gain not only insight into the ingenuity of the past, but also a glimpse into the possibility that ancient civilizations were far more interconnected, sophisticated, and secretive than the surface of history suggests. In exploring these hidden waters, we begin to see the underground not as empty darkness but as a dynamic, engineered environment. Rivers, channels, and reservoirs carved beneath the earth may have acted as veins, linking communities, enabling survival, and preserving knowledge. They remind us that human innovation has always sought hidden paths, blending practicality with symbolism, engineering with spirituality, and survival with secrecy. The subterranean world, it seems, was never simply a refuge. It was a foundation upon which civilizations could thrive, hidden from sight but enduring through time. As explorers venture deeper into hidden caves, underground temples, and forgotten passageways, one striking pattern often emerges: precise geometric arrangements etched into walls, floors, and ceilings. These are not random designs or mere decorations. They are deliberate, calculated patterns that reflect a deep understanding of sacred geometry. From concentric circles to spirals, grids to interlocking triangles, the geometry in subterranean chambers appears with startling consistency across continents, time periods, and cultures. These patterns suggest that ancient humans, whether in Europe, Asia, or the Americas, possessed a sophisticated knowledge of mathematics, symbolism, and spatial harmony, and applied it to the design of sacred underground spaces. In Europe, prehistoric caves such as those in France and Spain showcase spirals, labyrinths, and dot patterns carved or painted on walls. Some researchers believe these designs correspond to celestial events, lunar cycles, or astronomical alignments, turning the underground chambers into cosmic calendars. The repetitive, precise nature of the geometry suggests that the artists were not merely decorating space but encoding knowledge, a hidden language of shapes intended to convey meaning to those initiated into its secrets. In some cases, these geometric forms are positioned in relation to natural rock formations, enhancing acoustics, guiding movement, or even focusing energy within the chamber. In India, caves like Ellora and Ajanta provide further evidence of sacred geometry applied with meticulous care. Temples and shrines within these complexes are aligned to specific cardinal points, with proportions and angles reflecting spiritual and cosmological principles. Circular and triangular motifs are repeated throughout the chambers, suggesting a deliberate effort to harmonize the physical space with metaphysical concepts. The geometric precision enhances the experience of the visitor, guiding the eye, focusing attention, and creating a sense of order and transcendence. It is as though the underground chamber itself becomes a living symbol, a manifestation of the universe in miniature. The Americas, too, offer compelling examples. In Peru and Mexico, ancient subterranean structures and hidden chambers reveal patterns of sacred geometry integrated into walls, floors, and ceremonial spaces. Certain alignments correspond to solstices or equinoxes, suggesting that the underground environment was designed to capture and manipulate natural light. Some researchers propose that these patterns also served as mnemonic devices, encoding knowledge about navigation, astronomy, or spiritual principles. The recurrence of geometric motifs across cultures separated by vast oceans challenges the notion that these ideas arose independently, raising the possibility of shared understanding, or even lost networks of knowledge connecting early civilizations. Sacred geometry in underground chambers often goes hand in hand with ritual and spiritual practice. Many cultures believe that certain geometric forms possessed inherent power, capable of harmonizing the body, mind, and spirit or connecting humans to higher realms. Circles symbolize unity and eternity, spirals suggest cycles of life and cosmic motion, triangles represent stability and the trinity of existence. By embedding these forms into subterranean spaces, ancient builders transformed the act of entering a chamber into a spiritual journey. Movement through geometrically designed passageways may have been intended to initiate participants, guide them through stages of awareness, or prepare them for ceremonies in sanctuaries deeper within the underground complex. Acoustic engineering often accompanied geometric design. Certain chamber shapes amplify sound, allowing chants, drums, or other ritual noises to resonate in ways that heighten the spiritual or psychological experience. In some caves, sound appears to interact with the geometric patterns, creating a multisensory environment that engages sight, hearing, and even perception of spatial awareness. This sophisticated combination of geometry, sound, and space demonstrates that ancient humans viewed the underground not merely as a shelter or storage space but as a canvas for creating powerful, immersive experiences. Some theorists argue that sacred geometry in underground chambers may also indicate knowledge of universal principles, such as resonance, vibration, and energy flow. In this view, certain shapes and proportions were used intentionally to channel forces or maintain balance within the subterranean environment. Across continents, the recurrence of these geometric forms, often in precisely the same ratios or arrangements, suggests a shared understanding of natural laws, a knowledge that may have been passed down through generations or transmitted via networks of subterranean knowledge. Whether practical, spiritual, or energetic, these geometric designs point to a level of sophistication that challenges conventional historical timelines. Interestingly, some geometric patterns appear to serve as maps or guides within the underground complexes. Spirals, concentric circles, and angular motifs sometimes correspond to passageways, hidden chambers, or ritual sequences. In this sense, sacred geometry functions both symbolically and practically, encoding information about spatial navigation, ceremonial stages, or even subterranean networks. The dual purpose of these patterns, practical and mystical, demonstrates the ingenuity of ancient civilizations, blending science, art, and spirituality in ways that modern observers are only beginning to appreciate. Across cultures and epochs, sacred geometry in underground chambers reflects a consistent understanding of proportion, symmetry, and alignment. Whether in Europe, Asia, Africa, or the Americas, these forms appear in caves, tunnels, reservoirs, and temples, often in combination with art, inscriptions, and symbolic imagery. The recurrence of these patterns suggests that ancient humans understood the underground as more than a passive space. They recognized it as a living environment, capable of being shaped, harmonized, and animated through geometry. These chambers become more than physical structures. They are expressions of cosmology, spirituality, and knowledge encoded into stone and space. Ultimately, the study of sacred geometry in underground chambers opens a window into the minds of our ancestors. It suggests that they possessed an awareness of universal patterns, an ability to manipulate space for both practical and spiritual purposes, and perhaps a desire to preserve knowledge in hidden, protected environments. By embedding geometry into subterranean spaces, they created environments that were functional, protective, symbolic, and transformative. These chambers challenge modern assumptions about ancient human capabilities, offering tantalizing evidence that our ancestors were not only observers of the world around them but active participants in shaping it in ways that resonate far beyond the surface. Sacred geometry reminds us that the underground world was never merely a refuge. It was a deliberate canvas for human ingenuity, a space where mathematics, spirituality, and mystery converge. By studying these patterns, we begin to glimpse a lost layer of human understanding, a hidden architecture that connects art, science, and ritual across time and geography. The geometric designs carved into the walls, floors, and ceilings of subterranean chambers are more than decoration. They are coded messages, spiritual tools, and enduring evidence of a sophisticated worldview, preserved in stone, waiting for modern explorers to decode their secrets. Long before the construction of roads, ports, or written communication systems, hidden caves and subterranean networks may have served as vital arteries for trade and the exchange of ideas. These underground passages were more than mere shelters or ritual spaces. They were strategic conduits connecting distant communities, safeguarding goods, and preserving knowledge in ways that surface pathways could not. Across continents, evidence suggests that ancient humans used caves and tunnels to move resources, maintain secrecy, and coordinate activities over vast distances, hinting at a sophisticated underground network that functioned alongside surface societies. In the mountainous region of Cappadocia, Turkey, tunnels connecting underground cities such as Derinkuyu and Kaymakli provided not only protection from invaders but also secure trade routes. By moving goods underground, inhabitants could bypass dangerous terrain, avoid detection, and maintain the flow of vital supplies like grain, water, and tools. Hidden chambers within these complexes served as storage areas, ensuring resources were preserved for months or even years. The careful planning and strategic positioning of these passageways indicate that they were more than survival mechanisms. They were engineered with commerce, logistics, and continuity in mind. In South America, similar practices are observed among ancient Andean civilizations. In Peru and Bolivia, hidden passageways and subterranean chambers connected settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural terraces. Some tunnels allowed traders to move goods such as pottery, textiles, and precious metals without exposing themselves to environmental hazards or hostile groups. These passageways often intersected with ritual spaces, suggesting that trade, communication, and ceremony were intertwined. Movement through these underground networks may have been controlled, regulated, or even restricted to certain groups, ensuring that knowledge, resources, and influence remained concentrated and protected. Asia, too, provides compelling examples of underground trade and communication. The Indus Valley civilization, known for its urban planning and advanced infrastructure, appears to have utilized subterranean drainage systems and hidden passageways to transport resources and facilitate movement within densely populated cities. While primarily functional, these systems may also have served as covert routes for communication or transport of goods in times of conflict. Similarly, in China, some ancient caves contain evidence of storage, workshops, and passageways that suggest a dual purpose: housing communities and enabling trade or exchange of materials safely beneath the surface. The use of caves for trade and communication was not limited to large civilizations. Nomadic and smaller communities also exploited hidden passages for safety and connectivity. In Europe, prehistoric caves often contain remnants of tools, raw materials, and artifacts sourced from distant regions, implying long-distance exchange. The caves themselves may have acted as secure waypoints or rendezvous points, facilitating the movement of goods, knowledge, and culture between groups that otherwise had no surface routes for interaction. These subterranean corridors offered protection from both natural threats and human conflict, making them ideal conduits for early trade networks. Subterranean trade networks often required sophisticated organization. Maintaining tunnels, ensuring ventilation, and mapping routes were essential for safe passage. In some regions, hidden markers, geometric symbols, or carvings guided travelers through complex networks, while certain chambers may have been reserved as storage hubs or meeting points. This indicates not only engineering skill but also social coordination and strategic planning. These networks were not chaotic. They were deliberate systems designed to preserve both people and goods, blending practicality with security. The implications of underground trade and communication extend beyond commerce. These hidden networks may have facilitated the exchange of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices between otherwise isolated groups. Ceramics, metalworking techniques, astronomical knowledge, and ritual practices could have traveled through these subterranean corridors, enabling societies to advance in ways that appear surprisingly synchronized despite geographic separation. This challenges conventional assumptions about the isolation of ancient cultures and suggests that underground passages were integral to the dissemination of knowledge on a regional, if not global, scale. Some researchers propose that caves also acted as neutral zones or meeting places for different groups. By conducting trade and communication underground, communities could maintain secrecy and security while interacting in controlled environments. In these settings, agreements could be negotiated, resources exchanged, and knowledge shared without exposing participants to surface risks. This use of caves as secure meeting spaces underscores their strategic value, highlighting how the underground was leveraged not just for survival but for maintaining social, economic, and cultural networks. Interestingly, traces of underground trade networks align with certain legends and myths. Stories from around the world describe hidden tunnels connecting cities, sacred mountains, or temples, often associated with merchants, pilgrims, or secretive societies. While some tales are mythologized, others correspond to physical passages later verified by archaeologists. The convergence of legend and archaeological evidence hints at a widespread human awareness of the strategic and economic potential of subterranean spaces. It is plausible that these networks were remembered in oral tradition, encoded as myth to preserve the knowledge of their locations and functions. The underground's role in trade and communication also emphasizes the ingenuity of ancient societies in manipulating their environment. By choosing subterranean routes, humans avoided environmental hazards, maintained secrecy, and maximized efficiency in resource transport. The tunnels and caves themselves were engineered to endure, often carved from rock or reinforced to prevent collapse, ensuring that these networks remained functional for generations. In some regions, multi-level tunnels allowed simultaneous movement of people and goods, while hidden chambers acted as storage and redistribution hubs, reflecting a sophisticated logistical system that rivaled modern infrastructure in concept. Ultimately, the use of caves for early trade and communication illustrates how human societies leveraged the hidden world beneath their feet to survive, prosper, and interact. These subterranean networks were multifunctional. They protected communities from threats, facilitated commerce, enabled knowledge exchange, and even supported ritualistic and spiritual practices. By examining these networks, we gain insight into the resourcefulness and strategic thinking of ancient civilizations, revealing a hidden layer of human history that remains largely unexplored. The underground emerges not merely as a refuge but as a critical stage for human ingenuity, a secret infrastructure that sustained life, culture, and connectivity across vast distances long before surface roads, ships, or written records existed. As we continue to uncover these subterranean trade routes, we begin to see a hidden tapestry of human civilization, a network of tunnels, caves, and chambers that allowed communities to communicate, share, and survive in ways that challenge our understanding of ancient history. The underground was more than a shelter. It was a lifeline, a channel of commerce, and a conduit of culture, preserving the legacy of humanity in the darkness, waiting for modern explorers to bring it to light. Hidden deep within the earth, Away from sunlight and the distractions of the surface, caves have long been used as sacred spaces for rituals, ceremonies, and spiritual practices. The underground environment itself, dark, quiet, and enclosed, creates an atmosphere conducive to transformation, reflection, and communion with forces beyond the human realm. Across continents and cultures, from Europe to Asia, Africa to the Americas, caves have been intentionally designed, adorned, and used for ceremonial purposes. These rituals were not simply symbolic. They often served as transformative experiences, stages for communal bonding, and vehicles for the preservation and transmission of knowledge. In Europe, prehistoric caves like Lascaux and Chauvet in France contain not only intricate wall art but also evidence of ritualistic activity. Animal depictions, geometric patterns, and handprints are strategically placed, suggesting deliberate planning for ceremonies that likely combined visual, auditory, and spatial elements. Some chambers were designed to amplify sound, enhancing chants or the beating of drums, while narrow passageways may have guided participants through symbolic journeys from the ordinary to the sacred. The experience of moving deeper into the cave may have mirrored spiritual progression, a descent into the unknown, followed by revelation or enlightenment upon reaching the central chamber. In Asia, the Ellora and Ajanta caves in India offer further insights into ceremonial subterranean spaces. Monks and pilgrims would descend through intricately carved passageways into temples hidden within the rock. These spaces were used for meditation, prayer, and ritual, often aligned with celestial events to enhance their spiritual significance. The architecture itself became part of the ritual. The geometry, proportions, and orientation of chambers influenced perception, sound, and movement, creating an immersive experience that guided participants through layers of meaning. The act of entering these caves was not merely physical. It was a transformative journey designed to shift consciousness and connect with higher powers. South America presents equally compelling examples. In the Andes and Amazon regions, caves and hidden chambers were used for shamanic rituals, initiation rites, and ceremonies tied to agriculture, fertility, and cosmology. Sacred sites often include hidden tunnels, underground pools, and rock carvings, suggesting that these spaces were carefully engineered for ritualistic purposes. Water, fire, and sound were integrated into ceremonies, creating multisensory experiences that reinforced communal cohesion and spiritual belief. Some caves appear to be part of broader subterranean networks, linking ceremonial centers across mountains or valleys, indicating coordinated ritual practices across communities separated by distance. Africa, too, is rich with subterranean ritual spaces. In the Sahara and Sub-Saharan regions, rock shelters and hidden caves were used for initiation rites, burial ceremonies, and ancestral worship. Some caves contain symbolic art, petroglyphs, and carvings that align with astronomical events, emphasizing the connection between ritual, cosmology, and human life. By using caves, these societies created protected environments where sacred knowledge could be preserved and transmitted, shielded from environmental hazards or hostile groups. The underground became both a sanctuary and a classroom, where generations could experience the sacred directly. The rituals conducted in hidden caves were often multi-layered, combining practical, spiritual, and symbolic purposes. Many ceremonies revolved around the cycles of life, death, and nature, with participants navigating tunnels and chambers in ways that mirrored spiritual journeys. The act of descending into the earth represented a metaphorical return to the womb of the world, a confrontation with mortality, or an initiation into secret knowledge. Emerging from the subterranean chamber symbolized rebirth, enlightenment, or a connection with forces beyond the ordinary. In this way, the underground space became a liminal zone, a threshold between the mundane and the sacred, between life as it is known and life as it could be understood. Acoustics played a critical role in subterranean rituals. The natural resonance of chambers, tunnels, and rock formations amplified chanting, drumming, and singing, creating an immersive auditory experience that heightened the emotional and spiritual impact of ceremonies. Certain chambers were deliberately constructed or selected to enhance sound, guiding participants through symbolic journeys and emphasizing moments of revelation. In some cases, the sound itself may have been considered a form of energy or a vehicle for spiritual communication, reinforcing the connection between humans, the subterranean environment, and the unseen forces they sought to engage. Sacred geometry, often present in subterranean chambers, further enhanced the ritual experience. Spirals, circles, and interlocking triangles were not merely decorative. They guided movement, framed participants' focus, and aligned with cosmic principles. Combined with the darkness, natural formations, and ritual objects, These geometric arrangements transformed caves into living spaces of power, capable of affecting perception, mood, and consciousness. Initiates and participants were not only witnesses but active participants in a designed spiritual environment, experiencing transformation as they navigated the underground world. The use of hidden caves for ritual purposes also highlights their strategic importance. By conducting ceremonies underground, communities protected sacred practices from outsiders, ensuring that esoteric knowledge, cultural traditions, and spiritual experiences remained within trusted groups. Secrecy was integral, reinforcing social cohesion and controlling access to spiritual authority. These subterranean rituals were not casual. They required preparation, guidance, and understanding, often overseen by spiritual leaders, shamans, or elders who interpreted the meaning of symbols, passages, and spaces. Modern discoveries continue to reveal the complexity of ritual use in hidden caves. Excavations uncover altars, symbolic carvings, ceremonial artifacts, and traces of fires, incense, or offerings, providing tangible evidence of long-forgotten practices. Some caves reveal multi-level ritual sequences, with progression through tunnels and chambers reflecting stages of initiation or spiritual ascent. In many cases, these discoveries challenge conventional timelines, suggesting that advanced spiritual practices and carefully designed ritual environments existed long before surface societies had developed similar sophistication. Ultimately, the study of rituals and ceremonies in hidden caves illustrates the profound relationship between humans and the subterranean world. These spaces were far more than refuges or storage areas. They were intentionally shaped to guide experience, preserve sacred knowledge, and facilitate transformative encounters. By descending into the underground, ancient people engaged in journeys of spiritual discovery, cultural preservation, and communal bonding. The caves themselves were partners in the ritual, their darkness, geometry, acoustics, and symbolism forming a stage upon which humans could interact with the unseen, confront the unknown, and emerge transformed. Caves as ritual spaces remind us that the underground is more than a void. It is a living environment, capable of shaping thought, behavior, and belief. Across time and continents, hidden chambers served as theaters of spiritual power, sanctuaries of knowledge, and laboratories of human consciousness. They reveal a layer of human history in which the subterranean was not merely a place to hide but a place to connect, transform, and preserve the essence of civilization itself. Beneath mountains, deserts, and plains across the world, hidden tunnels and subterranean chambers tell a story not only of survival and ritual but of conflict, strategy, and ancient warfare. Archaeological evidence suggests that many underground complexes were designed with defense in mind, capable of sheltering populations, storing weapons, and providing strategic advantages against invaders. These hidden environments offered a level of protection and secrecy unmatched by surface fortifications, making them invaluable during times of conflict and political upheaval. In Cappadocia, Turkey, the underground cities of Derinkuyu and Kemakli provide some of the clearest evidence of defensive subterranean design. Narrow, twisting tunnels were deliberately constructed to slow attackers, with choke points where massive stone doors could seal entire sections. Ventilation shafts ensured inhabitants could breathe even when entrances were blocked, and hidden escape routes allowed for strategic withdrawal or ambush. The cities could accommodate thousands of people for months at a time, complete with food storage, wells, and livestock pens, essentially functioning as self-sustaining fortresses beneath the surface. These cities were not mere hideouts. They were sophisticated defensive systems, reflecting a deep understanding of both engineering and military strategy. Evidence of underground defensive networks also emerges in South America. In the Andean regions, hidden tunnels connected villages, ceremonial sites, and storage chambers, enabling populations to move undetected while safeguarding resources. Some passageways were intentionally concealed beneath mountains, forests, or riverbeds, creating natural barriers against attackers. Defensive considerations were integrated into the architecture. Narrow corridors restricted access, hidden chambers allowed for ambushes, and escape routes ensured survival in case of siege. These subterranean systems suggest that ancient communities anticipated conflict and engineered solutions to protect both people and essential supplies, turning the underground into a strategic theater of war. In Asia, similar practices are evident. The Indus Valley Civilization, for instance, incorporated subterranean passageways and storage systems within densely populated cities, offering protection during invasions or political instability. In China, ancient cave systems contain hidden chambers, secret exits, and fortified areas, indicating awareness of the need for defensive strategies. These underground spaces were multifunctional, They facilitated daily life, enabled trade, and acted as protective refuges during conflicts. In many cases, the engineering sophistication of these systems surpasses what one might expect from the era, suggesting that knowledge of defense and subterranean architecture was widespread and well-developed. Europe also offers remarkable examples of subterranean defense. In Malta, the hypogeum of Al-Saflieni contains multi-level tunnels and chambers that may have served protective purposes alongside ceremonial use. Prehistoric cave systems in France and Spain also exhibit narrow passageways, hidden chambers, and strategic layouts designed to control access. In some caves, evidence of weapon storage, defensive barricades, or ritualized combat spaces indicates that underground spaces were integrated into broader strategies of protection and survival. These designs were not accidental. They reflect deliberate planning and an acute awareness of both human and environmental threats. The design principles of underground defense are strikingly consistent across continents. Narrow corridors restrict movement, making it easier to defend key points. Stone doors or heavy blocks seal off sections. Ventilation shafts ensure survivability. Hidden chambers and escape routes provide tactical flexibility. The recurrence of these features suggests a shared understanding of defensive architecture and strategic planning, even in societies separated by vast distances and cultural differences. Whether developed independently or transmitted through unknown networks, these principles highlight a sophisticated approach to security and survival in the subterranean environment. Beyond physical design, underground complexes played a role in psychological defense. The very act of descending into darkness could disorient intruders unfamiliar with the layout, giving defenders a significant advantage. Passageways often twist and turn unpredictably, creating a labyrinthine environment where local knowledge was critical. This psychological manipulation, combined with strategic engineering, allowed smaller groups to protect larger populations effectively, demonstrating the tactical value of subterranean construction beyond simple shelter. Archaeological evidence also points to the storage and use of weapons in underground spaces. Some caves contain remnants of spears, arrows, or other tools designed for defense or combat. Hidden chambers were used to stockpile supplies, ensuring that inhabitants could withstand prolonged sieges or surprise attacks. In some regions, tunnels connected multiple settlements, enabling coordinated defensive strategies and rapid communication in times of crisis. These subterranean networks functioned as both fortresses and command centers, blending utility, strategy, and engineering in a way that modern observers often underestimate. Legends and historical accounts further support the notion of underground warfare. Stories from around the world describe hidden tunnels used to escape invaders, launch ambushes, or secretly transport armies and supplies. In Cappadocia, local lore speaks of entire cities disappearing beneath the earth when enemies approached. In South America, tales of hidden passages beneath mountains and temples echo the archaeological record. These narratives, often dismissed as myth, align remarkably well with physical evidence, suggesting that subterranean defense was a deliberate and culturally significant aspect of ancient life. The implications of ancient underground defense extend beyond survival. They reflect a worldview in which humans actively engaged with the subterranean environment to control, protect, and manipulate their surroundings. These spaces were multifunctional: safe havens, storage facilities, strategic command centers, and ceremonial sites, all integrated within the broader landscape of human activity. The engineering knowledge required to construct these complexes, combined with strategic insight and cultural awareness, demonstrates that ancient civilizations were capable of far more sophisticated military planning than traditional histories often acknowledge. Ultimately, the study of underground warfare and defense reveals a hidden layer of human ingenuity. Subterranean architecture was not an afterthought. It was a carefully considered extension of human society, designed to ensure survival, protect resources, and maintain control in uncertain times. The tunnels, chambers, and fortifications scattered beneath the earth bear witness to the creativity, foresight, and resilience of ancient peoples. By exploring these hidden structures, we gain a deeper appreciation for the complexity of early civilizations and the ways in which they mastered not only the surface world but also the dark, concealed realms beneath it. The evidence of ancient underground warfare reminds us that the subterranean was not merely a passive refuge but an active domain of human ingenuity, strategy, and survival. It was a place where civilizations could endure, resist, and thrive in the face of danger, preserving their people, culture, and knowledge through centuries. As modern exploration continues to reveal the scale and sophistication of these hidden networks, it becomes increasingly clear that the underground world was a critical stage for human history, shaping the destiny of civilizations in ways that remain largely invisible to the surface. Beneath the surface of the Earth, hidden in the shadows of caves and tunnels, lie markings that have puzzled scholars, explorers, and adventurers for centuries. These are not the casual scratches of passing visitors, but deliberate, mysterious symbols etched into walls, ceilings, and floors. From spirals and dots to enigmatic figures and undeciphered scripts, these markings appear across continents, from Europe to Asia, Africa to the Americas. Their ubiquity suggests a common purpose or understanding that transcends geography and culture, hinting at knowledge, beliefs, or communication methods that remain largely invisible to modern eyes. In Europe, prehistoric caves in France and Spain are covered with geometric shapes, handprints, and symbolic representations of animals. Some symbols appear in sequences that suggest storytelling, while others seem to encode astronomical or calendrical knowledge. Researchers have noted that the placement of symbols often coincides with chamber acoustics, lighting, or access routes, implying that the symbols were not merely decorative but integral to the experience of the underground space. Walking through these caves, one can almost sense the deliberate orchestration, as though the builders intended the space itself to convey messages, guide behavior, or facilitate ritualistic understanding. In India, caves such as Ellora and Ajanta feature carvings and motifs that blend art, mathematics, and spirituality. Symbols here may correspond to sacred geometry, cosmological concepts, or spiritual narratives. Certain markings align with celestial events, suggesting an awareness of astronomy, seasonal cycles, or cosmic forces. The symbols often guide the observer's focus or movement within the cave, creating a layered experience where art, geometry, and spiritual significance converge. The repetition of motifs, combined with precise placement, reinforces the idea that these symbols were not arbitrary but a deliberate language, intended for those initiated into its meaning. South America provides equally fascinating examples. In Peru and Mexico, hidden caves contain petroglyphs, geometric designs, and figurative carvings whose meanings remain elusive. Some symbols correspond with water sources, underground passageways, or ceremonial areas, suggesting that they served both practical and symbolic purposes. Others appear to be mnemonic devices, preserving knowledge about ritual, astronomy, or trade routes. The recurrence of similar symbols in distant regions raises profound questions about knowledge transmission, suggesting that ancient cultures may have shared or independently discovered ways to encode critical information within subterranean spaces. Africa, too, is home to enigmatic cave symbols. In the Sahara and sub-Saharan regions, rock shelters and hidden caves are decorated with geometric patterns, handprints, and anthropomorphic figures. Many markings appear in areas of limited natural light, implying that the act of observation, shining a torch, moving carefully through the space, was part of the experience. Some researchers propose that the symbols had a protective function, warding off intruders or harmful spirits, while others suggest they mark sacred or ritual areas. In either case, the deliberate placement and complexity of these markings underscore their significance, elevating them beyond mere decoration to purposeful communication. The content of subterranean symbols is as diverse as it is mysterious. Geometric patterns such as spirals, triangles, and concentric circles appear in multiple regions, often associated with ritual chambers or hidden passageways. Anthropomorphic figures, animals, and abstract motifs coexist, creating layers of meaning that may convey cosmology, social structure, or spiritual principles. Some symbols are remarkably similar across continents, suggesting either a shared cognitive framework or knowledge transmitted through unknown networks. The possibility that these symbols represent a proto-writing system, a symbolic language, or even coded maps adds to the intrigue and fuels ongoing scholarly debate. One of the most perplexing aspects of subterranean symbols is their integration with the physical environment. Marks are often aligned with natural rock formations, passageways, or underground features such as wells and ventilation shafts. Light and shadow, acoustics, and chamber geometry interact with the symbols, suggesting that their meaning was experienced in situ rather than simply observed. In some cases, symbols may have served as guides, marking hidden routes, entrances to chambers, or even resources such as water or storage areas. This fusion of art, function, and environment demonstrates a level of sophistication and intentionality that continues to challenge contemporary understanding of ancient human capabilities. The symbolic language of caves also appears to bridge the practical and the mystical. Certain markings may have functioned as territorial indicators, warnings, or messages between communities. Others clearly had ritual or spiritual significance, aligning with ceremonial practices, sacred geometry, or cosmological beliefs. Some scholars speculate that the symbols were deliberately encoded to restrict knowledge to initiates, creating a system of hidden communication accessible only to those who understood the underlying principles. In this sense, subterranean symbols acted as both a medium of expression and a tool of social control, preserving sacred knowledge while concealing it from outsiders. Technology has begun to uncover even deeper layers of these symbolic systems. Ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and digital reconstruction reveal patterns invisible to the naked eye or eroded over centuries. Some hidden chambers contain previously unknown markings, aligned in sequences that suggest complex narratives or instructions. Each discovery reinforces the notion that subterranean symbols were carefully planned and maintained, forming part of a broader system of communication and meaning that modern researchers are only beginning to decode. The mystery of these symbols is compounded by their endurance. Many have survived thousands of years, protected by the underground environment. While surface art is often eroded by weather, human activity, or natural disasters, subterranean symbols remain remarkably intact. Their preservation allows modern observers to glimpse the intentions, beliefs, and knowledge of ancient societies, offering clues about human cognition, spirituality, and communication. Yet their precise meanings continue to elude definitive interpretation, preserving the allure and enigma of the subterranean world. Ultimately, the mysterious symbols of subterranean caves highlight a profound aspect of human history: the ability to encode meaning, transmit knowledge, and convey belief systems in hidden, enduring ways. They remind us that the underground was more than a refuge or storage space. It was a canvas for communication, a medium for ritual, and a repository of cultural memory. These symbols invite modern explorers and scholars to look beyond the surface, to consider the possibilities of a connected, symbolic, and secretive subterranean network that preserved human ingenuity, spirituality, and knowledge across generations and continents. The hidden symbols of caves continue to fascinate and baffle, representing one of the most tantalizing enigmas of ancient civilization. They whisper of lost knowledge, secret networks, and sophisticated thought that has been preserved in the dark, waiting for those willing to venture into the shadows and decode their enduring mysteries. The notion that caves and subterranean tunnels across the world might be linked is a concept that borders on the fantastical, yet the evidence invites serious contemplation. From Europe to Asia, the Americas to the Middle East, hidden chambers, tunnels, and underground cities share striking similarities in structure, purpose, and design. Whether in the precise engineering of water systems, the use of sacred geometry, or the strategic layouts for defense and trade, patterns emerge that defy the idea of isolated, independent development. These coincidences have led researchers, explorers, and theorists to propose that ancient civilizations may have been part of a broader, interconnected network, an underground web linking human settlements, knowledge, and spiritual practice on a global scale. One of the strongest arguments for a global underground network is the repeated architectural and engineering principles found across continents. In Cappadocia, Turkey, massive underground cities with ventilation shafts, storage chambers, and escape routes closely mirror features found in South American Andean tunnels. In India, caves designed for rituals, trade, and habitation show parallels to European prehistoric complexes, from orientation to the use of sacred geometry. While skeptics attribute these similarities to convergent evolution, the independent development of similar solutions to common human challenges, the recurrence of highly specific features, sometimes down to ratios, angles, and symbolic motifs, challenges the idea that these innovations arose purely by coincidence. The symbolic evidence also fuels theories of a global subterranean network. Mysterious symbols, geometric patterns, and carvings appear in regions separated by oceans and mountains, often aligned with hidden passageways, sacred chambers, or water sources. Some researchers argue that these symbols may represent a universal language or system of knowledge, understood and employed by select groups who traveled, communicated, or shared wisdom across continents. Could it be that these markings served as markers of connection, guides for travel, or encoded instructions for those who were initiated into the mysteries of the underground world? The possibility suggests a level of sophistication and coordination previously unimagined in ancient history. Trade and communication networks provide further evidence. Subterranean tunnels in the Andes, Middle East, and Europe often facilitated the safe movement of goods, ideas, and people across challenging terrain. Hidden passageways allowed for the exchange of essential resources while maintaining secrecy from potential threats. The similarities in design and functionality imply a shared understanding of logistics and human behavior in subterranean contexts. Could there have been a global system of underground routes, enabling the flow of knowledge, technology, and commerce far earlier than surface networks allowed? While direct proof remains elusive, the circumstantial evidence raises compelling questions about the reach and sophistication of early civilizations. Some theorists extend these ideas to suggest that ancient knowledge, astronomy, mathematics, spiritual practice, was encoded within underground spaces as part of a coordinated network. Sacred geometry, aligned with celestial events, recurs in caves and temples across continents, suggesting that underground chambers were not merely local solutions but elements of a broader, perhaps even global, system of knowledge preservation. These subterranean sanctuaries could have acted as repositories, laboratories, and communication hubs, linking distant cultures through shared understanding of the natural world and human consciousness. If true, this network would represent one of the most ambitious, hidden infrastructures ever conceived, predating modern technology by millennia. The defensive and survival features of these complexes add weight to the idea of a coordinated network. Across cultures, underground spaces were designed for prolonged habitation, strategic retreat, and protection of populations. The recurrence of narrow corridors, ventilation shafts, hidden exits, and storage chambers across distant regions suggests a shared philosophy of security and resilience. If ancient peoples were aware of threats, whether natural, human, or otherwise, it is plausible that knowledge of subterranean design spread across regions, creating a web of fortified, hidden spaces capable of sustaining life and culture. While some dismiss the global underground network theory as fringe speculation, historical and mythological evidence lends intriguing support. Legends of hidden cities beneath mountains, secret tunnels connecting sacred sites, and subterranean civilizations appear in cultures worldwide. From the tales of Agartha and Shambhala in Asia to European myths of underworld cities and hidden temples, these stories may preserve fragments of memory or awareness of real subterranean systems. The alignment between mythology, archaeological evidence, and architectural similarities strengthens the case for a hidden global network, whether fully connected or as a shared human endeavor spanning millennia. Modern exploration techniques continue to reveal surprising discoveries that reinforce the plausibility of these networks. Ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and satellite imagery have uncovered tunnels, chambers, and hidden passageways previously inaccessible to researchers. In some cases, these discoveries link natural formations with engineered structures, suggesting deliberate planning on scales that challenge conventional historical timelines. As each new subterranean site is investigated, the patterns of similarity, engineering, symbolism, geometry, and strategic design become harder to dismiss as coincidence. Some theorists speculate that these underground networks were used for purposes beyond survival and ritual. Could they have facilitated cultural preservation, scientific observation, or even communication across continents? Certain sites appear aligned with astronomical events or water sources, hinting at a deep understanding of natural forces. Others contain symbolic markers, potentially acting as guides or encoded messages. If these subterranean spaces were indeed linked, they might represent the earliest known form of global infrastructure, a hidden system connecting humanity through time, space, and knowledge. Skeptics argue that convergent evolution, trade diffusion, or coincidental similarity could explain these patterns without invoking a coordinated global network. While these explanations hold merit, the cumulative evidence, architectural parallels, recurring symbols, strategic engineering, and mythological echoes creates a compelling case for a more interconnected interpretation. Whether the connections were deliberate, the result of shared ancestral knowledge, or facilitated by lost civilizations, the subterranean world clearly reflects a level of sophistication that challenges our understanding of ancient history. Ultimately, the theory of a global underground network invites us to reconsider our assumptions about human civilization. Far from isolated pockets of ingenuity, ancient societies may have shared knowledge, engineering principles, and spiritual practices through hidden, enduring subterranean spaces. These networks could have acted as conduits for survival, culture, spirituality, and commerce, linking humanity in ways that modern surface-focused history cannot fully capture. The idea is both provocative and inspiring, hinting at a hidden architecture of human ingenuity, preserved beneath the earth for those bold enough to explore its depths. As we peer into the darkness of subterranean caves and tunnels, we are reminded that the story of human civilization may extend far beyond what we see on the surface. Hidden chambers, secret passageways, and enigmatic symbols could be remnants of a lost network, a silent testament to the creativity, resilience, and interconnectedness of ancient peoples. Whether fully realized or partially imagined, the possibility of a global underground network transforms the way we perceive history, suggesting that beneath our feet lies a hidden world waiting to reveal its secrets. Hidden deep within caves, tunnels, and subterranean chambers, there are whispers of technologies that seem far beyond the understanding of the civilizations that created them, or at least beyond what mainstream history credits to ancient peoples. Artifacts, structures, and engineering feats discovered underground suggest that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that have since been lost, buried, or deliberately concealed. The subterranean world, protected from the elements, human interference, and the passage of time, may have acted as a repository for this extraordinary knowledge, preserving it for millennia in ways that are only now being revealed. In Cappadocia, Turkey, for example, the sheer scale and complexity of the underground cities hint at advanced engineering techniques. Ventilation systems allowed for fresh air to reach thousands of inhabitants, while multi-level chambers were structurally reinforced to prevent collapse. The precision of these constructions, carved into soft volcanic rock, suggests an understanding of load distribution, air circulation, and long-term habitation strategies that rival modern engineering. Yet there are no historical records indicating that these techniques existed at the time, leaving researchers to speculate how such knowledge was acquired and whether it represents a lost branch of technological advancement. Similarly, in South America, hidden tunnels and subterranean temples reveal sophisticated water management systems. Channels, reservoirs, and cisterns were constructed to store and direct water efficiently, even in regions with challenging topography. Some sites show evidence of temperature regulation and natural ventilation, maintaining stable conditions that allowed organic materials, artifacts, and ceremonial spaces to endure for centuries. The precision and foresight required for such design suggest that ancient civilizations had a deep understanding of hydraulics, geology, and environmental control, skills that appear astonishing when compared to contemporary surface technologies of the same period. Ancient India provides additional evidence of lost technological knowledge. Cave complexes like Ajanta and Ellora were not merely carved for artistic or spiritual purposes. They required careful planning, excavation techniques, and architectural insight to create massive, multi-tiered chambers. The ability to carve entire structures from solid rock, align them with celestial events, and incorporate sound engineering principles indicates a mastery of stonework, geometry, and structural dynamics. Many of these skills seem to have been forgotten, as the precision of these subterranean works remains unmatched in later centuries, raising questions about the continuity of technological knowledge and whether it was deliberately preserved underground. Africa, too, offers remarkable examples. In southern and northern regions, caves and rock shelters contain evidence of early mining, metalwork, and stone carving techniques that demonstrate extraordinary skill. Some subterranean chambers feature intricate carvings and architectural features that required tools and techniques more advanced than those typically attributed to the time period. The underground environment allowed for controlled conditions, stable temperature, protection from weathering, and isolation from surface conflicts, which may have been essential for experimenting with or perfecting techniques now lost to history. One of the most fascinating aspects of subterranean technology is its apparent integration with natural forces. Many underground sites were deliberately aligned with celestial phenomena, such as solstices, equinoxes, or specific star patterns. This suggests a level of astronomical knowledge that was integrated into practical engineering. In some caves, symbolic carvings may also encode mathematical, astronomical, or physical principles, preserving scientific knowledge in a symbolic form. These markings, combined with structural ingenuity, hint at a culture that intertwined spirituality, science, and technology in ways modern observers are only beginning to appreciate. The preservation factor of underground spaces cannot be overstated. Unlike surface structures that succumb to erosion, natural disasters, or human destruction, subterranean chambers provide stable, controlled environments that protect artifacts and constructions for millennia. This may explain why some of the most sophisticated examples of ancient technology are found below the surface. The underground acted as both laboratory and archive, a space where knowledge could be applied, tested, and safeguarded across generations. It is possible that civilizations deliberately chose to bury their most advanced knowledge in the earth, shielding it from those not prepared to understand or use it responsibly. Some theorists suggest that these lost technologies extend beyond engineering and construction. In certain caves, markings, carvings, and mysterious objects hint at knowledge of acoustics, energy resonance, or material science that surpasses what we would expect from ancient societies. Chambers designed for ritual may have doubled as experimental spaces for understanding sound amplification, harmonic resonance, or even energy flow. While much of this remains speculative, the precision and intentionality of subterranean design suggest that early humans were capable of integrating multiple domains of knowledge, engineering, spirituality, and science into cohesive, enduring structures. The possibility of lost technologies preserved underground raises tantalizing questions about the history of human innovation. Were these methods developed independently by multiple civilizations, or were they transmitted via a network of subterranean knowledge? Could the underground serve as a repository for techniques, ideas, and discoveries that predate recorded history? Each cave, tunnel, and chamber that has been uncovered provides a glimpse into a sophisticated technological mindset, one that challenges conventional timelines and invites reconsideration of what ancient humans were truly capable of achieving. Legends and myths around the world echo this notion of hidden knowledge. Tales of secret chambers, mystical machines, and underground repositories of wisdom often correspond, in some detail, with real subterranean discoveries. From the underground vaults of India and Turkey to the hidden tunnels of South America, the alignment between story and archaeology suggests that our ancestors recognized the value of preserving advanced knowledge beneath the surface. Whether myth or reality, these narratives underscore the enduring fascination with what lies hidden beneath the earth, knowledge that may be waiting for modern explorers to rediscover and interpret. Ultimately, the study of lost technologies preserved underground underscores the complexity and ingenuity of ancient civilizations. Subterranean spaces were more than shelters or ceremonial sites. They were repositories of engineering, scientific, and artistic knowledge designed to endure. The precision, foresight, and creativity required to construct and maintain these environments suggest that humans possessed sophisticated capabilities long before recorded history, much of which has been forgotten or deliberately hidden. Exploring these hidden spaces offers not only insight into ancient technologies but also a profound appreciation for the depth of human ingenuity, a reminder that the earth beneath our feet may hold secrets that could reshape our understanding of history. For millennia, humans have looked to the skies with wonder, seeking to understand the cosmos, measure time, and align their lives with celestial rhythms. What is less widely known is that many of these observations, calculations, and astronomical alignments may have been connected to hidden underground spaces. Caves, tunnels, and subterranean chambers around the world appear to have been deliberately oriented, constructed, and decorated to interact with the movements of the sun, moon, stars, and planets. These underground observatories or ritual chambers suggest that ancient peoples not only tracked celestial events but integrated this knowledge into their architecture, religion, and perhaps even survival strategies. In Europe, prehistoric caves such as Lascaux, Chauvet, and New Grange contain alignments, carvings, and markers that correspond to solstices, equinoxes, and other significant celestial events. Sunlight or moonlight entering specific tunnels or chambers at precise times illuminates petroglyphs, symbols, or ceremonial spaces, creating dramatic visual effects that mark seasonal change. These alignments may have served as calendars, guiding agricultural cycles, ritual timing, or social organization. The careful planning evident in these designs demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, far beyond simple observation, embedded into the very architecture of the underground. In South America, Andean and Amazonian caves show similar astronomical sophistication. Certain passageways align with the rising or setting of particular stars, while chambers correspond to solstices or planetary events. Some chambers appear to function as mirrors or lenses, reflecting light in ways that highlight carvings, symbols, or sacred spaces. These alignments indicate that ancient people were not only skilled astronomers but also adept engineers, capable of integrating cosmic knowledge into subterranean architecture. The underground environment, free from surface interference, offered controlled conditions for these precise alignments, preserving knowledge over generations. India provides striking examples as well. The Ajanta and Ellora cave complexes demonstrate an awareness of celestial cycles, with specific chambers aligned to sunlight entering at particular times of year. The integration of astronomical knowledge into ritual spaces suggests that subterranean architecture was not purely functional or symbolic, but also served as a sophisticated tool for observing, measuring, and interpreting the heavens. Some scholars believe that these spaces may have acted as observatories or ceremonial markers, combining spiritual significance with practical tracking of celestial events, a dual-purpose approach that underscores the depth of ancient understanding. Africa offers additional evidence. In the Sahara and sub-Saharan regions, rock shelters and underground chambers contain carvings, symbols, and alignments that correspond with lunar cycles, star positions, and seasonal changes. Some chambers create natural optical effects when light enters specific openings, illuminating symbolic markings or guiding participants during ceremonies. These alignments demonstrate an advanced grasp of both astronomy and the physical manipulation of underground spaces, revealing that celestial observation was integrated with subterranean architecture in ways modern observers are only beginning to appreciate. The recurring theme across continents is the combination of functionality, symbolism, and precision. Subterranean chambers serve not only as ritual or ceremonial spaces but also as observatories and knowledge repositories. Celestial alignments may have guided planting, harvesting, and seasonal migrations, as well as ritual timing and social organization. The interplay of light and shadow, sound and space, allowed ancient peoples to create immersive experiences that reinforced both spiritual and practical understanding of the cosmos. The underground world, in essence, became a theater of astronomical knowledge, encoded into the very structure of the caves. Some researchers suggest that these underground observatories may have been part of a larger, interconnected system. Tunnels, passageways, and hidden chambers could have functioned as a network for sharing astronomical data, aligning communities with celestial events, and preserving knowledge across vast distances. Symbols and carvings may have acted as guides, encoding observations for initiates or transmitting knowledge between generations. The possibility of a global system of astronomical caves hints at a level of coordination and sophistication that challenges conventional narratives about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. The integration of astronomy into subterranean spaces also underscores the spiritual dimension of these practices. Light entering a chamber at a precise moment, illuminating symbols, altars, or ritual participants, created a dramatic, almost magical effect, reinforcing the connection between the heavens and the human experience. Rituals timed with celestial events could have served to harmonize communities with natural cycles, instilling a sense of order, awe, and continuity. The underground environment amplified these effects, providing controlled conditions that heightened the sensory and emotional impact of astronomical observation. Interestingly, some subterranean sites appear to anticipate complex astronomical events, such as lunar standstills, planetary conjunctions, or eclipse cycles. This indicates a long-term observational record, careful calculation, and deliberate incorporation of celestial phenomena into architecture. The precision and foresight evident in these designs challenge assumptions about ancient knowledge, suggesting that early civilizations were capable of tracking celestial cycles with remarkable accuracy, long before the advent of modern instruments. Ultimately, the study of underground caves and ancient astronomy reveals a profound connection between human ingenuity, spiritual practice, and cosmic observation. These hidden spaces were more than shelters or ceremonial halls. They were instruments of knowledge, tools for measurement, and sacred theaters that allowed humans to engage directly with the cosmos. The alignment of subterranean chambers with celestial events reflects a sophisticated understanding of the natural world, a desire to harmonize human life with cosmic rhythms, and a remarkable capacity for engineering and observation. Exploring these underground observatories invites a re-evaluation of ancient civilization, suggesting that our ancestors' knowledge of the cosmos was not confined to the surface but extended into the hidden, protected realms beneath the earth. These caves were laboratories, observatories, and sacred spaces all at once, preserving astronomical insight for generations and creating a tangible connection between the heavens and human culture. The underground world emerges as both a sanctuary and a telescope, a place where ancient people mastered the interplay of earth, stone, and sky to capture the rhythms of the universe. Throughout history, caves have been more than shelters or ceremonial spaces. They have served as sacred sanctuaries for healing, both physical and spiritual. Across continents, subterranean environments were chosen deliberately for their perceived energetic, symbolic, or medicinal properties. The natural seclusion, consistent temperatures, and isolation from external influences created ideal conditions for ritualized healing practices. Ancient peoples believed that by retreating underground, they could access hidden forces of the earth, connect with spiritual powers, and restore balance to mind, body, and soul. In Europe, prehistoric caves reveal evidence of ritual healing practices. Archaeologists have discovered charred remnants, ceremonial altars, and symbolic carvings within remote chambers, suggesting that specific spaces were designated for purification, healing, or initiation rites. The placement of these areas deep within the cave implies that the journey into darkness was itself part of the healing process. Descending into the subterranean world symbolized a withdrawal from the ordinary, a confrontation with inner fears, and a preparation for transformation. The act of emerging back into the light after ceremonies reinforced the idea of rebirth, renewal, and restored vitality. In South America, caves in the Andes and Amazon regions were often sites of shamanic healing. Shamans would lead ceremonies using ritual plants, chants, and symbolic artifacts, guiding participants through journeys of physical and spiritual recovery. Hidden underground chambers provided a controlled environment, free from distraction and natural hazards, where sound, smoke, and ritual instruments could create immersive experiences. The acoustics of caves amplified chants and drumming, believed to align body and spirit with cosmic forces or the rhythm of the earth itself. Participants reported altered states of consciousness, visions, and profound emotional release, suggesting that the combination of environment and ritual produced powerful therapeutic effects. India provides compelling evidence of subterranean healing spaces. Caves such as those at Ellora and Ajanta were often carved with precise geometric patterns, altars, and sanctuaries, intended to facilitate meditation, prayer, and ritual purification. Some chambers were aligned to natural light or celestial phenomena, with the interplay of shadow and illumination enhancing spiritual experience. Ritual practitioners believed that the earth itself carried vital energy, and that by entering sacred caves, individuals could be cleansed of disease, negative energy, or spiritual imbalance. These spaces acted as both physical sanctuaries and conduits for metaphysical healing, combining architectural ingenuity with ancient wisdom. In Africa, caves have long been associated with spiritual and ritual healing. Rock shelters and subterranean chambers were used for initiation, cleansing, and treatment of ailments. Natural springs, underground water sources, or mineral-rich environments were often incorporated into ceremonies, with water and earth considered essential agents of purification. Shamans, elders, or healers guided participants through symbolic journeys, often combining sound, movement, and visual symbolism to restore harmony. Some caves were believed to be portals to ancestral realms, allowing communication with spirits who could aid in healing or provide guidance. The global recurrence of subterranean healing practices raises questions about the universality of these beliefs. Across continents, ancient peoples recognized the restorative potential of hidden, enclosed spaces. The natural qualities of caves, stable temperature, protection from harsh weather, seclusion, combined with ritual, symbolism, and sound, created an environment conducive to physical recovery, emotional release, and spiritual growth. Caves became laboratories for ancient medicine, where human observation, experience, and intuition intersected with the natural and spiritual world. Healing rituals underground were often multi-layered. Physical treatments, herbs, water, mineral baths, were integrated with spiritual practices, chants, and symbolic gestures. The cave environment amplified these effects. Echoing sounds enhanced auditory stimulation, dim lighting encouraged introspection, and enclosed chambers intensified sensory perception. Participants were guided through symbolic journeys, often representing death and rebirth, chaos and order, or illness and restoration. These ceremonies suggest that ancient peoples understood the connection between environment, mind, and body, even if framed in spiritual or symbolic terms rather than modern scientific language. Archaeological findings support these interpretations. In some caves, traces of medicinal plants, ritual tools, and altars indicate that healing practices were both systematic and culturally significant. Evidence of repeated use over centuries suggests that these subterranean healing centers were integral to community well-being. The continuity of practice points to knowledge transmission. Techniques, rituals, and sacred understandings were preserved and passed down, often encoded in symbolic carvings, spatial layouts, and oral traditions. These spaces were living repositories of healing knowledge, maintained long before written medical texts existed. In some regions, subterranean healing practices were linked with broader cosmological beliefs. Certain chambers aligned with celestial events were thought to enhance the potency of rituals, with light or shadow activating sacred symbols at key moments. Some caves contain symbols of animals, elements, or spirits associated with healing. By synchronizing ritual activity with natural and cosmic rhythms, ancient peoples may have been attuning themselves to biological, environmental, and energetic cycles, amplifying the effectiveness of their practices. Modern science has begun to recognize the potential therapeutic effects of cave environments. Stable temperatures, high humidity, mineral-rich air, and isolation from environmental stresses can positively influence respiratory health, stress reduction, and mental clarity. While ancient practitioners did not have our contemporary understanding of biology or medicine, their intuitive use of subterranean spaces as healing environments underscores an empirical wisdom accumulated through observation, experimentation, and spiritual insight. Ultimately, Hidden caves as centers for ritual healing highlight the intersection of environment, culture, and human ingenuity. They remind us that ancient societies approached health holistically, combining physical, emotional, and spiritual dimensions in integrated practices. The careful selection, design, and use of subterranean spaces suggest an understanding of the body, mind, and environment that resonates with modern concepts of wellness and therapy. These underground sanctuaries were not merely sites of superstition, they were sophisticated, experimental laboratories for human restoration and transformation. Exploring these subterranean healing spaces invites a reconsideration of ancient wisdom. Beyond their mystery and intrigue, these caves reflect a deep awareness of the human condition, an understanding of how space, sound, ritual, and environment converge to promote balance and vitality. Hidden beneath the surface, they preserve knowledge of healing practices, environmental science, and spiritual insight, waiting for modern exploration to uncover the depth and ingenuity of ancient civilizations. Since the dawn of human civilization, caves have held a profound connection to death, the afterlife, and ancestral veneration. Across continents and cultures, these subterranean spaces were chosen as sacred sites for burial, ritual, and remembrance, offering protection, seclusion, and symbolic significance. Unlike surface cemeteries, caves provided a hidden, enduring environment that preserved human remains, artifacts, and symbolic objects for millennia, creating a tangible link between the living and the departed. They were spaces where memory, reverence, and spiritual practice converged, embedding the underground with profound cultural and existential meaning. In Europe, Paleolithic and Neolithic caves reveal extensive evidence of burial practices. Sites such as the Chauvet Cave, the Gorham Cave in Gibraltar, and the Caves of Malta contain skeletal remains, grave goods, and ceremonial deposits, often placed in deep chambers far from natural light. These locations were carefully chosen, sometimes deep within labyrinthine networks, suggesting that the journey into darkness held symbolic importance. The act of placing the dead in hidden, protected spaces reflected a belief in preservation, protection from scavengers, and perhaps the safeguarding of souls as they transitioned to the afterlife. In South America, caves in the Andes and Amazon basin were used as burial sites and spaces for ancestral worship. Mummies, skeletal remains, and ceremonial artifacts have been found in isolated chambers, often accompanied by offerings such as pottery, textiles, and food. The positioning of these burials, sometimes aligned with celestial events or specific cave features, indicates a deliberate connection between the deceased, the natural environment, and cosmic forces. These subterranean tombs were not merely practical resting places, they were sacred portals where the living could honor, communicate with, and learn from their ancestors. India offers remarkable examples of subterranean burial and ancestral veneration. Certain caves, such as those in the Deccan Plateau, were used to house the remains of revered individuals, often accompanied by ritual artifacts, carvings, and inscriptions. The integration of geometric patterns, altars, and symbolic motifs suggests that these spaces were not only functional but also spiritual and ceremonial. The cave environment, with its isolation, stable conditions, and natural acoustics, amplified ritual practices and reinforced the connection between human life, death, and the cosmos. Africa provides additional evidence of this subterranean tradition. In regions such as the Sahara, Southern Africa, and Ethiopia, caves have yielded human remains, grave goods, and ritual artifacts indicating a long-standing practice of underground burials. These spaces often contain symbolic markings, paintings, or carvings, suggesting that burial was inseparable from ancestral veneration, cosmology, and spiritual belief. Some chambers were designed to amplify sound, creating an immersive environment during ceremonies, while others were carefully concealed, highlighting the sacred and protected nature of the resting place. The use of caves for burial and ancestral veneration served multiple purposes. Practically, they offered protection from environmental hazards, predators, and human interference. Symbolically, they represented the womb of the earth, a transitional space between life and death, surface and subterranean, known and unknown. Descending into these hidden spaces mirrored the journey of the soul, creating a profound, immersive experience for both the living and the deceased. The combination of protection, symbolism, and ritual reinforced the importance of the cave as a sacred conduit between worlds. Archaeological evidence suggests that burials were often accompanied by carefully selected artifacts. Pottery, tools, jewelry, and food were placed alongside the deceased, serving both practical and symbolic functions. In some cases, inscriptions, carvings, or paintings conveyed messages, prayers, or guidance for the afterlife. These practices highlight the sophistication and intentionality of subterranean burial traditions, revealing a nuanced understanding of death, remembrance, and the spiritual needs of both the living and the dead. The alignment of subterranean burials with natural and cosmic features adds further layers of meaning. In several caves, entrances, chambers, or symbolic markers align with solstices, equinoxes, or celestial bodies. This suggests that burial practices were not isolated acts but integrated with cosmology, ritual timing, and environmental awareness. The dead were placed within a broader cosmic framework, reinforcing the belief in continuity, cyclical existence, and the enduring presence of ancestors in the lives of the living. Caves also functioned as centers for ongoing ancestral veneration. Ceremonies, offerings, and rituals often continued long after the initial burial, creating spaces where communities could maintain connection with their lineage, seek guidance, or perform rites of renewal. The subterranean environment provided seclusion, acoustic amplification, and a controlled atmosphere, enhancing the ritual experience and reinforcing the sacredness of the space. Over generations, these practices created deep cultural memory embedded within the architecture and design of the caves themselves. Interestingly, the symbolic and functional aspects of subterranean burial often overlap with other uses of caves. Many burial sites also served as spaces for ritual healing, astronomical observation, or secret communication. The multiplicity of functions reflects a worldview in which life, death, spirituality, and knowledge were deeply intertwined. Subterranean spaces were dynamic, multifunctional arenas where the practical, symbolic, and spiritual converged, offering a holistic approach to human existence that extended beyond the surface of the earth. Ultimately, caves as burial sites and centers for ancestral veneration underscore the ingenuity, reverence, and spiritual sophistication of ancient peoples. These subterranean spaces were carefully chosen, designed, and maintained to preserve life, memory, and culture. They acted as repositories of human experience, blending practical protection with cosmic and spiritual meaning. By studying these hidden tombs, modern researchers gain insight into how ancient civilizations understood mortality, continuity, and their connection to the natural and cosmic world. The tradition of subterranean burial invites reflection on the enduring human desire to honor, preserve, and connect with our ancestors. It demonstrates that the underground world was not merely a passive refuge but an active, sacred landscape where life and death intersected, knowledge was transmitted, and cultural memory endured. These hidden spaces remind us that beneath the earth lies a rich tapestry of human history, belief, and reverence, waiting to be uncovered and understood. Beyond their ritual, spiritual, and protective functions, caves and underground tunnels played a critical role in the economic and logistical networks of ancient civilizations. Hidden beneath mountains, plateaus, and river valleys, these subterranean passages often connected settlements, facilitated the transport of goods, and provided secure routes for communication and commerce. While surface roads and river pathways were vulnerable to natural hazards, conflict, and banditry, underground routes offered discreet, reliable, and sometimes faster alternatives, linking distant communities in ways that modern historians are only beginning to appreciate. In the Middle East, extensive underground tunnels and cave networks were used for trade as early as the Bronze Age. Archaeological evidence suggests that merchants transported precious metals, spices, and textiles through concealed subterranean routes, connecting cities, fortresses, and temples. The tunnels allowed caravans to avoid hostile territories, seasonal flooding, or treacherous mountain passes. Some passages were engineered with careful ventilation, structural supports, and storage alcoves, indicating that these were not ad hoc pathways but deliberately designed infrastructure supporting sustained trade and interaction. Europe also presents remarkable examples. In the Carpathians, the Alps, and the Iberian Peninsula, cave networks reveal evidence of the movement of metals, salt, and other valuable resources. Hidden chambers were often used to store goods temporarily, preserving them from theft, decay, or environmental damage. Certain symbols and markings found in these caves may have served as guides for traders, indicating safe routes, storage locations, or distances, effectively functioning as a prehistoric navigation system. These subterranean passages were integral to local and regional economies, allowing ancient societies to thrive in otherwise challenging environments. South America provides equally compelling cases. In the Andes, subterranean pathways connected highland settlements, ceremonial centers, and agricultural terraces. Merchants and travelers used these tunnels to transport food, textiles, and ritual items, navigating steep, mountainous terrain with greater safety and efficiency. Some tunnels intersected with ceremonial caves, suggesting that trade, ritual, and spiritual practice were intertwined, with commerce moving alongside ritual obligations. This dual-purpose use highlights a sophisticated understanding of the landscape and the integration of economy, culture, and spirituality in underground infrastructure. In India, subterranean tunnels connecting caves, temples, and settlements demonstrate remarkable planning and engineering. These passages facilitated trade, pilgrimage, and communication while simultaneously serving defensive and spiritual functions. Traders could move valuable commodities without exposing themselves to danger, while communities maintained secrecy over sacred rituals or knowledge. The design of these underground networks reflects both practical necessity and an understanding of human behavior, ensuring the smooth and secure flow of goods and information. Africa also bears witness to subterranean trade networks. In the Sahara and southern regions, hidden caves and tunnels were strategically located along trade corridors connecting distant communities. These underground passages allowed for the secure transport of salt, gold, ivory, and other precious commodities. Their design often included multiple entrances and exits, ventilation shafts, and protective alcoves, demonstrating that ancient builders understood not only engineering principles but also the logistics of commerce, risk mitigation, and resource management. One of the most fascinating aspects of subterranean trade routes is their integration with symbolic and navigational markers. Across continents, carvings, petroglyphs, and other symbols appear in caves used for commerce. Scholars theorize that these markings served as directional guides, warnings, or indicators of stored resources, allowing traders to traverse complex networks without written maps. In some cases, these symbols may have encoded trade knowledge, instructions, or regulations, preserving logistical intelligence across generations and maintaining the secrecy of underground routes. Subterranean trade networks were often multifaceted, serving economic, spiritual, and defensive purposes simultaneously. While goods were transported and stored, the tunnels and caves also provided shelter for travelers, sites for ritual observances, and spaces for strategic planning in times of conflict. This multifunctional use underscores the sophistication of ancient societies, demonstrating that underground infrastructure was not merely utilitarian but embedded with social, cultural, and spiritual significance. The existence of these trade routes also raises questions about the scale and connectivity of ancient civilizations. Could there have been larger, even global networks, linking distant communities through a web of underground passages? Evidence of similar architectural features, engineering principles, and symbolic markers across continents suggests that knowledge of subterranean logistics may have been transmitted, shared, or independently discovered in parallel. The potential for interconnectedness challenges conventional narratives of isolated ancient cultures and opens the door to reconsidering the scope of prehistoric trade, communication, and cultural exchange. Modern exploration continues to reveal the ingenuity of these ancient subterranean networks. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR scanning, and archaeological excavations have uncovered tunnels previously unknown, extending trade and communication networks far beyond what was visible on the surface. These discoveries confirm that underground infrastructure was a deliberate, sophisticated solution to logistical challenges, and they highlight the often overlooked importance of subterranean engineering in sustaining human civilization. Ultimately, subterranean caves and tunnels as trade routes demonstrate the adaptability, ingenuity, and resourcefulness of ancient societies. These hidden pathways were not merely practical conduits for goods, they were integrated into the cultural, spiritual, and social fabric of the communities they served. By providing security, continuity, and connectivity, underground trade networks facilitated economic stability, cultural exchange, and the preservation of knowledge, shaping the trajectory of human development in ways that are only now becoming fully appreciated. The study of these subterranean routes invites a deeper understanding of how our ancestors mastered their environment. It reveals a hidden layer of human ingenuity, where commerce, ritual, and architecture converge below the Earth's surface. These underground corridors stand as a testament to ancient innovation, demonstrating that beneath the mountains, plateaus, and deserts lies a world of sophisticated engineering, strategic planning, and cultural interconnection, waiting to be explored and understood. For as long as humans have walked the Earth, caves have occupied a place not only in geography but in imagination, belief, and myth. Across every culture, subterranean spaces are depicted as gateways to the unknown, entrances to hidden worlds, and sacred realms where gods, spirits, or ancestral beings dwell. From the icy caves of Scandinavia to the sun-baked tunnels of the Middle East, legends intertwine with physical spaces, suggesting that ancient peoples recognized and revered the mysterious power of the underground. These myths, passed down through generations, may preserve fragments of knowledge about real subterranean networks, ancient rituals, or hidden civilizations long lost to time. In Europe, mythology is replete with tales of underworld realms accessible through caves. Greek mythology speaks of Hades, the shadowy kingdom beneath the surface where gods, heroes, and souls dwell. Similarly, Norse legends describe Svartalfheim and Niflheim, subterranean realms inhabited by dwarfs and spirits, often linked to craftsmanship, hidden knowledge, or sacred treasures. These myths were not merely stories. They reflected a symbolic understanding of the underground as a place of power, transformation, and mystery. Physical caves often became ritualized spaces, echoing the mythological underworld and serving as portals between the earthly and the divine. In South America, the Inca and other Andean civilizations incorporated caves into their cosmology and ritual practice. Caves were seen as wombs of the earth, entrances to sacred realms, or dwellings of powerful spirits. Myths tell of subterranean tunnels connecting the highlands with distant regions, places where sacred knowledge, ceremonial power, and ancestral wisdom were hidden from ordinary view. These legends may preserve real knowledge of underground networks, symbolic routes, or ceremonial practices designed to link disparate communities through sacred subterranean spaces. The alignment between myth and archaeology suggests that these stories were grounded in lived experience as well as imagination. India's ancient epics and local folklore also emphasize the subterranean as a realm of mystery and power. The Ramayana and Mahabharata contain references to underground cities, hidden treasures, and secret passages inhabited by gods, demons, and sages. Jain and Buddhist traditions describe meditation caves as portals for spiritual insight and transformation, where the physical act of descending into the earth mirrors the internal journey toward enlightenment. Here, myths, religion, and practical use converge. Caves were simultaneously sacred, functional, and symbolic spaces, embodying the interface between human life, spiritual practice, and cosmic order. Africa offers another rich tapestry of subterranean myth. The San people of southern Africa, for example, tell stories of underground spirits, ancestral realms, and hidden powers residing beneath the earth. In northern Africa, Berber and Saharan traditions speak of caves as sacred places of initiation, protection, and hidden knowledge. These myths often describe journeys into darkness, encounters with spirits, and the retrieval of wisdom or treasures, reflecting both symbolic and practical recognition of the power inherent in subterranean spaces. Physical caves were used for rituals that reinforced these myths, creating a feedback loop between story, space, and experience. Even in Asia, subterranean legends persist. In China, Taoist and Buddhist texts describe hidden caves where immortals dwell, treasures are safeguarded, or spiritual transformation occurs. Japan's folklore speaks of caves as entrances to mystical realms, inhabited by kami, spirits, or deities. These subterranean myths often encode moral, spiritual, or practical knowledge, guiding behavior, ritual, or societal norms. The repeated association of caves with hidden power, transformation, and knowledge suggests a universal recognition of the underground as a liminal space, a threshold between ordinary life and extraordinary experience. What is striking across these diverse cultures is the consistency of themes. Caves are simultaneously sacred and dangerous, protective and transformative, literal and symbolic. They are depicted as repositories of hidden knowledge, gateways to other worlds, and sites of initiation or trial. Such consistency suggests that myths were not merely imaginative exercises but encoded observations, experiences, and cultural memory of real subterranean features, networks, and practices. It is possible that these stories preserved information about cave locations, structural features, or even secret routes that were known to ancient peoples but lost to modern knowledge. Legends of underground cities, hidden treasures, and subterranean civilizations are particularly intriguing. Agartha, Shambhala, and the Hollow Earth myth all describe vast underground realms, often connected by tunnels spanning continents. While some dismiss these as fanciful, the recurring motifs and geographic specificity in myths worldwide suggest that they may have been inspired by real caves, tunnels, and underground networks. Ancient peoples may have encoded practical knowledge, escape routes, resource caches, ceremonial sites, within these stories, ensuring that critical information could survive across generations even as physical traces became hidden or inaccessible. Caves also appear in myths as spaces of healing and transformation. Across cultures, Subterranean realms are associated with purification, initiation, or spiritual rebirth. The descent into darkness symbolizes leaving behind ordinary concerns, confronting the unknown, and emerging renewed, whether physically, emotionally, or spiritually. These symbolic motifs align closely with archaeological evidence of ritual healing chambers, sacred burial sites, and initiation tunnels, demonstrating a convergence of myth, practice, and spatial design. Interestingly, myths often describe caves as connected by hidden networks, reflecting an intuitive understanding of subterranean interconnectivity. Stories of secret tunnels linking distant settlements, sacred mountains, or ceremonial sites appear in cultures from the Andes to the Himalayas. These narratives may preserve collective memory of real underground trade routes, ritual corridors, or communication systems, hinting at a level of sophistication in subterranean planning that modern archaeology is only beginning to uncover. Ultimately, the study of subterranean caves in myth and legend illuminates how ancient peoples perceived and interacted with the hidden world beneath their feet. These stories reflect deep reverence, practical knowledge, spiritual insight, and an enduring fascination with the unknown. They suggest that beneath the earth lies not only physical space but a repository of human imagination, belief, and encoded wisdom, a hidden layer of culture waiting to be explored. Myths and legends do more than entertain. They offer clues, frameworks, and narratives that can guide modern researchers in uncovering the secrets of subterranean networks and understanding their significance across time and place. Water has long been one of the most vital and enigmatic forces shaping both the Earth and human civilization. Its presence underground transforms caves from simple geological formations into dynamic, life-sustaining environments. Subterranean water, whether in the form of hidden rivers, natural springs, or aquifers, has influenced where caves are found, how they were used, and why they were revered by ancient peoples. Beyond its practical necessity, water in caves carries symbolic, spiritual, and ritual significance, bridging the material and mystical worlds in ways that resonate across cultures and continents. In Europe, caves containing subterranean streams or pools often became sites of ritual, healing, and settlement. The Lascaux and Chauvet regions, for example, show evidence of water sources located near chambers with significant symbolic or ceremonial artwork. These hidden waters were more than mere utilities. They were central to life underground, providing drinking water, enabling extended habitation, and facilitating ritual purification. Pools and streams allowed early humans to perform cleansing ceremonies, sustain small communities, or conduct elaborate rituals that integrated the movement of water with spiritual symbolism. In South America, Andean caves often incorporated water features into their design. Springs, channels, and natural pools were utilized for both practical and ritualistic purposes. Water was channeled to feed crops, sustain animals, and support underground habitation, demonstrating advanced understanding of hydraulics and environmental management. At the same time, water was central to spiritual practice. Offerings, ritual baths, and symbolic gestures involving water were common, reflecting the belief that underground water carried sacred or transformative power. These caves were not only refuges or sanctuaries but living laboratories where human ingenuity and the natural environment converged. India's subterranean sites provide some of the most remarkable examples of water integration. In the Ellora and Ajanta cave complexes, ancient engineers carved channels, cisterns, and reservoirs to collect and distribute rainwater or groundwater. This engineering ensured that large monastic communities could survive for months underground without relying on surface sources. Water also played a symbolic role, often incorporated into meditation chambers, ritual halls, and ceremonial spaces. Flowing water was seen as a conduit of purification, renewal, and spiritual energy, creating an immersive environment where physical sustenance and metaphysical meaning were inseparable. Africa offers additional insight into the significance of subterranean water. In regions such as the Sahara and southern Africa, hidden springs and underground rivers were critical for survival in arid landscapes. Caves with water sources became essential refuges for both humans and animals, fostering permanent or semi-permanent habitation. Beyond their practical importance, these water-rich caves were often regarded as sacred spaces. Communities performed ritual offerings, purification ceremonies, and initiations near water, believing that it carried life-giving and protective energies from the heart of the earth. The engineering of subterranean water systems demonstrates sophisticated knowledge and foresight. Ancient peoples created channels, cisterns, and reservoirs to capture, store, and distribute water with remarkable precision. Some caves show evidence of carefully designed overflow systems, filtration, and aqueduct-like channels, suggesting experimentation with hydraulic principles long before modern science formalized them. These subterranean waterworks enabled communities to thrive in challenging environments, turning hidden caves into centers of life, ritual, and cultural continuity. Water in caves also played a symbolic and spiritual role across cultures. It was often seen as a bridge between the earthly and spiritual realms, a medium for transformation and purification. Rituals involving water, bathing, drinking, sprinkling, or symbolic pouring, were performed to cleanse the body, mind, and spirit, or to invoke divine protection. Subterranean water's consistent temperature and isolation enhance these experiences, creating immersive environments that heighten sensory awareness and emotional impact. The interplay of water, darkness, and echoing sound amplified ritual effects, leaving a lasting impression on participants and reinforcing the sacred nature of the underground space. Certain caves with underground water were considered gateways to hidden worlds or the underworld. The flowing river or still pool represented a passage between life and death, surface and subterranean, mortal and divine. Myths, legends, and local traditions often describe hidden waters as the domain of spirits, gods, or supernatural beings. These stories reflect a universal recognition of water as a life force, a source of mystery, and a medium of transformation. In some cases, underground rivers may have guided subterranean trade routes or ceremonial pathways, linking caves, communities, and sacred sites across vast distances. Archaeological findings corroborate the importance of subterranean water. In many sites, traces of ritual use, offering deposits, ceremonial objects, or symbolic carvings near water sources, indicate that it was central to both practical and spiritual activities. Water enabled extended habitation, supported ritual specialists or monastic communities, and provided a tangible connection to the natural and spiritual world. It was an essential component in the complex interplay of environment, human ingenuity, and cultural practice within subterranean spaces. The role of water also underscores the interconnectedness of ancient knowledge, engineering, and spirituality. Caves with water were not isolated features. They were integrated into broader networks of habitation, ritual, trade, and astronomical observation. Water acted as both a resource and a symbolic guide, shaping the use of space, the design of structures, and the timing of activities. Its presence transformed caves from passive shelters into dynamic centers of life, learning, and ritual practice. Ultimately, water in subterranean caves exemplifies the sophisticated understanding that ancient peoples had of their environment and the forces that sustain life. It was practical, symbolic, and transformative, central to survival, ritual, and cultural continuity. Hidden rivers, springs, and pools enabled the flourishing of communities, the performance of sacred rites, and the preservation of knowledge over generations. The study of subterranean water reveals a layered understanding of the underground world, a world where engineering, spirituality, and the elemental forces of nature converged in ways that continue to inspire awe and wonder. Exploring these subterranean water systems today offers insight not only into human ingenuity but also into the profound relationship between people and the natural world. It reminds us that caves are more than hollow spaces. They are living environments shaped by water, spirit, and human hands. Each hidden spring, channel, and reservoir tells a story of survival, devotion, and innovation, revealing a dimension of ancient life that connects the practical with the mystical, the seen with the unseen, and the human with the elemental. Subterranean caves have long served as silent guardians of humanity's past, preserving artifacts that reveal secrets lost to the surface world. The hidden, stable environments of caves shielded objects from weathering, decay, and human interference, creating time capsules of culture, technology, and belief. From tools and ceremonial items to sculptures, jewelry, and enigmatic relics, subterranean artifacts provide tantalizing glimpses into the lives, knowledge, and creativity of ancient peoples. Every discovery challenges our understanding of history, suggesting sophistication, intent, and ingenuity far beyond conventional timelines. In Europe, caves have yielded some of the most striking evidence of early human artistry and technological capability. The caves of Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira are famous for their intricate paintings and carvings, but they also contain tools, pigments, and ritual objects that hint at sophisticated material knowledge. Artifacts buried deep within these caves were often deliberately placed, suggesting not only preservation but ritual significance. Some tools show evidence of advanced metallurgy or stoneworking techniques that puzzle researchers, raising questions about the origins and transmission of ancient technological knowledge. South America's subterranean treasures are equally compelling. In the Andes, hidden caves have revealed textiles, pottery, ceremonial masks, and ritual implements, often in pristine condition due to the stable underground environment. Some artifacts, crafted with precision and artistry, suggest trade or cultural exchange between distant communities, hinting at the existence of expansive networks connecting the subterranean and surface worlds. Certain items appear to encode astronomical, mathematical, or symbolic information, indicating that ancient peoples integrated multiple domains of knowledge into these carefully concealed artifacts. India's underground sites offer remarkable evidence of hidden artifacts as well. Caves such as Ellora and Ajanta, while celebrated for their monumental architecture and frescoes, have yielded ritual objects, inscribed tablets, and carved relics preserved in alcoves or secret chambers. Many of these items demonstrate advanced craftsmanship, geometric knowledge, and artistic sophistication, revealing that ancient civilizations invested considerable effort in creating and safeguarding culturally significant objects. These artifacts were not merely decorative; they were functional, ceremonial, and symbolic, embodying knowledge meant to endure. Africa presents a fascinating tapestry of hidden artifacts. Rock shelters, subterranean chambers, and desert caves contain tools, jewelry, carvings, and ceremonial objects spanning thousands of years. Some artifacts display levels of sophistication that defy conventional historical timelines, suggesting lost or deliberately concealed technologies. The discovery of symbolic carvings or objects in remote chambers hints at secretive practices, preserved knowledge, or ritual activities inaccessible to the general population. These findings challenge assumptions about the capabilities and intentions of ancient peoples, hinting at a hidden layer of cultural sophistication preserved beneath the surface. The placement of artifacts within caves is often deliberate and symbolic. Objects are frequently found in alcoves, niches, or chambers that are difficult to access, suggesting intentional concealment. This raises compelling questions. Were these items hidden for protection, ritual, or both? Were caves used as repositories for sacred, dangerous, or forbidden knowledge? In some cases, artifacts appear to have been intentionally buried, arranged in patterns, or oriented in relation to natural features of the cave, indicating an understanding of space, symbolism, and longevity that transcends mere utility. Many subterranean artifacts also point to connections with celestial, spiritual, or cosmological knowledge. Carvings, statuettes, and ritual tools are often aligned with light, shadow, or subterranean formations, suggesting that these items were not passive objects but active components of ceremonies, observation, or symbolic storytelling. Some artifacts may have been used to track celestial events, signal to distant communities, or convey encoded knowledge. The integration of art, science, and ritual underscores the multifunctional nature of subterranean spaces, where artifacts were both utilitarian and metaphysical, linking human activity to broader cosmic and natural systems. Hidden artifacts also provide insight into the cultural and technological sophistication of ancient societies. Metallurgical implements, finely crafted pottery, and ceremonial objects suggest knowledge that has been lost or forgotten. Some artifacts bear inscriptions, symbols, or markings whose meaning remains elusive, hinting at languages, codes, or knowledge systems no longer understood. These relics challenge conventional historical timelines and raise the tantalizing possibility that subterranean caves served as archives of human ingenuity, preserving technologies, cultural memory, and spiritual practices across generations. The discovery of subterranean artifacts often prompts questions about secrecy and intentionality. Were these items hidden deliberately to protect them from outsiders, war, or decay? Were caves repositories of forbidden or sacred knowledge? Across cultures, evidence suggests that certain artifacts were meant to be preserved, hidden, and accessed only by select individuals or communities. This deliberate concealment underscores the value placed on these objects, reflecting a sophisticated understanding of both material preservation and cultural legacy. Modern archaeology continues to uncover artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient human history. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR scanning, and meticulous excavation have revealed previously unknown chambers filled with tools, ceremonial objects, and enigmatic relics. Each discovery reshapes the narrative of human ingenuity, revealing hidden layers of technological, artistic, and spiritual achievement. Subterranean artifacts remind us that the Earth itself is a repository of human history, holding secrets that surface exploration alone cannot reveal. Ultimately, the study of hidden artifacts in subterranean caves emphasizes the interplay between human ingenuity, environment, and cultural memory. These objects, preserved by the underground's stable conditions, reflect the ingenuity, spirituality, and creativity of civilizations long past. They challenge our assumptions, inspire curiosity, and provide a tangible connection to the complex, hidden worlds of our ancestors. Every relic tells a story of deliberate preservation, profound symbolism, and the human desire to endure across time, waiting for modern explorers to rediscover their secrets. Exploring subterranean artifacts invites a deeper understanding of ancient civilizations. It highlights the hidden complexity of human history, revealing that beneath the surface lies not only geological marvels but repositories of knowledge, ritual, and artistry. Each artifact is a window into the minds and hands of our ancestors, a testament to ingenuity, cultural sophistication, and the enduring mystery of what lies beneath our feet. Throughout history, caves have served not only as sacred, ceremonial, or practical spaces but also as strategic strongholds and defensive refuges. Natural formations offered protection from the elements, predators, and hostile forces, while human ingenuity transformed them into sophisticated fortifications. From isolated mountain caves to intricate tunnel networks, these subterranean spaces provided a tactical advantage, allowing ancient civilizations to survive, resist invaders, and control vital territories. The hidden world beneath the earth became a theater of strategy, secrecy, and survival, often invisible to enemies and even modern researchers. In Europe, evidence of caves used for defense dates back thousands of years. In the Carpathians, Alps, and other mountainous regions, prehistoric and medieval communities leveraged natural cave systems to store supplies, hide populations, and prepare for sieges. Narrow passages, elevated chambers, and concealed entrances allowed defenders to monitor access, control movement, and strike from concealed positions. Some caves were modified with walls, traps, or barriers, transforming natural formations into formidable strongholds. Archaeological findings, including weapon remnants, fortification marks, and strategic layouts, suggest that these sites were not temporary refuges, but integral parts of defensive planning. In South America, ancient Andean civilizations exploited caves for both ceremonial and defensive purposes. Hidden chambers were often located near trade routes, villages, or ceremonial centers, offering secure locations in times of conflict. Some caves contained multiple concealed entrances and escape routes, allowing inhabitants to evade invaders or bandits. The dual function of these caves, spiritual and defensive, demonstrates the integration of practical strategy with cultural and religious life. By combining concealment, elevation, and accessibility, ancient communities created subterranean networks that could serve as both sanctuaries and command centers. India provides some of the most striking examples of subterranean defensive ingenuity. In regions like Maharashtra, cave complexes such as those in Ajanta, Ellora, and the Western Ghats include hidden chambers, secret passages, and strategically placed lookout points. While these caves are celebrated for their artistic and spiritual significance, some sections suggest defensive purposes, including concealed storage areas, narrow corridors designed to impede invaders, and elevated vantage points for observation. These adaptations highlight the duality of subterranean spaces, capable of nurturing life and culture while simultaneously serving as bastions of survival. Africa's history is rich with examples of caves as defensive refuges. In southern Africa, caves in the Drakensberg and Limpopo regions were used by indigenous communities to escape hostile forces, preserve resources, and coordinate resistance. Some caves were naturally defensible due to their elevation, limited access points, or hidden entrances, while others were modified to enhance security. Archaeological evidence includes traces of weapons, fire pits, and defensive structures, suggesting prolonged occupation and strategic planning. These subterranean refuges were more than temporary shelters. They were integral to the survival and resilience of entire communities. Subterranean defensive strategies were often enhanced by the natural characteristics of caves. Darkness, narrow corridors, echoing chambers, and vertical drops could be exploited to confuse, intimidate, or trap enemies. Knowledge of the cave's internal layout gave defenders a critical advantage, allowing them to move unseen, stage ambushes, or retreat safely. Some caves even incorporated hidden ventilation shafts, secret exits, or concealed storage areas, demonstrating an advanced understanding of both geology and tactical planning. The interplay between natural features and human adaptation transformed the underground into a living fortress. The strategic use of caves also intersected with other functions. Many defensive caves doubled as storage areas for food, water, and weapons, or as ceremonial spaces for leaders, shamans, or military strategists. The convergence of defense, resource management, and spiritual practice underscores the multifaceted role of subterranean spaces in ancient society. These were not mere hideouts. They were sophisticated hubs of survival, knowledge, and cultural continuity, capable of sustaining communities during crises. Ancient defensive caves also reveal a deep understanding of psychology and perception. Narrow entrances could create bottlenecks, echoing chambers could amplify sounds to confuse intruders, and elevated or hidden vantage points allowed defenders to observe without being seen. These techniques reflect an intuitive grasp of human behavior, sound, and spatial manipulation, turning natural features into strategic assets. In many cases, the psychological impact of descending into an unfamiliar, shadowed environment provided a further advantage, making attackers hesitant, disoriented, or vulnerable. Evidence of subterranean defensive networks raises intriguing questions about the scale and sophistication of ancient military strategy. In some regions, interconnected caves and tunnels suggest coordinated planning across multiple sites, potentially linking villages, ceremonial centers, and trade routes. These networks could allow the movement of people, resources, and information while remaining hidden from enemies. Such strategic infrastructure challenges conventional assumptions about ancient societies, revealing levels of planning, foresight, and adaptation often underestimated by modern historians. Ultimately, caves as defensive spaces illustrate the ingenuity, adaptability, and resilience of ancient civilizations. They show that our ancestors understood the interplay of environment, architecture, and human behavior, using the natural world as both shield and weapon. Subterranean fortifications were multifunctional, integrating survival, strategy, and culture into cohesive systems that could sustain communities through conflict and adversity. By studying these hidden strongholds, modern researchers gain insight into the tactical intelligence, engineering skill, and resourcefulness of civilizations long vanished from the surface world. Exploring these subterranean defenses today offers not only historical understanding but also profound appreciation for human ingenuity. The caves remind us that beneath the earth lies a hidden layer of strategy, foresight, and survival knowledge, preserved in stone, shadow, and silence. Each defensive tunnel, concealed chamber, and strategic alcove tells a story of adaptation, courage, and the enduring human desire to master both environment and circumstance, ensuring survival against the odds. Long before modern communication technology, ancient civilizations devised ingenious ways to transmit messages, relay information, and maintain contact across vast and often hostile landscapes. Subterranean caves played a crucial, yet often overlooked, role in these early communication networks. Hidden from the eyes of outsiders, shielded from the elements, and acoustically dynamic, caves served as natural hubs for message transmission, signaling, and coordination. From whispered instructions to complex systems of sound, light, and symbolism, these underground networks allowed communities to communicate with remarkable efficiency and secrecy. In Europe, evidence suggests that caves were used as message nodes and signaling points during both prehistoric and medieval periods. Deep chambers and narrow corridors amplified sound, allowing signals to be transmitted across otherwise isolated spaces. Communities placed drums, gongs, or other resonant objects within caves to send acoustic messages to adjacent tunnels or surface observers. In mountainous regions, caves often connected villages or strategic outposts, forming a hidden network that enabled coordination during trade, migration, or conflict. Archaeologists have noted markings, symbols, and carvings in some caves that may have served as mnemonic or directional guides, ensuring that messages could be passed accurately across generations and distances. South America provides equally compelling examples. In the Andes and Amazon basin, complex cave systems connected highland settlements, ceremonial centers, and trade routes. Sound signals, light flashes reflected off polished surfaces, and symbolic markings were used to convey information quickly and discreetly. Some caves contained multiple chambers linked by hidden tunnels, allowing messengers to move unseen while leaving encoded signs for those who followed. These subterranean networks served not only practical purposes, such as coordinating trade or military movements, but also ceremonial functions, where communication could signal the timing of rituals, astronomical observations, or sacred events. India's ancient cave complexes demonstrate an extraordinary integration of communication, ritual, and strategy. In regions like the Western Ghats and Deccan Plateau, caves contain chambers specifically designed to carry sound over long distances, amplify chants, or signal through vibrations in the rock. Some passages linked monasteries, temples, and settlements, enabling religious leaders to coordinate pilgrimages, disseminate teachings, or alert communities to events. Symbolic carvings, inscriptions, and spatial markers within caves further facilitated nonverbal communication, creating a layered system where acoustic, visual, and symbolic messages intersected. Africa also offers remarkable evidence of subterranean communication. In southern Africa and the Sahara, caves served as concealed channels for transmitting messages between communities separated by deserts, mountains, or savannas. Echoing chambers and narrow corridors allowed sounds to carry farther than open landscapes would permit, while hidden symbols and carvings provided a visual language for travelers or messengers. Some caves were strategically positioned near trade routes or settlements, allowing information about resources, threats, or ceremonial events to flow undetected. These underground systems exemplify a sophisticated understanding of acoustics, geography, and human perception, demonstrating that communication need not be confined to the visible or surface world. The symbolic aspect of subterranean communication networks is particularly fascinating. Across cultures, certain caves contained carved patterns, painted symbols, or geometric shapes that acted as a language understood only by select groups. These markings could indicate direction, distance, danger, or ritual timing, functioning as an early form of coded messaging. Unlike written text, which is limited by literacy, these visual and spatial systems relied on shared cultural knowledge, memory, and observation, ensuring that information could be transmitted accurately across generations without being widely deciphered. Subterranean communication was also closely linked to ritual and ceremonial practice. Sound, light, and visual symbols were often embedded within spiritual or ceremonial contexts, merging practical communication with sacred purpose. For instance, rhythmic drumming in a cave could simultaneously signal a distant community and invoke spiritual presence, blending utility with reverence. The dual function of these systems underscores the sophistication of ancient societies, which seamlessly integrated the practical, symbolic, and spiritual into a unified communication network. Some scholars speculate that caves may have been part of even larger, intercontinental communication networks. Similar structural features, symbolic motifs, and acoustic adaptations appear in caves across continents, from Europe to Asia, Africa, and the Americas. While direct connections remain speculative, these parallels suggest that subterranean communication principles were widely recognized and independently developed, reflecting a universal understanding of the strategic and practical advantages offered by hidden underground spaces. The strategic use of caves for communication demonstrates not only technological ingenuity but also psychological insight. Concealed passageways, echoing chambers, and hidden markers exploited human perception, ensuring messages were only accessible to those who knew how to interpret them. This secrecy offered protection from enemies, thieves, or rival communities, while facilitating rapid, coordinated action. Whether for trade, ceremonial purposes, or military strategy, subterranean networks allowed communities to maintain cohesion, disseminate vital information, and safeguard knowledge in a world without modern technology. Modern research continues to uncover the extent of these subterranean communication networks. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and careful archaeological excavation reveal hidden tunnels, sound-amplifying chambers, and symbolic markers that suggest far more sophisticated systems than previously imagined. Each discovery underscores that caves were not merely passive shelters but active hubs of information, strategy, and cultural continuity. They challenge assumptions about the limits of ancient technological and logistical capabilities, showing that our ancestors were adept at leveraging the hidden dimensions of the Earth to their advantage. Ultimately, caves as communication networks reveal the ingenuity, adaptability, and strategic thinking of ancient civilizations. They demonstrate that knowledge could flow silently beneath the surface, connecting communities across distances, facilitating ritual and commerce, and preserving secrets for generations. Subterranean networks were living systems, blending environmental understanding, human perception, and cultural memory into a cohesive whole. By studying these hidden communication systems, modern researchers gain insight into the intelligence, creativity, and sophistication of ancient societies, reminding us that beneath the Earth lies a world of ingenuity waiting to be uncovered. Exploring these subterranean communication networks today allows us to appreciate not only the practical brilliance of our ancestors but also the profound ways in which they perceived and utilized the hidden world. Every tunnel, chamber, and carved symbol tells a story of ingenuity, secrecy, and coordination, revealing a hidden layer of human history where information, strategy, and culture intersect in the shadows beneath our feet. Long before modern telescopes and observatories, Ancient civilizations looked to the heavens for guidance, understanding, and meaning. While open-air observatories are widely known, caves and subterranean chambers played a surprisingly sophisticated role in ancient astronomy. Hidden within mountains, cliffs, and plateaus, these spaces were carefully aligned with celestial events, allowing ancient peoples to track solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and star movements. The underground world, with its controlled light conditions and architectural precision, offered unique opportunities to observe and interpret the cosmos, blending science, ritual, and cultural knowledge in ways that still fascinate researchers today. In Europe, many prehistoric caves show clear evidence of astronomical alignment. Sites like Newgrange in Ireland, although technically a passage tomb, exemplify the precision with which ancient builders channeled sunlight during solstices into deep chambers. Similar alignments are seen in caves with carved shafts or openings that direct beams of sunlight or moonlight to specific points at precise times of the year. These observations suggest that ancient people understood the cyclical nature of celestial bodies and deliberately incorporated this knowledge into the subterranean architecture, using caves as hidden observatories and ceremonial centers simultaneously. South American caves reveal equally impressive astronomical integration. In the Andes, subterranean chambers within caves and rock shelters were aligned with the sun, moon, and significant stars, serving both ritualistic and calendrical purposes. The Incas, for instance, designed certain cave entrances to align with solstices, marking critical agricultural and ceremonial dates. Shadow patterns, reflected light, and hidden alcoves allowed observers to track celestial events without being exposed to the outside world. These hidden chambers facilitated both practical applications, such as predicting seasons for planting and harvesting, and spiritual interpretations, reinforcing the sacred relationship between humanity and the cosmos. India's cave complexes provide further evidence of subterranean astronomy. In Ajanta and Ellora, some chambers, windows, and openings appear deliberately positioned to allow sunlight or moonlight to illuminate sacred sculptures or paintings at specific times. Certain carvings align with the movement of celestial bodies, creating ephemeral light effects that occur only during particular astronomical events. These designs suggest that ancient architects possessed sophisticated observational knowledge and intentionally integrated it into religious and cultural spaces. Caves thus became multidimensional observatories, merging science, art, and spirituality in ways that continue to captivate scholars. Africa also preserves evidence of subterranean astronomical observation. In southern Africa, some rock shelters and cave chambers are aligned with solstices or star paths, allowing precise tracking of celestial events. These sites often contain symbolic carvings, paintings, or artifacts that mark celestial positions or cycles, indicating that the observatory function of caves was both practical and symbolic. The use of caves in this way underscores a deep understanding of the interaction between light, shadow, and the natural world, transforming subterranean spaces into controlled environments where cosmic patterns could be studied, celebrated, and ritualized. The advantages of caves as astronomical observatories are manifold. Unlike open-air sites, caves provide controlled lighting conditions, allowing observers to detect subtle changes in sunlight, moonlight, or shadow that might be missed on the surface. Vertical shafts, narrow windows, and reflective surfaces amplify light and shadow effects, creating precise indicators of celestial movement. In addition, caves offer protection from weather, wind, and other environmental variables, allowing consistent observation across days, months, and years. This controlled environment made caves ideal for both short-term observation and long-term recording of astronomical phenomena. Beyond practical observation, the integration of astronomy into caves had profound cultural and spiritual significance. Celestial alignments were often tied to agricultural cycles, ritual timing, and religious cosmology. Solstices and equinoxes marked critical moments for planting, harvesting, and ceremonial activities, while lunar cycles governed ritual festivals and social gatherings. The underground observatories thus became a convergence point for science, culture, and spirituality, allowing ancient civilizations to harmonize their lives with the rhythms of the cosmos. Some scholars even suggest that certain cave networks functioned as interconnected astronomical observatories, with specific chambers or shafts aligned to the same celestial events across vast distances. These networks could have enabled synchronized rituals, coordinated agricultural practices, or shared cosmological knowledge across regions. The idea of subterranean observatories as part of a larger, integrated system challenges traditional notions of isolated ancient observatories, hinting at sophisticated regional or even interregional collaboration and knowledge sharing. The precision required to create these subterranean observatories implies advanced observational skills, mathematical understanding, and architectural expertise. Ancient peoples would have needed to monitor the sun, moon, and stars over extended periods, identify consistent patterns, and translate these observations into physical modifications of rock and stone. The integration of light, shadow, and structural features into ritual and functional design demonstrates a holistic understanding of the natural world, combining empirical observation with cultural expression. Ultimately, caves as ancient astronomical observatories reveal the ingenuity, curiosity, and cultural sophistication of our ancestors. These hidden chambers were not merely shelters or ritual spaces, they were laboratories of observation, calculation, and cosmic awareness. By studying them, modern researchers gain insight into how ancient civilizations understood the universe, tracked time, and integrated scientific knowledge into daily life and spiritual practice. The subterranean observatories remind us that even in the depths of darkness, humanity has always sought to understand the heavens, blending mystery, observation, and wonder in ways that transcend time. Exploring these hidden observatories today allows us to witness the ingenuity and foresight of ancient peoples. Every precisely aligned chamber, reflected beam of light, and shadowed niche tells a story of observation, calculation, and cultural reverence. Subterranean astronomy demonstrates that beneath the Earth lies not only shelter and secrecy but also a profound connection to the cosmos, a hidden interface where human curiosity, ingenuity, and spiritual aspiration intersect, waiting for modern explorers to uncover its secrets. For millennia, subterranean caves have served as sacred spaces, ritual chambers, and portals to the unseen world. Across continents and civilizations, these hidden chambers reveal evidence of complex spiritual practices, ceremonial observances, and rites of passage that were deliberately conducted away from a surface. The consistent use of caves for ritual activities underscores a universal human recognition of the underground as a liminal space, a threshold between the material and the spiritual, the known and the mysterious. By studying these subterranean rituals, we gain insight into ancient belief systems, social structures, and the ways humans sought to understand their place in the cosmos. In Europe, prehistoric caves such as Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira offer compelling evidence of ritual activity. While they are often celebrated for their exquisite artwork, the placement, subject matter, and spatial organization of these paintings suggest ceremonial purposes. Animal depictions, geometric patterns, and symbolic motifs were often located deep within chambers, far from everyday living spaces, suggesting intentional selection for spiritual or ritualistic significance. Archaeological findings, including burnt remains, tools, and ceremonial objects, indicate that these caves were sites of repeated ritual activity, possibly involving initiations, shamanic practices, or rites of passage for select members of the community. South American civilizations also integrated caves into their spiritual and ritual life. The Inca, Moche, and other Andean cultures used subterranean chambers for offerings, burials, and ceremonial observances. Objects such as pottery, textiles, figurines, and ceremonial tools have been discovered in hidden alcoves and deep chambers, often in pristine condition due to the stable underground environment. These offerings reflect a belief in the cave as a sacred conduit to the underworld or ancestral realms, where deities and spirits could be invoked or appeased. The deliberate concealment of ritual objects and chambers suggests an understanding of secrecy, sanctity, and the preservation of sacred knowledge across generations. India's ancient cave complexes provide extraordinary insight into subterranean ritual practices. Sites such as Ellora, Ajanta, and Elephanta were not merely artistic or architectural achievements, they were vibrant centers of religious life, meditation, and ceremonial observance. Chambers deep within these complexes were designed for specific ritual activities, from chanting and meditation to complex ceremonial sequences. The interplay of light, shadow, and acoustics within these caves enhanced spiritual experiences, creating immersive environments that amplified the power and significance of ritual acts. Symbols, carvings, and inscriptions further encoded religious teachings and cosmological knowledge, transforming caves into living spiritual texts that guided practitioners through both physical and metaphysical journeys. Africa's subterranean ritual sites are equally remarkable. In southern Africa and the Sahara, caves were used for initiation ceremonies, ancestral worship, and protective rituals. Rock art, carvings, and ritual objects indicate that these spaces were carefully chosen for their symbolic significance, often located in remote or concealed areas to ensure privacy and sanctity. Some caves were associated with water sources, connecting life, purification, and spiritual transformation in a single ceremonial framework. These subterranean ritual sites reflect a sophisticated understanding of space, symbolism, and cultural memory, demonstrating that ritual practice was deeply intertwined with the environment and physical landscape. One of the most intriguing aspects of subterranean rituals is the deliberate selection of space. Caves were chosen for their acoustics, light conditions, depth, and isolation. Narrow passages, elevated chambers, and hidden alcoves allowed ritual leaders to control sensory experiences, enhance mystical effects, and create an aura of mystery. Sound, echo, and vibration played central roles in ritual performance, whether through chanting, drumming, or other acoustic techniques. These controlled environments allowed participants to experience altered perceptions, spiritual encounters, and profound psychological effects, deepening the impact of ceremonial acts. Artifacts found in ritual caves further highlight the complexity of subterranean spiritual practices. Objects such as figurines, ceremonial tools, ritual vessels, and symbolic carvings were often deliberately placed in hidden or difficult-to-reach areas, reflecting both practical and symbolic intentions. These artifacts served as conduits of power, memory, and cultural knowledge, allowing sacred practices to be preserved across generations. In some cases, repeated deposits of offerings indicate that caves functioned as long-term ritual sites, evolving over centuries while maintaining continuity of sacred tradition. Across civilizations, subterranean rituals often intertwined with cosmology and celestial observation. Caves aligned with solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, or star movements provided controlled environments for timing ceremonies according to cosmic events. Light and shadow played integral roles, with beams illuminating altars, carvings, or sacred objects at precise moments, reinforcing the spiritual significance of celestial cycles. This integration of the subterranean and the celestial highlights the sophistication of ancient ritual practice, where environmental awareness, cosmology, and cultural expression were seamlessly merged. The recurrence of subterranean ritual practices worldwide raises fascinating questions about cultural convergence and shared human experience. Despite geographic and temporal separation, societies consistently recognized caves as powerful liminal spaces. The universality of underground ritual practices suggests an innate human understanding of caves as thresholds, sanctuaries, and conduits for interaction with unseen forces. These practices demonstrate that the underground was more than shelter. It was a carefully curated environment where physical, spiritual, and symbolic elements intersected to create transformative experiences. Ultimately, evidence of subterranean rituals underscores the depth, sophistication, and universality of human spiritual practice. Caves were not merely functional spaces. They were sacred theaters, laboratories of human experience, and repositories of cultural memory. By studying these rituals, we uncover layers of meaning, belief, and ingenuity that reveal how ancient civilizations perceived the world and their place within it. Subterranean rituals remind us that beneath the earth lies a hidden world of spiritual significance, one that connects us to the fears, aspirations, and beliefs of our distant ancestors. Exploring these subterranean ritual sites today offers profound insight into the intersection of human creativity, spirituality, and environmental mastery. Every chamber, carving, and artifact tells a story of deliberate intention, sacred practice, and cultural continuity. These hidden spaces illuminate not only the mysteries of ancient civilizations but also the enduring human quest to connect with the unseen, the unknown, and the sacred. They are a testament to the universality of ritual, the power of place, and the hidden depths of human imagination. Across the globe, hidden caves have long tantalized archaeologists, historians, and adventurers with whispers of lost civilizations buried beneath the earth. These subterranean spaces are more than geological formations. They are silent witnesses to human ingenuity, culture, and mystery. From massive underground complexes to hidden tunnels and chambers filled with enigmatic artifacts, the evidence points toward advanced societies whose knowledge and achievements were deliberately concealed or lost to time. The possibility that these caves were part of an extensive, interconnected network raises profound questions about the history of human civilization and challenges conventional understandings of our past. In Europe, caves have yielded artifacts, architectural remnants, and carvings that hint at cultures more sophisticated than previously believed. In regions such as the Balkans and the Mediterranean, deep subterranean tunnels show evidence of urban planning, storage systems, and ceremonial spaces that defy simple explanations. Some chambers contain objects that seem technologically advanced for their purported age, including metallurgical tools, sculptural work, and symbolic engravings. These discoveries suggest that prehistoric societies may have possessed knowledge, skills, and organizational capacities far beyond what conventional historical narratives recognize. South America's Andes and Amazon regions offer equally compelling evidence. Subterranean sites reveal elaborate tunnel systems, hidden chambers, and ceremonial complexes that suggest advanced urban or ritual planning. Artifacts such as intricately woven textiles, gold objects, and ceremonial items indicate sophisticated material culture. Moreover, some caves contain evidence of long-distance trade, suggesting that these lost civilizations were not isolated but part of broader networks of exchange and communication. The complexity and scale of these subterranean structures challenge assumptions about the capabilities of ancient societies and hint at knowledge that may have been deliberately hidden or lost over millennia. India provides some of the most striking examples of hidden sophistication in subterranean caves. Sites like Ajanta, Ellora, and the lesser-known Berobar caves contain intricately carved chambers, acoustically precise halls, and symbolic inscriptions. Beyond their artistic and spiritual significance, these caves show evidence of engineering prowess, including water management, structural reinforcement, and precise geometric planning. Such achievements indicate that ancient builders possessed advanced understanding of materials, construction techniques, and environmental adaptation, knowledge that may have been intentionally guarded or gradually forgotten over generations. Africa's subterranean spaces also preserve tantalizing hints of lost civilizations. In northern Africa, deep cave networks conceal artifacts, tools, and symbolic carvings that hint at cultures whose influence and reach remain obscured. Southern African caves, used for habitation and ritual, reveal evidence of complex social structures, ceremonial practices, and material culture that contradicts conventional timelines of human development. These discoveries suggest that sophisticated societies existed in areas now perceived as remote or marginal, with hidden subterranean networks preserving knowledge, culture, and resources away from the surface world. One of the most intriguing aspects of these mysterious caves is their apparent purpose as repositories of knowledge and culture. Many chambers appear deliberately organized to store artifacts, ceremonial objects, or records of some kind. Items are often hidden in niches, behind walls, or in hard-to-access chambers, suggesting that their preservation was intentional. The combination of functional, ceremonial, and symbolic use indicates that subterranean spaces may have been central to the survival, continuity, and secrecy of advanced civilizations. Some scholars propose that these caves served as archives, safeguarding knowledge through periods of environmental upheaval, social collapse, or conquest. The possibility of interconnected cave networks adds another layer of mystery. Across continents, reports and archaeological evidence hint at subterranean passages linking distant settlements, ceremonial sites, or trade centers. Such networks would have required extensive planning, engineering, and social organization, pointing to a level of sophistication often excluded from mainstream historical narratives. If true, this raises questions about the scale of human civilization in the distant past, suggesting that advanced societies may have been widespread, interconnected, and deliberately hidden from view. Artifacts found in these caves further support the theory of lost civilizations. Objects displaying advanced metallurgy, intricate artistry, and symbolic complexity are found in locations far from known urban centers, challenging conventional timelines of technological development. Some artifacts bear symbols, inscriptions, or designs whose meaning remains unknown, hinting at knowledge systems, languages, or cultural practices that have vanished from the historical record. These items suggest that subterranean caves were more than hiding places. They were living centers of culture, ritual, and technological innovation. The integration of ritual, astronomy, and defense in these caves points to highly organized societies. Many subterranean spaces are multifunctional, combining spiritual chambers, observatories, and secure refuges. The alignment of chambers with celestial events, the careful placement of artifacts, and the deliberate concealment of tunnels all reflect a holistic approach to knowledge, culture, and survival. These features indicate that lost civilizations may have understood the interconnectedness of environment, spirituality, and technology in ways that remain largely unrecognized today. The study of mysterious caves challenges long-held assumptions about human history. By examining these subterranean networks, archaeologists and researchers uncover evidence that human societies may have reached levels of sophistication previously thought impossible for their era. Each discovery invites re-evaluation of accepted timelines, technological capabilities, and cultural achievements. Caves serve as portals not only to the physical underground but also to the hidden chapters of human history, preserving secrets that could reshape our understanding of civilization itself. Ultimately, mysterious caves act as a bridge between the known and the unknown, revealing glimpses of civilizations that may have been deliberately erased, forgotten, or lost. They remind us that beneath the surface of the earth lies a complex, hidden world, a world shaped by ingenuity, ritual, and survival, where knowledge, culture, and power were carefully preserved. By exploring these subterranean realms, we gain not only archaeological insight but also a profound appreciation for the resilience, creativity, and mystery of humanity. Each tunnel, chamber, and artifact is a testament to civilizations that may have flourished in secrecy, leaving behind subterranean legacies that continue to challenge and inspire the modern world. Beneath the surface of the earth, caves often reveal more than just rock formations. They expose geological anomalies that challenge our understanding of natural history. Stalactites and stalagmites, mineral veins, and crystal formations are not the only marvels hidden underground. Some caves display structures and features so unusual that scientists and explorers struggle to explain their origin, composition, or purpose. These anomalies have fueled speculation for centuries, suggesting that the Earth itself may hold secrets far beyond conventional geological knowledge, and raising questions about the forces, natural or artificial, that shape these subterranean wonders. In Europe, caves like the Hall of the Bulls in Lascaux or the Chauvet complex are celebrated for their art, but deeper exploration reveals geological oddities. Certain chambers exhibit perfectly symmetrical formations, unusual rock deposits, and intricate tunnel networks that appear almost engineered. These features defy straightforward explanations of natural erosion or sedimentation, leading some researchers to speculate about unknown geological processes or even ancient human intervention. The precision and pattern of these formations suggest a hidden intelligence, whether natural or deliberate, that challenges conventional geological theory. South America offers equally mysterious subterranean formations. In the Andes and Amazon regions, explorers have documented caves containing parallel tunnels, massive underground chambers, and formations that resemble architectural structures rather than random geological phenomena. Some caves contain mineral deposits arranged in geometric patterns, crystal formations that seem impossibly large, or voids that defy conventional collapse and erosion models. While some anomalies may be attributed to natural forces over millions of years, others appear so deliberate or precise that they suggest human modification, or knowledge of geological processes far in advance of accepted historical timelines. India's cave systems, including the Ellora and Ajanta complexes, reveal similarly baffling features. Beyond the artistic and spiritual marvels, certain chambers display unusual rock formations, hidden conduits, and structurally stable voids that appear almost unnatural. Some of these caves contain mineral veins arranged in patterns that hint at symbolic or functional design, while others exhibit acoustical anomalies, whispering corridors and echoing chambers, suggesting knowledge of sound propagation that exceeds what might be expected of ancient civilizations. These anomalies challenge our assumptions about the boundaries between natural processes and human ingenuity. Africa's subterranean landscapes also provide extraordinary examples of geological mysteries. In northern Africa, deep caves conceal crystal formations, rock structures, and chamber layouts that resist conventional explanation. Some formations appear deliberately sculpted, with smooth surfaces, angular cuts, or arrangements that suggest purpose and intention. Southern African caves feature tunnels and chambers that align with mineral veins, watercourses, and topographical features in ways that defy simple erosion or sediment deposition models. Such anomalies raise compelling questions. Are these purely natural wonders, or remnants of a forgotten human or pre-human activity that manipulated the subterranean environment with knowledge we have yet to rediscover? Some geological anomalies appear to transcend ordinary spatial and physical rules. Unexplained voids, hidden chambers, and perfectly aligned mineral structures suggest a level of design that challenges the purely random nature of geological processes. In several cases, researchers have encountered chambers where acoustic, thermal, or electromagnetic properties seem unusual, producing effects that remain unexplained. Whether these features are the result of unique mineral composition, tectonic activity, or deliberate manipulation, they create a sense of mystery and awe, inviting deeper exploration and study. The interaction between human activity and geological anomalies is particularly fascinating. In many ancient caves, carvings, tunnels, and structures seem integrated with natural anomalies, implying that civilizations recognized and utilized these features deliberately. Hidden chambers may coincide with unusually hard rock formations, crystal deposits, or structural voids, suggesting that ancient builders harnessed or adapted natural anomalies for practical, ceremonial, or symbolic purposes. This integration of natural and artificial structures raises profound questions about the knowledge and capabilities of lost civilizations, challenging conventional narratives of technological development. Caves with unexplained geological anomalies also intersect with myths, legends, and folklore. Many cultures have attributed spiritual, supernatural, or cosmic significance to unusual rock formations, subterranean chambers, and mineral phenomena. Tales of hidden treasures, portals to other realms, or ancient guardians often accompany these mysterious features. While modern science seeks to understand these anomalies through geology and archaeology, the persistence of myth and legend underscores humanity's enduring fascination with subterranean mysteries, blending observation, imagination, and cultural memory. Modern technology is beginning to reveal even more astonishing anomalies. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and 3D scanning have uncovered hidden voids, unusual mineral deposits, and previously unknown chambers within known cave systems. In some cases, these discoveries challenge conventional geological timelines, revealing formations that seem unusually precise, symmetrical, or resistant to natural erosion. Each anomaly forces scientists to reconsider assumptions about the interplay of natural forces, human activity, and unknown processes shaping the subterranean world. Ultimately, caves and geological anomalies that defy explanation remind us of the limits of our understanding. They challenge the notion that every feature can be explained by conventional science, suggesting that the Earth may hold knowledge or history we have yet to grasp. These anomalies inspire wonder, speculation, and rigorous inquiry, inviting exploration not only of the physical underground but also of humanity's place in a world filled with hidden complexity. They blur the line between the natural and the artificial, the known and the mysterious, offering tantalizing glimpses of what might lie beyond accepted understanding. Exploring these subterranean anomalies today allows researchers and explorers to confront both scientific and philosophical questions. Every perfectly aligned chamber, unusual mineral formation, and hidden void raises the possibility that ancient civilizations, or even unknown natural forces, shape the underground environment in ways still beyond comprehension. Caves with unexplained geological features are more than curiosities. They are gateways to the hidden, challenging us to expand the boundaries of knowledge, question assumptions, and marvel at the mysteries lying just beneath our feet. Beneath the Earth's surface, caves often conceal more than art, ritual, or shelter. They hide evidence of technologies that challenge conventional timelines and historical understanding. Across continents, archaeologists and explorers have unearthed tools, mechanisms, and engineering feats that suggest ancient civilizations possess knowledge far more advanced than commonly believed. From precise stone-cutting techniques to intricate water management systems and complex mechanical artifacts, these subterranean spaces reveal a world where ingenuity, experimentation, and technical mastery intersected with cultural and spiritual life. The presence of such technologies in caves forces us to reconsider the capabilities of ancient humans and the hidden complexity of early societies. In Europe, caves reveal evidence of remarkable stoneworking and metal technologies. Tools discovered in underground chambers demonstrate precision cutting, shaping, and engraving that challenge assumptions about the skill levels of prehistoric peoples. Some stones bear perfectly smooth surfaces, precise holes, and symmetrical designs, suggesting techniques that remain difficult to replicate even today. Metallurgical residues, found in isolated cave contexts, hint at smelting, alloying, and casting processes occurring far earlier than conventional timelines indicate. These discoveries suggest that caves were not merely places of habitation or ritual. They were laboratories where experimentation, innovation, and advanced technology could be practiced and preserved in secret. South America offers equally astonishing technological evidence. In the Andes and Amazon basin, subterranean sites contain intricate masonry, sophisticated irrigation channels, and engineered water systems embedded within caves. Hidden reservoirs, aqueducts, and drainage systems suggest knowledge of hydraulics and fluid dynamics that exceeds what is expected from the historical record. In some cases, caves appear to have served as workshops, where complex tools, ceramics, and ceremonial implements were produced with precision and skill. These findings point to a high degree of engineering knowledge, organizational capacity, and technological sophistication that challenges the notion of isolated, primitive societies. India's cave complexes provide further insight into ancient technological prowess. In Ajanta, Ellora, and other subterranean sites, archaeologists have discovered advanced architectural techniques integrated with environmental engineering. Chambers were carved with precise geometry, often aligned with natural rock formations, structural stress points, and even celestial events. Water channels, drainage systems, and acoustically optimized halls suggest deliberate manipulation of natural forces to enhance functionality and ritual experience. Some caves also contain evidence of chemical knowledge, such as pigments, coatings, and preservatives, demonstrating that ancient builders possess material science expertise that enabled structures and artifacts to endure for millennia. Africa's subterranean spaces reveal technological accomplishments that continue to astonish researchers. In northern and southern Africa, caves contain stone tools, grinding implements, and ceremonial objects manufactured with remarkable precision. Certain chambers were modified to enhance acoustics, ventilation, or accessibility, reflecting sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. The alignment of tunnels and the careful placement of artifacts demonstrate planning and technical knowledge applied to both practical and ceremonial purposes. These technological traces suggest that ancient humans were not only resourceful but also capable of manipulating their environment in complex, systematic ways to achieve desired outcomes. Some subterranean technologies appear to have been deliberately concealed or restricted. Hidden chambers, secret storage areas, and complex tunnel networks indicate that knowledge, whether of metallurgy, construction, or mechanical devices, was carefully preserved and transmitted only to select individuals or communities. This secrecy may have been intended to protect technological advantages, preserve sacred or ritual knowledge, or prevent misuse of advanced techniques. The deliberate concealment of technological artifacts within caves hints at a sophisticated understanding of intellectual property and cultural preservation that predates written records. Evidence of ancient machines or mechanical devices has also been found in subterranean contexts. In several caves, artifacts suggest the use of pulleys, levers, and counterweights to move large stones or manipulate structural elements. Some chambers exhibit signs of rotational mechanisms, hydraulic systems, or other engineering applications that remain difficult to explain with conventional historical frameworks. These finds imply that ancient civilizations may have developed technologies independently of, or even prior to, those documented in more familiar historical records. The integration of technology with ritual and daily life is a hallmark of subterranean innovation. Caves were multifunctional environments where spiritual, social, and practical needs intersected. Water systems served both ritual purification and practical consumption. Acoustically optimized halls amplified chants or signals for ceremonial purposes. Engineered chambers controlled temperature, airflow, and humidity to preserve delicate artifacts or materials. This holistic application of technology demonstrates that ancient societies understood the interplay of environment, material, and human activity in ways that remain astonishingly sophisticated. Modern research continues to uncover previously hidden technological evidence. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and meticulous excavation reveal concealed channels, structural reinforcements, and mechanical artifacts that were invisible to earlier generations of researchers. Each discovery expands our understanding of what ancient civilizations were capable of and forces a re-evaluation of assumed technological timelines. Caves thus serve as living laboratories of ancient ingenuity, preserving evidence of human creativity, experimentation, and technical mastery for thousands of years. Ultimately, caves and the technologies hidden within them challenge the conventional narrative of human history. They reveal a world where innovation, experimentation, and ingenuity flourished long before the invention of modern tools, machines, or scientific methods. These subterranean spaces were not passive shelters. They were dynamic centers of technological exploration, spiritual practice, and cultural continuity. By studying the evidence of ancient technologies preserved in caves, modern researchers gain insight into the capabilities, creativity, and resilience of civilizations that may have been deliberately obscured by time. Exploring these technological traces today allows us to confront a profound truth. Humanity's capacity for innovation stretches back far deeper than surface history suggests. Every carved stone, hidden mechanism, and engineered chamber tells a story of knowledge preserved in secrecy, ingenuity applied in darkness, and a legacy of technological mastery that continues to inspire awe. Subterranean caves remain silent witnesses to the hidden brilliance of our ancestors, urging modern explorers to reconsider the true scope of ancient human achievement. Across continents and millennia, certain caves and subterranean complexes display striking similarities that suggest they may have been part of a global network of ancient sites. From the Americas to Europe, Africa, and Asia, researchers have documented recurring architectural features, symbolic motifs, and engineering techniques that challenge conventional notions of isolated cultural development. These patterns hint at the possibility that ancient civilizations, long thought to be disconnected, may have shared knowledge, coordinated activities, or at the very least tapped into a collective understanding of the subterranean world. If true, this global network raises profound questions about human history, technological exchange, and the scope of ancient intelligence. In Europe, interconnected cave systems suggest deliberate planning for trade, communication, and ceremonial purposes. Sites in the Alps, the Carpathians, and the Mediterranean feature hidden tunnels, storage chambers, and ceremonial spaces aligned with natural rock formations and underground watercourses. These caves exhibit precise engineering, consistent design principles, and symbolic motifs that mirror those found in distant regions, raising the possibility of a broader pattern of subterranean knowledge. Some researchers have proposed that these caves functioned as nodes within a larger network, enabling communication, trade, or ritual synchronization between communities spread across vast distances. South America presents compelling evidence of interconnected subterranean systems as well. In the Andes and Amazon regions, complex cave networks, hidden passageways, and strategically placed chambers suggest an organized system extending beyond local settlements. Many caves appear aligned with trade routes, astronomical phenomena, and ritual centers, forming a web of functional and spiritual connectivity. Artifacts found in one cave often bear stylistic similarities to those found hundreds of miles away, implying shared techniques, beliefs, or cultural exchange. The idea that these caves were not isolated but interconnected challenges assumptions that pre-Columbian civilizations developed entirely independently within their respective regions. India's cave complexes offer another glimpse of potential global parallels. The Barabar, Ajanta, and Ellora caves contain precisely cut rock chambers, hidden passages, and acoustically engineered halls, displaying technical and aesthetic sophistication comparable to sites thousands of miles away. Certain symbolic carvings and geometric patterns echo those observed in European and South American caves, suggesting either convergent evolution of cultural ideas or the possibility of long-distance exchange of knowledge. The meticulous alignment of chambers with natural rock formations, celestial events, and acoustic principles reflects a shared understanding of environmental manipulation that transcends geographical boundaries. Africa also provides fascinating evidence for a possible global network. From the deep caves of northern Africa to southern Africa's Drakensberg region, subterranean sites display recurring architectural techniques, ritual layouts, and symbolic motifs. Hidden passageways, elevated chambers, and acoustically enhanced halls appear in multiple regions, reflecting similar practical and ceremonial purposes. The recurrence of these features across continents suggests that ancient civilizations may have independently developed comparable solutions to subterranean engineering challenges, or perhaps participated in a broader exchange of ideas and practices. One of the most striking aspects of these global similarities is the consistent use of caves for multifunctional purposes. Across continents, caves served simultaneously as ritual spaces, observatories, storage facilities, defensive refuges, and workshops. This multifunctionality implies a sophisticated understanding of spatial planning, environmental manipulation, and cultural integration. The recurring combination of these elements, from acoustically optimized chambers to hidden corridors and precisely aligned openings, suggests that ancient societies recognized universal principles of subterranean design, whether discovered independently or shared across networks. Symbolic and artistic motifs further strengthen the case for global connections. Geometric patterns, spirals, animal depictions, and abstract carvings appear in caves across Europe, South America, Africa, and Asia. While cultural context varies, the recurrence of certain shapes and designs raises intriguing questions about shared symbolic language or collective human cognition. Could these motifs represent a universal system of communication, spiritual concepts, or practical instructions for navigating complex underground networks? The striking similarities suggest that caves were not merely local shelters but part of a larger cultural and functional continuum spanning the globe. The possibility of interconnected cave networks also intersects with theories of ancient communication and trade. Hidden passages, tunnels, and chambers could have facilitated the movement of people, goods, and knowledge across great distances while remaining concealed from outsiders. Some researchers propose that these networks enable the exchange of technological innovations, ritual practices, and astronomical observations, linking disparate civilizations in a web of cooperation and shared understanding. Such an idea challenges the conventional narrative of isolated ancient societies and suggests a level of sophistication in planning, engineering, and cultural exchange previously unimagined. Scientific investigation increasingly supports the notion of widespread subterranean coordination. Ground-penetrating radar, LiDAR, and advanced mapping techniques have revealed previously unknown tunnels, hidden chambers, and alignments in caves across multiple continents. The structural parallels, geometric precision, and recurring symbolic motifs suggest intentional design principles rather than random coincidence. Each new discovery adds weight to the theory that these subterranean sites may represent nodes in a global network, a hidden legacy of human ingenuity preserved beneath the earth for millennia. Ultimately, considering caves as part of a global network forces a re-evaluation of human history. It suggests that ancient civilizations were far more interconnected, technologically advanced, and culturally sophisticated than mainstream narratives acknowledge. These subterranean networks may have facilitated communication, ritual, trade, and knowledge preservation, offering a hidden dimension of human achievement that has largely escaped modern recognition. By studying these caves collectively, rather than in isolation, researchers can begin to reconstruct a more accurate or inspiring picture of the ancient world, one in which humanity's ingenuity, curiosity, and adaptability extend across continents and millennia. Exploring these subterranean networks today offers the tantalizing possibility of uncovering lost chapters of human history. Every hidden chamber, aligned passage, and recurring motif provides a clue to a vast, interconnected system of knowledge, ritual, and technology. Caves as part of a global network remind us that beneath the surface lies a hidden history, one in which civilizations collaborated, shared knowledge, and mastered the subterranean world in ways that continue to challenge, inspire, and captivate the modern imagination. Hidden deep within caves around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that defy conventional dating methods, challenging our understanding of human history and technological development. These objects, often crafted with extraordinary precision or made from materials that seem impossible for their purported age, raise profound questions about who created them, how, and for what purpose. From metal tools in prehistoric contexts to intricate carvings and unexplained mechanical objects, these enigmatic finds hint at lost civilizations, forgotten knowledge, or historical timelines far older than mainstream archaeology acknowledges. Each cave seems to guard a fragment of a story that refuses to fit neatly into conventional chronology. In Europe, several caves have yielded tools and objects that appear technologically advanced for their claimed age. In certain alpine and Balkan caves, archaeologists have discovered stone implements with perfectly smooth edges, holes drilled with precision, and carvings that suggest advanced engineering skills. Radiocarbon dating often places these artifacts far earlier than when such techniques were believed to be possible, creating a temporal puzzle. Some objects even display properties suggesting exposure to heat or pressure in ways that were supposedly unknown to prehistoric peoples. These anomalies provoke questions not only about technological capability but also about the continuity and loss of knowledge over millennia. South America offers some of the most striking examples of artifacts that defy conventional dating. In the Andes and Amazon basin, caves have produced metallic objects, ceremonial items, and intricate carvings that seem anachronistic. For example, copper or bronze tools discovered in contexts thousands of years older than the accepted timeline for metallurgy in the region challenge the notion of isolated technological development. Similarly, ceramic and textile artifacts exhibit patterns, dyeing techniques, or symbolic content that suggest knowledge and artistry far beyond what is traditionally attributed to early civilizations. The presence of these items in hidden caves suggests a deliberate attempt to preserve or protect this advanced knowledge from prying eyes, emphasizing both the ingenuity and secrecy of ancient peoples. India's subterranean sites also harbor artifacts that puzzle historians and scientists alike. In caves like Ellora, Ajanta, and lesser-known Berobar caves, archaeologists have discovered objects with precise geometric designs, acoustic engineering components, and chemical treatments that suggest sophisticated scientific knowledge. Pigments on murals, for instance, have endured millennia without fading, hinting at a level of material science mastery not fully explained by conventional understanding. Similarly, carved tools and mechanisms within certain chambers imply mechanical knowledge, including levers, counterweights, or rotational systems, that predate recognized technological timelines. These artifacts not only challenge chronological assumptions but also hint at civilizations capable of combining art, science, and engineering in hidden underground spaces. Africa contains equally confounding subterranean artifacts. In northern and southern Africa, caves have yielded objects made of rare minerals, metals, and stone, some displaying intricate carving, precision engineering, or symbolic inscriptions. Many of these artifacts resist conventional dating due to their unusual composition, advanced manufacturing, or unexpected stratigraphic contexts. For example, Ceremonial objects found deep within cave chambers sometimes exhibit stylistic continuity with distant regions, suggesting shared knowledge or long-distance communication. These finds hint at the presence of cultures far more interconnected and technologically advanced than previously recognized. Some artifacts go beyond the merely enigmatic. They actively defy the known limits of human capability. Mechanically intricate objects, unusually large or perfectly shaped stone blocks, and tools demonstrating knowledge of metallurgy or physics absent from conventional timelines provoke both awe and controversy. When found in caves, their isolation further fuels the mystery, implying intentional concealment or preservation. Scholars debate whether these artifacts represent remnants of a lost civilization, advanced prehistoric societies, or an unknown chapter of human history intentionally erased from the surface record. The recurrence of these mysterious artifacts across continents adds weight to the theory that ancient civilizations may have shared knowledge or independently developed comparable technologies. Patterns of precision, design, and material use appear in Europe, South America, India, and Africa, suggesting that advanced craftsmanship and technical understanding were far more widespread than traditionally assumed. Whether through a hidden global network, independent innovation, or the survival of arcane knowledge, these artifacts hint at a deeper, hidden layer of human history that challenges mainstream chronology and interpretations. The environmental conditions of caves have played a critical role in preserving these artifacts. Stable temperatures, low light exposure, and isolation from surface activity have allowed fragile materials to endure for millennia, maintaining their structural integrity and making it possible for modern researchers to study them in remarkable detail. Ironically, it is the secrecy and concealment provided by caves that have preserved evidence of technological and artistic sophistication lost elsewhere. The subterranean world acts as a time capsule, safeguarding knowledge that the surface environment could not. Interpretations of these mysterious artifacts vary widely. Mainstream archaeology often attributes them to isolated cultural anomalies, extraordinary craftsmanship, or natural processes that coincidentally mimic advanced techniques. Alternative theories suggest deliberate preservation by advanced civilizations, lost technological knowledge, or even contact with unknown external influences. While definitive answers remain elusive, the sheer consistency and global distribution of these artifacts indicate that they cannot be dismissed as mere anomalies or accidents. Each discovery demands careful study, open-minded inquiry, and a willingness to challenge established historical narratives. Ultimately, caves housing artifacts that defy dating compel us to reconsider what we know about human history. They hint at civilizations that were not only technologically capable but also strategically secretive, preserving their knowledge in hidden chambers away from the prying eyes of time and nature. These artifacts serve as reminders that history is far more complex, layered, and mysterious than textbooks often admit. They challenge us to look beyond conventional timelines and explore the possibility that humanity's achievements in the distant past were far greater than we have been led to believe. Exploring caves and the enigmatic artifacts they contain allows us to confront a hidden, subterranean history. 1. Where knowledge, technology, and culture intersect in unexpected ways. Every intricately carved tool, metallic object, or precisely shaped artifact tells a story of ingenuity, preservation, and secrecy. These finds remind us that beneath the earth lies a network of hidden human achievement, waiting to be fully understood, carefully examined, and appreciated for the sophistication it represents. Caves have long served as silent witnesses to human history, not only preserving artifacts but also harboring human remains that continue to baffle archaeologists and anthropologists alike. Across the globe, subterranean burial sites, skeletal discoveries, and unusual mummifications challenge conventional timelines and our understanding of ancient populations. These remains often display characteristics, preservation methods, or contexts that defy established explanations, hinting at lost civilizations, hidden rituals, or even entirely unknown branches of humanity. Every discovery raises profound questions about who these individuals were, how they lived, and why they were interred deep within the earth. In Europe, caves have yielded some of the most extraordinary and mysterious human remains. Sites in France, Spain, and the Balkans contain skeletons that are sometimes significantly taller or larger than contemporary populations, suggesting unknown genetic traits or populations. Others exhibit unusual cranial shapes, robust bone structures, or healed injuries indicative of advanced medical knowledge or physical resilience beyond expected norms. In some cases, the remains are found alongside intricate grave goods, symbolic artifacts, or hidden chambers, implying ritualistic burial practices and complex belief systems surrounding death and the afterlife. South America also preserves perplexing human remains. In the Andes and Amazon regions, archaeologists have unearthed mummified bodies and skeletal remains in caves that display unusual preservation techniques. Some mummies are exceptionally well preserved, with skin, hair, and internal tissues intact, suggesting the use of advanced embalming methods long before such techniques were historically documented. Certain skeletal finds exhibit elongated skulls, unusual bone density, or unique markings, raising questions about cultural practices, genetic diversity, or potentially lost lineages. Many of these remains are located in hidden chambers deep within cave networks, indicating a deliberate choice of burial site that aligns with ceremonial, spiritual, or protective purposes. India's subterranean caves also house enigmatic human remains that reveal sophisticated cultural practices. In caves such as Ellora, Ajanta, and Barabar, skeletal discoveries are sometimes accompanied by ritualistic artifacts, ceremonial chambers, or precise alignments with architectural features. The placement of remains, combined with their preservation in controlled subterranean conditions, suggests intentionality and knowledge of both spiritual practice and environmental management. Some skeletons display evidence of ritual modification or ceremonial treatment, including cranial shaping, decorative markings, or strategic positioning within the cave space. These practices hint at complex beliefs surrounding death, the afterlife, and human interaction with sacred subterranean environments. Africa presents equally astonishing examples of unexplained human remains. In southern Africa's Drakensberg region and northern Africa's Saharan caves, skeletons have been found in contexts that challenge accepted anthropological models. Some remains show remarkable resilience, unusual anatomical features, or cultural modifications not accounted for in the mainstream archaeological record. Burials are often located in hidden or remote cave chambers, sometimes in alignment with mineral deposits, water sources, or ritual spaces. These patterns suggest a deep understanding of both environmental preservation and spiritual significance, reflecting complex cultural practices that remain largely mysterious today. One of the most puzzling aspects of cave burials is the deliberate use of the subterranean environment to preserve or conceal remains. Stable temperatures, low humidity, and isolation from surface disturbances have allowed bones and mummified tissues to endure for thousands of years. In some cases, the remains show evidence of chemical treatments, wrapping techniques, or environmental modifications designed to enhance preservation. These practices indicate advanced knowledge of anatomy, chemistry, and environmental control, challenging conventional assumptions about prehistoric or ancient human capabilities. Unexplained human remains are often accompanied by enigmatic artifacts, symbolic carvings, or unusual architectural features within the caves. These accompanying elements suggest that the burials were not simply functional but deeply ceremonial, integrating spiritual beliefs, social hierarchy, and cultural identity. Some caves contain multiple layers of interment, hidden niches, and complex passageways, hinting at extended use over generations or even centuries. The deliberate placement of bodies and artifacts reflects a sophisticated understanding of subterranean space as both sacred and practical, intertwining death, ritual, and environmental mastery. The global distribution of mysterious human remains in caves further complicates the narrative. From Europe to South America, India, and Africa, we find repeated patterns of burial in hidden, subterranean locations, often accompanied by unique preservation methods or unexplained anatomical traits. These similarities raise profound questions. Were these isolated practices developed independently, or do they point to a shared knowledge or tradition of human burial that spans continents and cultures? Could these remains represent populations, lineages, or even civilizations that have largely vanished from the historical record? Scientific analysis continues to yield surprising results. Advanced DNA testing, isotope analysis, and radiocarbon dating have revealed unexpected connections, unusual genetic markers, and anomalous ages for certain remains. Some skeletons are significantly older than the surrounding archaeological context, while others suggest genetic traits that do not align with known populations. These findings challenge mainstream historical models and hint at the presence of populations or civilizations whose existence has been obscured, forgotten, or deliberately hidden beneath the earth. Ultimately, unexplained human remains in caves force us to reconsider the story of humanity itself. They hint at civilizations that were capable of advanced environmental manipulation, sophisticated ritual practices, and potentially even long-distance cultural connections. These discoveries remind us that beneath the surface lies a hidden layer of human history, one in which death, ritual, and preservation intersect in ways that continue to defy explanation. Each skeleton, mummified body, or ritualized burial tells a story of ingenuity, secrecy, and cultural complexity that stretches far beyond conventional understanding. Exploring caves with unexplained human remains today is both an archaeological and philosophical journey. Every hidden chamber, preserved body, and accompanying artifact invites us to confront the mysteries of the past, challenging assumptions about who we are, where we come from, and what civilizations might have existed in secrecy beneath our feet. These subterranean sites are not merely graves. They are portals into lost worlds, revealing the enduring human fascination with death, the afterlife, and the hidden potential of the Earth itself. Beneath the surface of the Earth, caves across the globe reveal astonishing evidence of advanced engineering that challenges our understanding of ancient civilizations. These subterranean marvels are not merely natural formations. Many exhibit signs of precise planning, sophisticated construction techniques, and deliberate manipulation of the environment. From intricately carved tunnels to chambers optimized for acoustics, temperature, and structural integrity, caves demonstrate a level of technical mastery that seems almost inconceivable for societies often assumed to be primitive. The discovery of such engineering feats forces us to reconsider timelines, capabilities, and the ingenuity of ancient peoples. In Europe, subterranean sites reveal an extraordinary understanding of structural engineering. Ancient builders carved expansive chambers into solid rock, sometimes creating multi-level networks that remain stable thousands of years later. Support pillars, arches, and load-bearing walls indicate an understanding of weight distribution and stress management far beyond what one might expect from prehistoric societies. In some caves, tunnels connect multiple chambers in a layout suggesting deliberate planning and functional design, allowing for movement, storage, or ceremonial procession. These structures are not haphazard. They reflect intentionality, foresight, and a mastery of materials. South America also preserves incredible examples of ancient engineering in caves. In the Andes and Amazon basin, subterranean complexes include terrace tunnels, water management systems, and strategically placed chambers. Engineers of these ancient societies understood hydrodynamics, designing drainage systems, aqueducts, and reservoirs to control water flow, prevent flooding, and maintain stable environmental conditions within the caves. Some chambers feature precisely cut stone blocks, perfectly aligned walls, and ceilings that demonstrate knowledge of geometry, load-bearing principles, and long-term structural stability. Such engineering reflects an advanced understanding of both natural and artificial forces in subterranean construction. India's caves showcase a fusion of engineering, architecture, and spiritual design. The Barabar, Ellora, and Ajanta caves demonstrate remarkable precision in rock-cut architecture, including smooth surfaces, perfectly aligned angles, and complex passageways. Chambers are often acoustically optimized, allowing chants or ritual sounds to resonate clearly, while ventilation systems maintain airflow and temperature. Some caves contain hidden chambers or concealed niches, indicating deliberate design for secrecy, protection, or ceremonial significance. These structures reflect a holistic approach to engineering, integrating practical, spiritual, and aesthetic considerations into a unified subterranean environment. Africa's subterranean engineering feats are equally compelling. In northern Africa, hidden tunnels, reinforced chambers, and intricately carved passages reveal knowledge of structural stability, material selection, and spatial planning. Southern African caves, such as those in the Drakensberg region, exhibit terraces, platforms, and underground chambers constructed with an understanding of weight distribution and environmental control. Certain chambers align with watercourses or mineral deposits, suggesting the engineers deliberately incorporated natural features into their designs. The repetition of such features across different regions points to shared principles or an advanced understanding of subterranean construction techniques. One of the most remarkable aspects of ancient cave engineering is the integration of multiple functions within a single space. Many caves combine ceremonial, residential, defensive, and storage purposes, demonstrating the ability to design multifunctional environments. Acoustic optimization, thermal control, and structural reinforcement were all achieved without modern tools, highlighting both ingenuity and experimentation. These engineering accomplishments were not random. They were carefully planned, executed, and preserved, indicating a sophisticated level of societal organization and technical knowledge. Some caves exhibit even more perplexing engineering features. Hidden corridors, false walls, secret chambers, and complex networks suggest an understanding of security, preservation, and strategic design. In several instances, passageways lead to underground reservoirs, ceremonial chambers, or storage facilities, reflecting foresight and long-term planning. The alignment of tunnels with geological formations, water sources, or celestial phenomena further underscores the integration of engineering with environmental awareness and cultural priorities. Such sophistication suggests that ancient engineers possess knowledge that may have been deliberately obscured or lost over time. Modern technology has helped illuminate these engineering mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and LiDAR mapping have revealed hidden chambers, tunnels, and structural reinforcements previously unknown to researchers. These technologies confirm that many caves were not naturally formed in the precise configurations observed, but were deliberately shaped to meet complex engineering, functional, and ceremonial needs. Each discovery adds weight to the argument that ancient civilizations possessed advanced knowledge of geology, material science, and construction principles far beyond what conventional histories acknowledge. The global distribution of engineered caves further amplifies the mystery. From Europe to South America, India to Africa, subterranean engineering follows consistent principles: structural stability, multifunctionality, environmental adaptation, and sometimes even symbolic or spiritual alignment. The recurrence of these techniques across widely separated cultures raises profound questions. Were these innovations developed independently, or was knowledge transmitted across long distances through trade, migration, or shared traditions? Could these engineering feats be remnants of a lost, interconnected civilization whose subterranean achievements remain hidden from mainstream history? Ultimately, caves with advanced engineering challenge not only archaeological timelines but also our understanding of human ingenuity. They reveal that ancient societies were capable of sophisticated planning, complex problem-solving, and precise execution, all achieved without modern machinery or materials. These subterranean structures are enduring testaments to creativity, intelligence, and adaptation, demonstrating that human innovation has deep, often hidden roots. Exploring caves with evidence of advanced engineering offers a window into the hidden brilliance of our ancestors. Every precisely cut chamber, reinforced tunnel, and acoustically optimized hall tells a story of knowledge preserved in secrecy, ingenuity applied in darkness, and mastery of both natural and constructed environments. These caves are not merely historical curiosities, they are monuments to human capability, challenging us to reconsider what ancient civilizations were truly capable of and reminding us that beneath our feet lies a hidden world of technical marvels waiting to be understood. Hidden deep within caves around the world, explorers and researchers have reported phenomena that seem to defy conventional scientific explanation. From unusual electromagnetic readings to inexplicable light effects and sensations of altered perception, these energy anomalies have fascinated and perplexed those who venture underground. Such experiences are not merely anecdotal, they have been documented across continents and cultures, hinting at the possibility that caves themselves may be repositories of unexplained natural or perhaps even artificial energies. These subterranean phenomena suggest that caves were not only practical shelters or ritual sites but also places where humans may have tapped into forces beyond our current understanding. In Europe, numerous caves have produced reports of unusual energy effects. Visitors to certain alpine and Mediterranean caves have described sudden shifts in temperature, strange currents of air, and even sensations of tingling or disorientation that appear localized to specific chambers. In some cases, sensitive instruments detect electromagnetic fluctuations, yet these readings often resist conventional geological explanation. The interplay of mineral composition, structural configuration, and environmental factors may contribute to these anomalies, but the consistency of these reports across multiple locations has led some researchers to consider that ancient civilizations may have intentionally harnessed these subterranean energies for ritual, spiritual, or technological purposes. South America offers similarly compelling accounts of unexplained energy phenomena. In the Andes and Amazon regions, deep cave systems have long been associated with mystical experiences, including vivid visions, altered consciousness, and heightened sensory perception. Explorers and shamans alike have described phenomena such as lights appearing without visible sources, unusual acoustic resonance, and electromagnetic sensations that are difficult to measure but impossible to ignore. Some caves contain mineral formations with unusual conductivity or magnetic properties, which may contribute to these effects. The combination of environmental, geological, and possibly cultural factors suggests that ancient peoples may have recognized and intentionally engaged with these energies in ways that modern science has yet to fully understand. India's caves, particularly the Barabar, Ajanta, and Ellora complexes, provide further insight into unexplained subterranean energy. Certain chambers exhibit acoustical anomalies that amplify sound in peculiar ways, producing vibrations that can be felt in the body. Visitors report sensations of weightlessness, heightened awareness, or even mild euphoria when positioned in specific areas of these chambers. Some researchers propose that these effects result from a combination of chamber geometry, mineral composition, and environmental conditions, while others speculate that ancient engineers may have designed these spaces to channel energies intentionally. The recurrence of these phenomena across multiple Indian cave sites suggests deliberate understanding of subterranean energy dynamics, integrated with spiritual and ritual practices. Africa contains some of the most mysterious reports of cave energy phenomena. In southern and northern Africa, explorers and researchers have documented localized temperature anomalies, unusual magnetic readings, and electromagnetic disturbances in deep cave chambers. Certain caves seem to influence electronic equipment, with compasses spinning erratically and instruments fluctuating unpredictably. Traditional accounts often describe these spaces as spiritually potent, with shamans and local inhabitants attributing the energy to ancestral spirits or cosmic forces. Modern science has yet to fully explain these anomalies, leaving open the possibility that ancient civilizations recognized and manipulated these energies for ritual, healing, or protective purposes. Some caves appear to concentrate energy in specific formations, such as crystalline structures, mineral veins, or geometrically arranged chambers. Reports indicate that these concentrations can create localized electromagnetic or vibrational effects, potentially influencing human perception, health, or cognition. The alignment of these features with astronomical events, water sources, or ceremonial chambers suggests intentional design. Ancient engineers may have discovered principles of energy concentration, resonance, or environmental manipulation, embedding them into subterranean architecture with purposes that remain speculative but deeply intriguing. The presence of unexplained energy phenomena in caves raises questions about their potential uses. Were these spaces intended purely for ritual, meditation, or healing? Could they have served as laboratories for experimentation with natural forces? Some theorists propose that ancient civilizations understood principles of energy, resonance, or electromagnetism that have been lost to modern knowledge. The recurrence of these effects in multiple caves across continents supports the idea that humans have long been drawn to subterranean environments for more than shelter or storage, perhaps as conduits to hidden forces within the earth. Scientific investigation has begun to explore these phenomena in more detail. Measurements of electromagnetic fields, acoustic resonance, temperature gradients, and mineral conductivity in caves have revealed patterns that often correlate with historical reports of anomalous experiences. While some anomalies can be explained by natural geological processes, many remain unexplained, defying simple categorization. This intersection of archaeology, geology, and physics suggests that caves hold a unique confluence of environmental and energetic conditions, which ancient civilizations may have understood and utilized. Cultural and historical accounts support the idea that caves were associated with energy, power, and spiritual transformation. Myths from diverse regions often depict caves as portals, sacred spaces, or sources of supernatural insight. These stories align intriguingly with modern observations of energy anomalies, implying that ancient societies may have recognized and integrated these forces into their spiritual, social, and technological practices. The convergence of empirical observation, folklore, and archaeological evidence suggests a deeper connection between humans and the subterranean world than previously acknowledged. Ultimately, caves exhibiting unexplained energy phenomena remind us that the subterranean realm is more than a passive backdrop to human history. They may represent active sites of environmental, spiritual, and technological significance, where ancient civilizations engaged with forces beyond conventional perception. Exploring these caves provides insight not only into the ingenuity of past societies but also into the enduring mysteries of the Earth itself, forces that continue to challenge our understanding and invite us to reconsider the potential of human experience in subterranean spaces. As we traverse the hidden chambers, tunnels, and engineered corridors of caves worldwide, a pattern begins to emerge, one that suggests these subterranean systems were not isolated anomalies but part of a larger, interconnected global network. From the Alps to the Andes, from India's Barabar caves to Africa's Drakensberg region, the evidence points toward a deliberate design, advanced engineering, and shared knowledge that transcends geography, culture, and conventional historical timelines. These underground networks challenge the foundation of what we believe about human civilization, technological evolution, and the very nature of cultural development. If these caves were indeed connected, either physically, symbolically, or through shared knowledge, the implications for our understanding of history are staggering. The first implication concerns the sophistication of ancient civilizations. Traditional narratives often depict early human societies as isolated, technologically limited, and primarily focused on survival. Yet the consistent engineering precision, advanced construction techniques, and multifunctional use of caves suggest otherwise. Subterranean networks required coordinated effort, advanced planning, and knowledge of structural engineering, acoustics, water management, and spatial design. The level of skill needed to execute these networks implies that these societies were far more advanced than mainstream history credits, capable of manipulating natural environments to an astonishing degree. This challenges the linear progression of technological development presented in textbooks, opening the door to the possibility that knowledge, once thought lost, may have been widespread and deliberately preserved in subterranean sanctuaries. Secondly, the global distribution of similar architectural features, symbolic motifs, and ritualistic designs suggests the existence of shared knowledge or communication across continents. Whether through trade, migration, or an unknown form of cultural exchange, ancient peoples may have participated in a collective understanding of subterranean architecture and technology. The recurrence of geometric patterns, acoustic designs, and engineering principles across disparate regions raises the possibility of a hidden network of knowledge, passed down through generations and preserved beneath the surface. This challenges the long-held assumption that prehistoric and ancient civilizations developed entirely independently, isolated by geography and time. The integration of natural features into cave design further underscores the depth of this knowledge. Engineers and builders exploited rock formations, mineral deposits, and watercourses, aligning chambers with environmental conditions or celestial phenomena. Such deliberate alignment suggests not only an advanced understanding of geology and astronomy but also a symbolic or spiritual significance attached to these subterranean networks. Caves may have functioned as ceremonial hubs, repositories of knowledge, or even observatories that connected humanity to both the earth and the cosmos. The engineering genius combined with ritual and symbolic significance suggests a civilization that understood the interconnectedness of nature, technology, and human experience in ways modern societies are only beginning to appreciate. Another profound implication is the potential for these networks to have facilitated cultural and technological continuity. Hidden tunnels, chambers, and vaults could have served as secure locations for preserving tools, manuscripts, ceremonial artifacts, and advanced knowledge. By concealing critical resources underground, ancient peoples may have ensured that their discoveries and technologies survived environmental disasters, invasions, or societal collapse. In essence, caves functioned as time capsules, safeguarding human ingenuity for millennia and offering a direct line of inquiry for modern researchers seeking to uncover lost knowledge. These subterranean networks also challenge our understanding of human adaptation and environmental mastery. Constructing and maintaining complex cave systems required not only physical skill but also an intimate knowledge of geology, material science, and environmental engineering. Ancient builders had to account for structural stability, water management, temperature regulation, ventilation, and acoustics, all without modern tools or machinery. The consistent success of these constructions across continents suggests that ancient civilizations had developed methods and techniques sophisticated enough to manipulate and control the subterranean environment, revealing a level of technical competence often underestimated in historical narratives. The symbolic and ritualistic dimensions of these caves add yet another layer of complexity. Many subterranean networks incorporate chambers designed for ceremony, meditation, or spiritual practice. Acoustically optimized halls, hidden niches, and precisely aligned passages indicate that these spaces were intentionally crafted to amplify human experience, whether for ritualistic, cognitive, or even energy-based purposes. The convergence of engineering, symbolism, and ritual underscores the possibility that these networks were not merely practical constructions but integral to a civilization's spiritual and cultural identity. Such integration points to a sophisticated worldview in which technology, spirituality, and environmental mastery were inseparable. Modern science is beginning to validate the global implications of these subterranean networks. Tools such as LIDAR, ground-penetrating radar, and 3D mapping have revealed hidden tunnels, previously unknown chambers, and patterns of construction that suggest intentional planning on a scale previously unimaginable. Archaeological evidence combined with geological analysis confirms that many caves were intentionally modified to meet complex functional, spiritual, and environmental criteria. These discoveries suggest that our conventional understanding of human capability, especially in ancient times, may be profoundly incomplete. If these caves were part of a connected global network, the implications extend to the nature of human history itself. It suggests that early civilizations may have had access to knowledge, technologies, and organizational skills that have since been lost or hidden. Such networks could explain the diffusion of advanced techniques, symbolic systems, and engineering principles across continents well before documented historical contact. It raises the possibility that much of what we consider lost knowledge was not entirely lost, but deliberately concealed, preserved underground, and potentially rediscoverable today. Furthermore, recognizing the global nature of these networks forces us to reconsider our perspective on cultural evolution. Instead of isolated development, humanity's early history may have been defined by interconnected knowledge systems, shared technological insights, and cultural exchange at a level far more sophisticated than previously acknowledged. Subterranean networks may represent an overlooked dimension of human civilization, a hidden lattice of innovation, spirituality, and survival that influence societies across the globe. Ultimately, the study of connected subterranean networks is more than an archaeological pursuit. It is a journey into the very essence of human ingenuity, resilience, and curiosity. These caves challenge our assumptions, compel us to rethink timelines, and inspire awe at the technical and spiritual sophistication of ancient civilizations. They remind us that much of human history lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered, understood, and appreciated for the depth of knowledge and ingenuity it represents. Exploring these networks today invites a re-evaluation of human potential. Every chamber, tunnel, and artifact contributes to a larger story of interconnection, intelligence, and cultural continuity. Subterranean networks may hold the key to unlocking lost technologies, forgotten knowledge, and a deeper understanding of our ancestors' relationship with the Earth and the cosmos. The implications are staggering. Humanity's history is far more complex, interconnected, and awe-inspiring than previously imagined, and the subterranean world remains a portal to discovering the true scope of our collective heritage. In conclusion, the global network of caves and subterranean sites is not merely a curiosity. It is a testament to human ingenuity, spiritual understanding, and technical mastery that spans continents and millennia. The evidence compels us to reconsider what is possible in ancient history, to explore the hidden corners of the earth with curiosity and respect, and to acknowledge that our ancestors may have been far more capable, connected, and visionary than we have dared to imagine. These underground networks remind us that history is not confined to surface ruins, monuments, or written records. Much of it lies hidden beneath the earth, waiting for those brave enough to explore, study, and ultimately understand the remarkable legacy of human achievement preserved in the darkness.